Good morning, everybody. Meeting is now called to order at 9 o'clock. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer in recognition of San Joaquin General Hospital environmental service worker Deborah Rodriguez, who passed away after a boating accident. And we encourage everyone to practice safe boating while on the waterways. And in honor of Barbara Fass, who passed away on May 19th. Ms. Fass was the first woman to serve as mayor of Stockton from 1985 till February of 1990. Thank you. Supervisor Patty, Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
Yes.
I'd like to remind anybody who's on the phone and calling in to please put your phones on mute unless you're speaking. Thank you. For the record, this is the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting of June 9th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Patty?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Elliott? And Madam Chair Miller?
Here. Thank you. We're going to move on to recognitions and presentations. First, I'd like to announce that the second item for presentation and oral report regarding the status of San Joaquin County Retirement Fund is being pulled from the agenda today and will be heard on June 16th. That's next Tuesday at 9 a.m. The first recognition is for the graduation class of 2020, and I'd like to ask the clerk to introduce the item and read the recognition, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a certificate of recognition presented to the graduating classes of 2020 in recognition of the extraordinary circumstances teachers, students, administrators, and parents have faced in 2020. As students in all grades were met with uncertainty, they demonstrated resiliency, determination, and ingenuity. The Board of Supervisors does hereby congratulate all graduating classes of 2020 in San Joaquin County and wish all students continued success in their future endeavors. Presented this date of June 9th, 2020.
To ask any board members want to make some comments. Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. I just want to say to the class of 2020, congratulations. And most of all, this is just the first step in life. I want you to succeed and work hard and make something in your life and contribute to the community you live in. And thank your parents for getting you this far. And from here on out, it's on your shoulders. Concentrate and be a good person in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Class of 2020 is a class of our future. We appreciate the work, the dedication, and all those that mentored and taught and instructed, and the support network that was part of that success for the graduation of 2020 class. And we're cheering for you. We are also part of your support network. Thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to your future.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The class of 2020 is unique in that they will be the only ones that will be able to talk about this particular historic event that we're going through with the pandemic. They will share it with their children and grandchildren, possibly great-grandchildren. The other part of it is it's interesting because in my neighborhood I have seen several celebrations and parades. So they are finding quite a few ways to be creative in regards to that, and actually participated in a graduation drive-by with my grandson who graduated from high school. And so I congratulate them. Certainly, as Supervisor Patty says, they are the future. But I also say that they have a big challenge ahead of them because what's happening now certainly forever change potentially the world. So again, congratulations.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. In spite of the unfortunate circumstances surrounding this year's graduations, none of that can detract from the successes and the accomplishments of the members of the graduating class. So we certainly offer our congratulations on this significant milestone and wish you many more successes in the future.
Thank you, and I'm going to add my congratulations to the rest of my board here, to the class of 2020. You've worked hard for a lot of years, and this is one important milestone, but there will be many others in your lives, and just because things are a little different right now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're less, and it certainly doesn't take away from your accomplishments. Life will throw you other curveballs down the road. It's simply part of being alive. And so we not only congratulate you, we celebrate your creativity and all of the unique ways you have managed to celebrate these special days, and we wish you all the best going forward into your future. Thank you. Excuse me, my allergies are flaring up. Now is the time for public comment, and I'd just like to say before we get started, it's a pleasure to see members of the public back here today. It's been a long time since we've been able to have folks come in and deliver their comments personally. We're happy that you chose to do that today. The public is still able to submit their comments online, and we hope that the public will continue to do that. We feel like that has been a positive addition to our public comment portion of the board meetings, and it's our plan to continue doing that, to allow the public the opportunity to participate remotely. So now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and any matters listed on the consent agenda. We will begin accepting comments from members of the public in board chambers. Then we'll call for members of the public from the 6th floor lobby, followed by members of the public from the 1st floor conference room if necessary. And lastly, then we will call on the board to read any public comments that have been received via email. Again, the address for submitting those online is cobrecords@sjgov.org. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for the comments. There's a device on the podium that will, a yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of your 3 minutes, and then a red light when your time is up. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We will have staff or our offices follow up with you as necessary. We also ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all your comments to the Board of Supervisors and not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. I'm going to ask, we aren't doing cards, so we're just going to ask members who are present in the board chambers who wish to address the board to stand and approach the podium one at a time. We're going to let you sort of self-select in terms of which order you come up. And then we're asking that everyone keep a 6-foot distance from whoever is at the podium. So if you want to start queuing up, that would be fine. Thank you. Sir, if you want to approach the podium, and please give us your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Wayne Pierce. I have been involved with Stockton 99 and various racetracks up and down the state for nigh on to 40 years. I am an ordained minister. I'm the track chaplain and have a lot of family ties around this racetrack, this facility. I realize that we're in hard times. I get that. I understand that. And it's time that we be a little fluid, that we move forward. Supervisor Wynn was talking about win the parades for the graduates. Santa Clara County abolished that, said no more. So things are different all over. I've participated in those. They're great things. They're great gatherings. And I support the right for public, the public to do as they have been doing, the protesting. I support that freedom of assembly. All I ask is that we have that right. As a family-oriented business, the racetrack is private property, Stockton 99. Tonino said he has interest at the fairgrounds racetrack as well. I realize that there's state issues with that. Private property, peaceful assembly at our Stockton 99 facility is very, very important to the community, to the families. And again, I stress family. This racing fraternity has been deeply, follow NASCAR, families, families, families. We have social distancing in place. We have pallets of masks, hand sanitizers. We have the tools necessary to have a peaceful gathering at the Stockton 99 facility. With that said, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and making the sacrifice it takes to serve our community. We have a lot of things going for us here in Stockton, and I want to further the success by opening up some of our businesses and family operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have copies of mine. Guys.
Clerk, please. Thank you, sir. If you'd state your name.
Good morning. My name is Carl Holtgren. I'm a business owner here in Stockton. On March 4th, the governor signed a proclamation of a state of emergency. In response to the threat posed by COVID-19, the governor stated, whereas if COVID-19 spreads in California at a rate comparable to the rate of spread in other countries, the number of persons requiring medical care may exceed locally available resources. In the beginning, we were all behind this as the threat was announced that over 1 million Americans were going to die from this virus. The goal was to flatten the curve, and we did. After 4 weeks, it was obvious that we were not at risk of exceeding the locally available resources. However, the subsequent 8-week denial of our freedom to resume our lives as responsible citizens appears to be more about exercising power and less about our health. San Joaquin County has a population of 762,000 people, and though every death is tragic and every life is precious, the 37 deaths due to COVID-19 are not beyond our capacity. I submit to you that thankfully the definition of a state of emergency as defined is no longer valid and it never was valid. Hospitals are laying off doctors and nurses because there is no true threat to the services, personnel, equipment, or facilities of San Joaquin County. With that being said, it makes one wonder why then we are not allowed to open our businesses using common sense protocols. I own a small private personal training studio in which I can limit participants and enlist disinfecting protocols above and beyond any grocery store, restaurant, hardware store, Walmart, or Costco. And yet, possibly because they have more money and lobbyists than I do to sway the state, those big businesses are free to do business without consequence. After the threat on May 7th to withhold emergency funding from counties who lifted restrictions before the governor approved, it is beginning to look like we have, what we're really talking about here is money. It is looking as though the county is pandering to the governor to avoid risk of losing coronavirus funding for opening up early. We are not in a COVID-19 state of emergency. The only state of emergency we have is a legislative state of emergency. Unemployment has almost tripled since February, going from 6.6% at the end of February to 18.3% at the end of April, and Lord knows what it is now. So I ask you, no, I beg you, search your heart. When you first had the notion of running to serve this great county, is this what you wanted it to look like? Is this truly the purpose behind your role as a trusted public servant? When you swore your oath, is this what you swore to do? Is the praise and favor of the governor worth more than the fiscal lives of the citizens of this county? Is the almighty dollar worth more to this county than the God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for its citizens? Again, I beg you to examine your heart and remember why you ran for this position in the first place, to improve the life of the citizens of San Joaquin County.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Mark Chernowski. I'm from, I can't even do this. Hold on. I grew up in San Jose, Santa Clara County, had a racetrack there, San Jose Speedway. Well, it went to the wayside for the lack of supervisors in the county and the officials seeing it being as viable as it really was. Moved to San Joaquin County and lived in Manteca. Well, then the closure of Stockton and Altamont took me to Placer County. Now I still come down here to San Joaquin County to attend all the races in Stockton at the dirt track and the 99. I'm a small business. I make my living at the racetrack, and this is my family. This is what I do normally. This isn't my new norm coming to the racetrack. This is my norm. These guys I come into contact with on a regular basis in their shop, their family. I race in a dad and son kind of environment. So it's all mom and dad and sister and brother and friends and family and grandpa and grandma. And this is what we do. It's not a new norm. This is my norm. And I came all the way down here from Sacramento this morning. I have to wrap 3 race cars today for this weekend in Irwindale. They're going to race in Irwindale this weekend. We raced 3 races up in Marysville. I raced a race up in Chico. I shook hands. I'm the greeter. I'm the Walmart greeter guy. I'm the concierge of the racetrack. I am the good guy. I'm the friendly guy. So I make sure everyone's having a good time. I've come into contact with a few hundred people these last 4 weeks, and I've not gotten sick. I have a 95-year-old grandmother that I very much matter what happens to her, and she's fine. I'm fine. I wash my hands. I express the social distance. I have a mask with me right now. I hand out hand sanitizer. Whatever it's going to take to open the Stockton 9 Speedway and Stockton 9 Dirt Track, this needs to happen because Stockton, it's a nice little city, but it needs to have a reason to come and have like this Asparagus Festival. We lost that this year. My sister was going to perform at the Garlic Festival. These festivals that are local in these counties, people look forward to them annually. And I feel like I just want to get back to my normal self. And part of this is coming down here. See, I woke up and drove all the way down here in traffic, not as much traffic as it normally would be, but to be here this morning, because it does matter. It matters. I've never been here before, and I'm glad I came this morning to get my 2 cents out. I think the world of Tony Nocetti and Wild Wayne, and I love Stockton. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Denise Aguilar. I'm a longtime Stockton resident. I'm also one of the founders of Freedom Angels, which is an organization that holds the feet to the fire of all politicians who are not, are not abiding by their oath that they have taken. I was arrested at the California Capitol on May 1st when we have brought over 25,000 people to protest against Governor Newsom's orders, and we will continue to protest because our own mayor has joined the BLM movement, which were the thousands of protesters out in the streets not being held accountable for their actions as we were. We would like to know where the science is that you guys are citing for mask requirement in San Joaquin County. As the CDC has said, a 0.04% chance of actually getting this virus and being affected by it, which is the less chance of getting the flu. The World Health Organization has also stated that masks do not work as you are preventing yourself from getting clear oxygen and you are taking in your own CO2. My children have medical things with their medical, and this is going to be an ADA issue in which we will hold every single person accountable for these policies out in San Joaquin County if we have to. We have sat here, this is not week 1, this is not week 2, this is not week 5, this is week 12, where we are seeing that the science that you are citing is not applicable to this illness. We want you guys to understand your oath, and we will hold every single one of you accountable if one of our children gets sick from wearing a mask. We have Walmart, Target, Costco, all of these big box stores that are saying, yes, wait in line for hours when people are not 6 feet apart with no mask. Yes, you can come in and shop, but we have small mom and pop stores that are not allowed to open their doors where they can control the situation a lot better than a Walmart. And we have families that are going hungry and going in bread lines because the data is not matching up. Where is the transparency here? Why is San Joaquin County not open? So again, my organization is Freedom Angels Foundation, where we will hold every single one of you accountable for not upholding your oath.
Thank you.
Miles Nassetti, glad to meet you. Talked on the phone last week. Good morning, board. Well, as you found out, we operate the Stockton 99 Speedway, the dirt track, and Delta Speedway. Pinellas are on vacation right now, and the Asparagus Festival. I'd like this board to get together to take our county back and move forward here. Open our racetracks. As Mark Janowski said earlier, and I expressed it to the board, I expressed it to Dr. Parks about other racetracks have been operating here in California for the last 6 weeks. We held our breath till the 31st and ran a show with no fans. And then we were going to try to come back the following week and run the SRL race with a limited amount of fans or no fans, and kind of got my butt handed to me, and I respected it. But again, the dollars and cents in our business, you know, this has been 3 months now, okay? Lost a festival, 2,400 volunteers I represent, 600 race teams. I can't even put a school out there on the go-kart track at the fairgrounds. But that insolvent place over there, the fairgrounds, wants their rent for this last quarter. Told me yesterday after I asked them to waive the rent. But no, we need it. But I can rent the field, but I can't farm it. That doesn't make sense, okay? So with all these protests and funerals going on, I was watching on the news the other day in Minneapolis, and they're all sitting in the room like this, elbow to elbow, with no mask on. I think y'all saw it too on the 12 o'clock thing. We need to move forward, okay? I've worked extremely hard for the social distancing, the sanitizers. I do a lot here in this community. I do more in this community than a lot of people do out here. And I don't even live here in Stockton. I live in French Count. My family came here in 1905. My uncle and my dad raced in Stockton 99 in 1947. I want to get people out so they can enjoy themselves instead of protesting, burning cars, killing people, doing stupid things here. I can run the show, but I don't want to get reprimanded or in trouble. So I would like this board to get back together and take back our county, and we can work through this, all right, and move forward. Because if not, we're going to end up with a protest out there. Them Okies are going to get mad, and they're going to protest. There are a lot of white people out there. There's friends of mine, too, that are dark people. Mr. Ralph Lee White's here today. Let's move forward, board, because, again, I don't want to come back to this and argue some more. I'm depending on you five up here, all right? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name, please.
My name is Angela May, and today I come to you as a citizen of the United States of America, a citizen of the community of Stockton and of San Joaquin County and the state of California. During this declared COVID-19 pandemic, our supervisors were expected to represent all of us. Unfortunately, our Constitution went on the wayside. Our emergency services plan, I've read from front to back, and nowhere in there does it say that domestic violence victims were going to be left without help. I come to you today because we've lost a pageant princess in our community because she was a victim of domestic violence. As a friend who tried to help her seek assistance and did not get that in our community, because our emergency services plans limited the services available to lawyer-represented victims only, and lines weeks long to get into online curriculum, seminars, workshops, and other help, which left her defenseless. She was murdered in another county, just the next county over. Tan Twin Nguyen was a friend, an advocate, a loved one, and someone who vowed to enter politics one day, maybe even one of your seats. When we all take our vows to be a citizen of the United States of America, we don't just take our oath to our allegiance to America and to our flag. We take our allegiance to each other and to protect each other, to protect our most vulnerable. For weeks on end, we have heard people say we need to protect our most vulnerable. But it is our most vulnerable who have been left to become the most expendable. People who have been left behind closed doors, people who have been forgotten, people whose medical care has been abandoned, and forgotten to fend for themselves and to only simply beg to be able to go to the doctors. While the majority of our protests have been peaceful, there have been people I myself have reported for attempting to incite in black and white on social media that they want to, excuse my language, burn the shit down. Not only is this unacceptable for us as peaceful protesters speaking to our government to seek redress, but you all took an oath and you all spoke your oath each time you have taken your oath. And you all vowed to protect everybody's rights, our Bill of Rights most importantly. Our right to seek redress, the only supervisor that I found available and most accepting of any person across the entire county that I was able to reach out to effectively was Tom Patty. He's not my supervisor, but he was the only one willing to listen. Now, the issue of masks, I just simply want to implore you, and I understand that this is my last moment, but we the people demand that you read the Constitution over and over again until you realize that we the people have more rights than just about masks on a daily basis. Our children and their future matters. And let me just leave you with this quote from Thomas Jefferson. All tyranny needs to gain a foothold is for people of good conscience to remain silent. The people have done their job. We are done remaining silent.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers that wishes to address the board? Come on down. We'll have the clerk put a new cover on the microphone for you. Please state your name for the record, sir.
My name's Alfonso Grajava.
Thank you.
I'm here with the 500 strong San Joaquin County Together. It's a new collective of community leaders that are seeking to get more. This is my first time ever at one of these things.
Don't be nervous. You're doing fine. Don't be nervous.
In the right place. So they're just seeking to get more funding as far as for things that happen in the community for people of color like myself, whether it be any kind of funding for masks to be distributed, any kind of food distribution, given the George Floyd thing that just happened, the COVID-19. We need help, right? We need help, not to pull back, but we need help even more than ever right now. So, and we're asking that, let's see, that you please, let's see, maybe consider the 8 Can't Wait campaign and agree to a community oversight committee with subpoena power for law enforcement throughout the county. They actually got some. There's some food coming that was everyone donated $1 for as far as for people to bring food here to just show that as far as a community, that's what we need. And depending on the maybe walk of life you come through, you might not understand that some people don't always have everything they need. So any funding you have to help people out that's not even of color, but just anybody that has less will be greatly appreciated. And I also want to touch on one more thing. I've been out there protesting. It's been organized locally by a young man named DeMar. And as far as I know, he hasn't had any help from any city officials, no police department, no mayor has been out there with us. We've been marching peacefully. It's been six peaceful protests out here in Stockton, California, right? And we've been met with riot gear and helicopters. And there's kids and older folks out there. And I just want to let you guys know that we're out there for a peaceful cause, just to show that Stockton can be unified peacefully. So if there's some kind of way that maybe DeMar or anybody can be met with some kind of bridge to build to see what the objectives are and see what we're trying to get from the protests, we would appreciate that. Because sometimes being met with riot gear and helicopters, I don't even want to I want to show my son out there the power of change and uniting for something positive, but then at the same time, too, I don't want to have to shield him for getting hit with a rubber bullet or tear gas. But for Stockton, California, the most dangerous city in California, number 10 in the country, to organize organically amongst the people, peacefully, I mean, you got to give Damar a little bit of credit, and hopefully at some point, some city official can link that bridge to see what the youth and the people of the community really want. You know, it's nothing negative. We're out there positive, singing, being happy, and we're committed to being organized peacefully. You know, as far as anybody extending a hand to see what we want, that hasn't been done yet. So at some point, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not yet addressed the board that would like to? Is there anyone outside in the lobby waiting? No? Then I would ask the clerk of the board to read any comments that have been received via email.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to speak through this mass today. The first comment is from Michelle Weisner, to whom it may concern. I have a 16-year-old incoming senior at Lodi High, incoming first grader, incoming kinder twins at Vinewood. Distance learning is a disaster. Our kids need to return to school, wash hands, use sanitizer. My 16-year-old has ADHD, and he hasn't done too well with distance learning at all. It wasn't helpful that initially the work was not required. My current kinder has lost interest in school completely, and how is it possible for my incoming kinders to vet into school if we are homeschooling? Please open the schools. Lindsay Bentley writes, please keep working parents in mind when arranging a plan for LUSD students. Distance learning is not ideally set up with the possibility of both parents being full-time workers. Please come up with a plan that benefits teachers, parents, and students, ideally back in school. Thank you. Wendy Maxwell writes, now that San Joaquin County has authorization for reopening, we should get serious about tracing COVID-19 exposure. This is a medical issue, not a political one. Contact tracing involves medical information and potential exposure to a deadly virus. It should not be handled by volunteers, but by trained and well-supervised employees. San Joaquin Public Health Department should be given funding to hire, train, and manage temporary employees. This will be an excellent use of our CARES funds. It will not only slow the spread of the disease, but act as economic stimulus by employing people in our economically depressed county. If we are tracing the unintentional release of Social Security or other financial information, people would be clamoring for contact tracing. When we are facing a potential deadly disease, contact tracing is equally crucial. Benjamin Saffield of Stockton, California writes, now that San Joaquin County has authorization for reopening, we should get serious about tracing COVID-19 exposure. And I apologize, it does appear to be the same email written by Wendy Maxwell, and we do have a couple of those where they're the same email, so I'll just indicate that Mr. Saffield also supports what Ms. Maxwell already wrote in.
Okay.
Heather writes, hello, Vice Chair Tom Patty cannot blame us for losing his next election if he doesn't rethink the use of CARES funds. We will have no choice but to primary him if he doesn't mitigate the contagion spread. Epidemiologists have warned against allowing non-essential businesses to reopen without measures such as widespread testing and contact tracing. If Patty truly wants an economic reboot, he has to provide San Joaquin Public Health Department with funds to hire, train, and manage temporary employees to slow the spread of the disease. It wasn't our choice to turn this medical crisis into a political one, but if Patty is quietly working with the Chamber of Commerce's lobbying arm to pursue funds, we will deploy an army of volunteers to call out his misuse of federal disaster funds. Katie Marconi of Lodi, California writes, I feel ensuring public health encompasses medical health, but includes economic and psychologic too, a balance. That balance should be based on facts, not fear. I know we are hindered by state government mandates, but when opportunities arise to crawl out from a state lockdown, our local officials should act swiftly based on local facts, figures, not fear, focusing on the restoration of our economy and constitutional rights. I was concerned when I read an unelected official, Dr. Park, can decide, quote, not rescind her stay-at-home order, end quote, if a spike is seen or if, quote, people think we are moving too fast, end quote. We hear that people over 65 and those with serious conditions are the high-risk population. This is exactly the demographic of your typical nursing home, SNF. We should place focus on these contained environments and less on 65 plus that are active and about in the community. If spikes are seen, analyze and contain shutdowns to include specific areas, not all 1,400 square miles of San Joaquin County. Highly scrutinize and inspect our nursing homes, SNF, to ensure outbreaks don't occur. We know outbreaks could occur here based on recent data in New York and New Jersey. Let's focus resources there and not on monitoring how many businesses and social distancing, wiping down, masking. Open us up full capacity, keep us open in the sunshine, letting us use all the common sense we were given it to the extent we are able to under the circumstances we are in. An anonymous email writes, what is going to be done about the overwhelming large caseloads continuing workers at Human Services Agency are expected to maintain? Caseloads are over 550, which is not manageable in the long term if you want to maintain accuracy. Continuing workers are not being offered overtime and are expected to complete applications for intake workers on their own time. Continuing workers are overwhelmed and have been since 2019. But the issue with COVID-19. This not only affects the workers in trying to process so many cases, but it can also delays in clients getting their benefits as well as accuracy in which cases can be processed. Kimberly Wormsley writes, I write to you today during public comment to express my dissatisfaction with the county's decision to keep the $133 million allocated to it by the CARES Act, instead of distributing it proportionately between the county and our local municipalities. I know that supervisors such as Supervisor Villapudua have been working to get an equitable distribution, but too many supervisors, and the county administrator in particular, are acting like it's their money and theirs only. Instead, practicing the notion of, quote, we are all in this together, end quote. The county has decided to take the approach of, quote, what's mine is mine and what's yours isn't, end quote. This is an unfortunate outlook that puts communities against each other, not bring them together. I take special offense into the May 13th statement put out by the county stating, quote, the majority of the burden is combating this crisis has rested on the county, end quote. Stockton itself has done more than its share of arranging for hotels for the homeless, supporting small and encouraging testing for COVID-19 among its citizens, especially in communities that have been disproportionately affected by the virus. As a licensed clinical social worker, I have spent 16-hour shifts in hospital ERs seeing the devastation that COVID-19 has caused families. This is a time to work together and not separate. There is still time to do the right thing. I urge the county to reconsider and proportionately distribute the CARES Act funding between the county and directly to its municipalities. Jessica Hill-Scotter writes, hello, I am a parent of a very active 9-year-old boy and 12-year-old girl in Lodi. Now that I see we are no longer enforcing social distancing or even following the law in San Joaquin County, where is the county going to let kids playing their youth sports? My children are getting depressed, and this quarantine has caused more harm to our children than good. When are our county supervisors going to step up and let our kids be kids? We need to start thinking about our kids and their health. They don't want to go on walks anymore. They want to play sports and their friends and teammates. They can't even go to the park, but then you have people looting the town. How is this okay? Our kids need sports to stay out of trouble. They need activity and discipline. Please open up youth sports for this county so our children can be children again. Everett Lester writes, with COVID-19 in our community, we have been through some terrible and dreadful times. The death toll for us, the African Americans, and other minority groups, including the poor, has been great disparity in deaths. 33% of hospitalizations patient were African American compared to 18% in other communities. Health differences between racial and ethnic groups are often due to economic and social conditions that are more common among some racial and ethnic minorities than whites. Existing health disparities with poor underlying health and barriers to getting health care they need, such as A, not having health insurance, B, inadequate access to medical treatment facilities available in our community, C, no trained or experienced medical physician accepting Medicaid or Medi-Cal. San Joaquin County is planning on closing 2 medical clinics, Hazelton and Manteca clinics. These closures will have a negative impact on both Black and brown members and other minority groups, including the poor again, which has existing health conditions. A total of 1,818 or more patients are treated at these clinics. If these clinics shut down, they will have to be moved to other clinics. Cannot remain silent. The well-being of our community depends on us to speaking up. Can I count on you to vote no to stop the county from closing 2 of our health clinics? An anonymous writer writes, I respectfully request that you address youth sports in the county's reopening plan. Guidance has been provided for other businesses and organizations on how to safely reopen, but youth sports continue to be ignored. It is imperative that youth sports are not grouped in with the reopening guidelines from the governor's office for professional sports, as they are not the same. Fewer people attend a weekend baseball, softball tournament than the amount of people that frequent a Walmart on any given day. Youth leagues are in no way the same as a 60,000-seat stadium. It continues to baffle me that all of these businesses that have high occupant loads, including the soon-to-be-allowed places of worship, are allowed to reopen or remain open this entire time, but youth sports continue to be ignored. The same guidelines that are developed for other industries can and already have been developed for youth sports. If I can take my kids to a highly populated church, then go to a department store with over 500 people, and then go out to a shopping mall with even more people, there's no logical reason why 12 to 15 of them can't get together on an outdoor field for exercise. I respectfully ask that you address this topic so the youth of the state and our county can get back to being active and healthy through organized sport activity. Thank you. And next, the Honorable Representative Jerry McNerney writes, I am writing regarding the recent decision made in the allocation of the CARES Act funding. Funding may only be used to cover those costs which are necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved by the county as of March 27, 2020, and were incurred between March 1, 2020 and December 30, 2020. San Joaquin County has awarded approximately $133 million in federal CARES Act funding, and while I appreciate the board's efforts to use the funds accordingly, several constituents that we share have raised concerns about the disbursement plan the board has adopted. These concerns fall into 3 major categories: the concentration of the great majority of the funds in county departments while ignoring other jurisdictions within the county, the use of geographical allocation by supervisorial district rather than degree of need or public benefit for the remaining funds, and the lack of transparency in allocating these same funds to supervisorial districts to be dispersed at the discretion of each individual supervisor. The decision to award each supervisorial district $3 million to be dispersed to public or private entities at the discretion of each individual supervisor is an approach that appears prone to use for political patronage rather than the public COVID-19 relief that Congress intended. In order to maintain public confidence, the board should remove the decision from individual supervisors and instead place these decisions in the hands of the whole board with criteria for disbursement. Additionally, I encourage the board to reconsider the allocation of funding included in its plan and give weight to public input from constituents and from officials of government jurisdictions within the county. I further recommend that the board allocate the money to where it is most needed and will yield the greatest public benefit and develop a plan to provide the greatest transparency and distribution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Carol and Sarah Cohen of Supervisorial District 2 write, I have been observing with increasing concern the rising COVID-19 cases in our county. I would like to encourage our county to use the CARE Act funds to increase contact tracers, distribute more PPE in the community, and require a mask enforcement order. Without taking these necessary steps to stop the spread of COVID-19, our community stands to lose all our progress in moving forward, opening our economy. We need more community outreach in educating the public as to how their behaviors in maintaining social distance and mask wearing help keep our infection rates low and keep us all safer. Ava Simpson writes, San Joaquin County needs to take strong steps to make our community safer from COVID-19 to help achieve a return to normalization. One of the ways we can work to slow down the spread is to do a better job of contact tracing. I understand there is an appeal by San Joaquin County Public Health to recruit volunteers to do this work. I feel this would be a huge mistake. I looked at the training guidelines on the CDC website. Contact tracing is technical work, and there are huge privacy issues. It should not be left to volunteers. Hire qualified people. Train them well. Let's be smart about slowing down this spread so we don't have to return to sheltering in place. Our county was given CARES Act money. The Board of Supervisors needs to use it the way it was intended. Jeremy Terhune writes, I live in District 1 and I am extremely alarmed that our county has now been allowed on the governor's watch list. COVID-19 case numbers are spiking, and worse yet, according to county data, the Latino community and my district appear to be disproportionately bearing the brunt of new cases. Our pleas to the Board of Supervisors to leverage COVID-19 CARES Act dollars seem to have been drowned out by special interest. We need these funds to spend on contact tracing, wide-scale distribution of PPE, and enforcement of good business practices. We are all trying to help our most vulnerable weather this crisis, and as our leaders, we need you to do your part. Open slowly and safely now, so we can move quickly to reopen our economy later instead of sliding backwards. An anonymous email writes, we are now the governor's watch list for possible reclosure. Why? Because San Joaquin County has failed to facilitate proper contact tracing with paid staff, community and business outreach and enforcement, a full public education campaign, a wide distribution of free PPE, and a mask order. Do the right thing and use the COVID CARES Act money to facilitate the proper public health plan that we continue to ask for week after week after week. If we have to close again, the impacts on the economy will be disastrous. We need a real workable plan and investment in the health of the community now. Marival Barajas writes, we understand the urgency to reopen our county. However, it has to be done consistent with governor's orders and phases. The county needs to mandate wearing masks. Most people I encounter are not taking precautionary measures to protect themselves and others. CARE Act funding needs to be used to hire business educators, contact tracers, and for a wide distribution of PPE along with a mask enforcement order. Thank you for your time and consideration. A concerned citizen in Lodi writes, I am very concerned that the daily COVID numbers have been made less accessible to the public. Health dashboard as our numbers reach the highest they have ever been, with 67 cases on June 5th, 20 more cases than our previous highest day of 45. The county is not doing its job informing people of the risks of reopening and going back to work, but instead pushing to reopen more and more, without doing the testing and tracing work to ensure it is done safely. This reckless reopening is encouraging people to relax personal health safety measures and continue the spread. What will the county do about the rapid rise in cases in the upcoming weeks? It seems like the plan is to just ignore it so the local economy can, quote, recover, end quote, while more people get sick and die without public health and Board of Supervisors leadership doing anything about it. At the very least, the county public health dashboard needs to more clearly expose the weekly case rise. I would also like to see how our numbers line up with the governor's goals. Are we meeting them or not? There must be accountability if you intend to protect your citizens, as you have sworn to do. As it is, our numbers are too high for effective contact tracing. What will the county do to ensure we are prepared for the inevitable upswing in cases? Sitting on your hands is no longer acceptable. Dr. Lisa Jones writes, as a citizen of Stockton, I urge you to use COVID funds to support professional contact tracers, PPE, and widespread testing for those with and without symptoms. I have been appalled at how many people are allowed inside buildings without masks. How many cooks and grocery store workers don't wear them? Now the stats show that our rates are high. Epidemiologists have the evidence that from past epidemics, so we know we can't open up until we have widespread testing and the numbers are going down. And we need to tighten up again in the fall, too. Please hire business educators and enforce mask usage. Please don't ignore history and current experts. Alicia Valenzuela writes, stop sitting on the money. CARES Act funding must be used to hire business educators, contact tracers, and for a wide distribution of PPE along with a mask enforcement order. Domestic violence is on the rise, and I don't see an increased awareness of the need for more resources in education. A beautiful young woman, Than Truyen Nguyen, lost her life June 3rd. Community leaders are doing what they can, but we need a hotline and safe de-escalation space for victims and aggressors. Last thing at issue is the homeless do whatever they want without reprisal. Today, June 7th, I saw a refrigerator car in full-blown neighborhood underneath the bridge at Wilson and Mormon Slough. I was only there to take back a stolen ladder from my family's local business. Where do you think they got the raw materials to build? How do the thieves keep making money? Recycling businesses need to work with the community, not turn a blind eye to the arson cases seem to never end. And the following email was received by A. Hammond, R.R., A. Villanueva, Karen Gonzalez, and Richard Ornelas. And the emails read, I understand San Joaquin County is now on the governor's watch list because our COVID-19 numbers are rapidly increasing in several areas. It is imperative that the CARE Act funding be used to hire business educators, contact tracers, and for wide distribution of PPE along with the mask enforcement order. The health and safety of our community should be a top priority. An anonymous email was received that writes, the Sikh community is donating PPE supplies to our county health agencies. Where's the CARES money and why is it not being used? Katia Evanho from District 1 writes, it is extremely disturbing that I'm hearing talk of your board members hoarding millions of dollars belonging to all of the residents of San Joaquin County. This is not the time to put away for rainy day funds. We are in a full tsunami here. You, as servants and stewards of the people of San Joaquin County, have an obligation to your constituents to come clean and transparent with this money. We need a full and transparent accounting of these CARES dollars immediately. This includes the $3 million which you each have for your individual districts. Start now with full disclosure of these funds. Beth Brampton of Stockton, California, writes, I encourage the Board of Supervisors to take extra care of county during this tricky and uncertain time of epidemic. A mask order, wide distribution of PPE using COVID-19 CARES Act dollars, and enforcement of good business practices through hiring of public health educators to make site visits are all essential steps. Amy Portobello Nelson, a Stockton resident, writes, I am writing to ask the Board of Supervisors to make a commitment to help our county dismantle institutionalized racism in the policies, procedures, programs, and investments within the San Joaquin County system. That means more than public statements of solidarity. Our community needs to see the elected leaders standing on the right side of history on this. At the very minimum, make a commitment to work with the Sheriff's Department and local city police departments to implement, quote, 8 can't wait, end quote, policies as a baseline to work toward full anti-racist reform. Beyond that, it is incredibly important that you are listening to your community around this issue. Commit to creating committees of community oversight and accountability to review policies and past impacts. Review how communication and allocation practices have made it unfair and inaccessible for many organizations led by people of color to access funding. Talk with local community leaders of color in public forums, specifically those advocating for social justice and economic reforms for communities that have experienced disinvestment and the economic repercussions of redlining. This will take time, but it is essential. In the short term, ensure that CARES funding is specifically invested in alleviating the COVID-19 impact of communities of color who historically receive less loans, have less generational wealth, and own less property. And I have an anonymous email that reads, our counties continue to record significant case increases each day. We don't have a curve, we have a continually risking peak. It is essential that you respond to this reality by using CARE relief funds to educate businesses and provide regulations to ensure all wear masks when out of their homes and for contact tracers. And Madam Chair, this concludes the comments that I've received.
Thank you. Okay, that's all we have for today for public comment. We have no minutes for approval today, so we're going to move on to appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair, do you have some recommendations?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have 2 to submit. We have the following recommendations. Appoint 2 positions to the Retirement Board. 1 5th member position, number 5502, Michael Restucia, incumbent. 1 9th member position, number 5504, Raymond W. McCrae, incumbent. That is all I have, and I make that as a motion to approve these recommendations.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that is approved 5-0. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to consent agenda, items 1 through 45. Are there any items that any member of the board needs to pull?
Item number 45.
Numbers 4, 30, and 32, please.
Supervisor Elliott?
No more.
Thank you. Okay, then let's take up these few items that have been pulled for some additional questions or introductions. Supervisor Patty, item number 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to review our HR director might be here.
Yes, she is.
If you can come down, please. So, question I have for you. This is eliminating positions that are seem to be certain exempt positions are presently non-existent or obsolete. And just want to kind of go through, how did that process come about to select the departments and the elimination of certain positions?
To answer your question, I may need to defer to County Council as well. This process started several months ago. So embedded in civil service and our county code is a very detailed list of all department heads, all exempt positions that have changed over time. So one of the easiest ones that I can highlight for you is that there used to be a director of labor relations, and that was eliminated, I believe, during the last economic decline, and those services moved into human resources. So these are the type of cleanup items that were included in this item, which was originally before the board a few weeks ago, and then this is the adopting the final ordinance for that.
Did you inherit this list? I know you're new to the HR as director. Did you inherit this list, or is this an active list that you worked on as well?
County Council and Human Resources collectively worked on this list to update it, to bring it to current positions that we have in our allocation.
Got it. And the follow-up question I have, and the reason why is a couple of people have reached out to me, were the directors of those departments consulted before those positions were eliminated?
The directors, my understanding is the positions were previously eliminated, so there should not have been a director incumbent. I know there were some questions about the clerk of the board because it had been moved from executive to senior level management resolution area, but I did not have an understanding that there was an incumbent in anything that was eliminated or removed completely from the ordinance.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't necessarily apply for an incumbent, but let's say there's a vacant position and HR has decided to eliminate it. Was the director of that department consulted before that position was permanently eliminated? Because that might be a valuable position, or it might be something that the director confirms, absolutely, we no longer need that position. I'm just curious, as we get to that decision process and pare down what, and the CIO, I believe, could correct me, but I know we have a very large portion of our budget goes to employees, perhaps one of the largest in the state. So it's an issue of discussion, of course, and concern. I'm just, from directors I've heard from, they felt that some of these positions were eliminated without them even being consulted.
I would need to confirm that for you. I will share that my understanding is that the positions had actually already been deleted, and all we were doing was cleaning up the ordinance code. So there was not a position in the allocation at the time that we cleaned up this ordinance. I'd need to confirm with County Council and with HR to make sure but that's my understanding.
Okay, give me a little follow-up, that'd be appreciated.
Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Patty, that was my understanding also, that these positions no longer existed within the departmental budgets. But let us follow up, and we'll confirm that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
That's all for that one. Thank you.
Yes, I had a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, my question had to do with the veteran service officer being on the list there for removal. And my question is that because the name of the position was changed? Because I know we still have a veteran services officer. It's commonly called that, and we certainly need that position.
I'll confirm for you, Supervisor Elliott, but my understanding is that that was another position that was a standalone department head at one point in time and had moved into a different resolution. So that is the change in the ordinance.
Okay, so the position isn't gone, it's just been redesignated and moved. Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Okay, item number 30, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to discuss with our department head, assuming that they're here. Do we have anybody from
probation?
From probation? Doesn't look like it.
Madam Chair, I don't believe so.
No? Okay, then I'll reach out to their office. I had a question on, I guess, my next two questions that were both for probation department. One, of course, there's a drug treatment program, and it looks like they have some 11 clients, and I was just curious if we can expand that. It's a realignment totaling $240,000 for fiscal year of 2020 and 2021. So I was kind of curious. I had questions. I'll reach out to them independently. And then, Madam Chair, if you want, I'll just go ahead and state the same on number 32.
You got it.
Yep. So this is also a vocational training program, and I'd like to reach out and maybe get some information from them on, again, how many clients they'll be servicing and giving job skills and employment opportunities once those clients have gone through the program. I wanted to see, get a little information on that, and maybe they could share some good news on those programs. So I'll follow up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I could, I just want to point out that the probation officer did ask about attending the meetings, and we had advised him that it was not necessary at this time and that he could watch it live stream online. So I believe that he is watching, but we did advise that it was not necessary at this time to attend yet.
Great. And so since we're still not having 100% participation because of social distancing, let's all of us as board members, if we have questions on items, maybe just send an email to that department head to let them know what your questions might be so that they know to attend, and that'll help us because clearly they just weren't aware. So.
And then lastly, I believe Mr. Jackson may be trying to call in telephonically and may be able to address this question shortly.
Okay. If he calls in, just let us know.
Okay.
Thank you. Item number 45, Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Balaji.
All right, now you can see me. Good morning.
Good morning. I wonder if you can tell me about advanced metering and how it benefits the county.
Oh, the AMI, we call it fondly, the Advanced Metering Infrastructure. This is a technological advancement in the way we do businesses to bring in efficiency in the operation. So shortly put, you folks know, supervisors, that we took on the challenge to bring a financial stability to all our districts, right? So we're almost there. So, I don't want to make sure Mr. Buckman doesn't feel bored. So we challenge them to come up with ways to, find more economy to squeeze the juice out of whatever is left in there. So they came up with this idea. So in this particular district, we're going to be using this as a pilot, and we're going to take it out throughout county-wide. In this particular district, which is in District 4, the existing meters were reaching the age of replacement. So while they were evaluating that replacement, systems, they found out that if we went to this advanced metering infrastructure, which enables them to remotely read the meters rather than sending someone, it takes I was just doing a waste check. It takes almost 30 minutes for someone to go from Stockton all the way, to go get that meter read in the San Joaquin Waterworks district. So you can just read those meters remotely. So there is an efficiency in labor costs, basically, to save the travel time. And not only that, the beauty of this system is that say, the customers call, they say there's a pipe that burst, right? They need to stop. So they don't need to wait till someone drives 30 minutes, the water going all over the place and wasting the water and stuff. I know, Mr. Buckman would say we're recharging, it's never waste, but, the customers are paying for that water. So this system will enable shut off remotely from here. The beauty of the system is it monitors the pressure in the system. So if there is something wrong, before even the customer calls us, the system alerts us there is something wrong with the system, so we can shut off the water remotely. The beauty of this is, most often I'm looking at Supervisor Wynn because we hear this very often, I don't use that much water. That's what the customers tell us. This system comes with a software with a dashboard where people can actually see, just kind of live, so to speak, live, right? There is a little bit of a lag, but they can see their water consumption through the month. So it's not a surprise to them how much water actually they are using, so that when it is metered and billed, they know that's the amount of water that they use. So, it is a good news, actually. So, no good deed goes unpunished, as they say. So I asked Fritz that what took you so long to get this thing done, right? Why wouldn't we do it? Of course, I know that he has a great staff of total of 3 people working on these kinds of stuff countywide. But he did have the answer. He shot back, as smart as he is, that, hey, you just bought your Tesla. If something comes up higher, would you go and replace that right away? Wouldn't you not wait till you get the money's worth? Well, that's what happened here. We depreciated the cost of the investment that we had in the existing meters, so that now it's time to replace, and we're actually upgrading to a system that's going to bring us more efficiency. Well, then the next question I had to ask him was, okay, now we got all this efficiency. What are you going to do with the staff that, all the time that you're going to be saving, right? Hate me for that. So, the thing that we're going to do is, as again, I look at Supervisor Wynn, because, we are in this battle together for a long time. We have aging infrastructure. We have a lot of deferred maintenance on those infrastructures. As Supervisor Miller knows that, downtown, Lincoln Village, Lincoln Center pipes are 80 years old. So we're deferring maintenance on those things because we don't have the ability to go and pull the pipes out and replace them. So we have a permaliner that we bought. So we will be increasing the number of miles of pipes that we're going to be lining them as a preventive maintenance. Now this would enable us to do that. So all in all, I tell you that using this technology, advanced meter infrastructure, we will be able to save customers a lot of money. We're spending about, instead of replacing the current meter by replacing it with this advanced meter infrastructure, we're actually spending $100,000 more, right? But that cost will be recovered within 6 years because we're saving roughly $15,000 a year. Our estimate in just the labor cost alone, basically. So we will break even in 6 years, and then after that, it's free. But here is another kicker to that. We're going to be looking, it comes with a software license that, could cover all our customers that we serve with water, metered water within the county. So that software license, as more and more systems we get added into this, it gets averaged out. So the cost will even go down further. And as Supervisor Wynn also knows that we're working with our federal advocates to get a WaterSmart grant for Sunnyside Estates to get them onto this smart metering. So as we add more systems to it, the cost is going to even go down, and the customers will see the benefit of the scale of economy in this thing. Fritz, anything else? I'm sorry that put you guys through this ordeal, but good job on it. Anything else you would like to add?
Thanks. Well, as you indicated, the payback is in about 6 years, but that doesn't even take into account likely savings due to water usage reduction, because our experience is that as we increase customers' awareness of their usage, it tends to drop. And so we'll probably realize additional savings due to that factor.
Yeah. And of course, right, as always, we will give Jana Roots and Chang and, Ben Guzman, our, utility superintendent, a fat Christmas bonus for this.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you. Any other questions from supervisors? Supervisor Wynn?
Just a quick comment. I live in City Ripon. We have had that for years. It is beneficial from the standpoint of monitoring the water usage, and as you said, if there's any leaks that occur, the city is aware of it to handle it quickly. So I think certainly this is another step towards overall reducing the costs to our users, and more importantly, more efficient use and better monitoring of what's happening out there. So I think it's long overdue. I think as many of those as we can install, the better off our residents are in regards to their water usage and certainly their fees that they are paid on.
And then, Supervisor Wong, I may add one thing that Fritz shared with me this morning. The $100,000, like this extra that it costs, he mentioned that that's about the amount of match we would need for the federal grant that if we get that grant. I mean, that's great, actually, right? You know, all we're doing is we're getting a grant to replace the existing infrastructure. The upgrade is what we pay in terms of a match. That's so beautiful. So TFG is on the hook right now for them to, you know, help us to get that Water Smart grant for the next district that we're going to go after.
Great. Thank you. I'd just like to comment as well. You know, so often in government, what you hear from folks is, well, it's only a $15,000 saving because we deal in such large numbers. It's, I think it's a very positive thing to know that we're actually paying attention to the smaller savings as well, that even though it takes a few years to recoup the cost with this grant, we're basically recouping it immediately for all intents and purposes. Right. And I think that's a really powerful message to send to our taxpayers, that $15,000 a year is $15,000 a year, and it's just as important to us as a county as it is to them as individuals to their family budgets. So thanks for keeping an eye on that and for making it very clear to the public that we do look for savings, even when they're small savings, because they do add up. So
right on, Supervisor Miller, like, because we have hundreds of special districts, so you multiply them by the number of districts, it quickly adds up.
It does. So thank you very much. Anything else from any supervisors? Clerk?
Madam Chair, I believe that Chief Probation Officer Steve Jackson is now available. Mr. Jackson, can you hear me in board chambers?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Supervisor Patty, would you like to ask your questions in regards to items number 30 and 32?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chief. I have a question for you regarding item number 30. It's approval of agreement to provide substance abuse treatment services by New Directions to the clients of the Superior Court Collaborative Court Programs funded by Public Safety Realignment, totaling $240,000 for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. I was looking at the number of clients. It has 11, monitoring court, and post-release court 35. So that's a total of 46. Is that correct?
Supervisor Patty, I was hoping to have Jennifer Fowler on the phone from the courts. She has some updated numbers and was prepared to speak on that.
Is Ms. Bauer on the phone with us? She may not be. So I think the big question I have for you is the $240,000 realignment. Is that sufficient, and does that meet the needs that you guys might have through the collaborative courts? As I know, it's a widely successful program, and I'm just curious. I would imagine there may be more people throughout the county, maybe not through collaborative court, that may need some programming. So I was wondering if that $240,000, that's $240,000 that's allocated, if that's sufficient to meet the need.
Yes, Supervisor Patty, for that program, that is sufficient.
All right. Is there any other population through your department that also goes to any type of programs like this that would be available?
Those are all referred by the courts. We would also include felony probationers and with the AB 109 population. So yes, the other clients we serve would have an opportunity to receive the same services.
Excellent. That's great news. And do we have a number on those? And again, my big question was, is the realignment amount of $240,000 adequate for all of the needs that you guys have in a variety of the population?
Supervisor Patty, yes, at this point, it's sufficient. I can get outcomes and numbers for you going forward. I don't see an area where that would be insufficient.
Okay, great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And Madam Chair, I'll just segue right into item number 32, this vocational training program. Chief, is this a new program that you're enhancing, expanding upon, or is it the same population that we've used previously?
Yes, Supervisor Patty, this is an existing program that we've had a contract with for multiple years.
And what I am unable to find at this point is, what's the number of students that you have or adults going through this program for the construction training?
So this one allows for up to 40 students, our clients, depending on the room capacity. They are limited right now due to the COVID-19, so that's where we're at with this contract.
Okay, so we have up to 40 with some modifications at the moment, but it's
yes.
And is that program adequately populated, or is it something you'd like to expand upon, or give me a little breakdown on how that program's working so far?
I would say at this point it's adequate. I think any time that we can take advantage of a trade opportunity or an opportunity to provide all of our clients, our felony clients and AB 109 clients, with an opportunity to learn a skill and enter the workforce, we're going to take a look at that. So if there's opportunities to provide more, certainly we'll take a look at that.
Excellent. And one last question. I know that in the past I'd had some conversation with Chief James if there was, since you did have a very robust and a well-defined job training program, is there opportunity for anybody outside of the AB 109 or anybody that's gone through probation? Could we, in the county, bring some other clients on board to do some training if you're not at full capacity?
Yeah, like I mentioned, we have the capacity with this funding source, realignment, to utilize it for our felony probationers, clients, and 109 offenders. Outside of that, I couldn't answer us using our own funding for those that aren't clients of ours.
Okay, copy that. But would there be anything that would prevent another department to maybe even pay for their clients to go through a program if there was room and space available?
No, they would just have to establish a contract or service agreement with the Northern California construction training.
And would that contract be separate from an agreement with you?
Yes, if it was their individual clients, it would be with them.
Okay, but we could commingle the population, you believe?
Yeah, I don't see a reason, not to commingle the population. It's essentially a vocational trade learning environment. So I wouldn't see a need that you couldn't. It's not a custodial program. These are all clients who are in the community and a part of a trade program.
Excellent. So lastly then, would you perhaps send me a contact information so I could follow up, or if you followed up with them and found out what it would cost for a client from whatever other source, could come from WorkNet, could come from, any of us supervisors might know some people that are trying to get jobs and get trained in the construction trade. So if we could find out what that cost might be, we might be able to steer them toward the program. Something you could do, or I would not mind doing it myself if you gave me the contact information.
Supervisor Patty, I'll take care of that for you and send you all the information you need with cost and how to do that.
Excellent. I truly appreciate your time and your attention on this, and thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Board.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor Patty.
Good morning.
Oh, good. You can hear me. It's Jennifer Fowler.
Good morning, Ms. Fowler. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
We're all good. Thanks for calling in. Did you have some additional information to share?
I just wanted to make sure your questions were answered. I think they were all answered, but if you had any additional questions, yes, I would like to answer those for you.
Well, if I have anything, I'll follow up with you at your office, and there's something else may pop into mind. But I love the idea, of course, what Collaborative Court is doing, and also I know we're all advocates for vocational training, as we need a new workforce to replace many retired individuals. So if there's any follow-up, I'll reach out to you. Thank you for calling in.
Very good. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, that was our last item to be pulled. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve consent items 1 through 45.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent item calendar.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0. All right. I am going to adjourn the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we actually I'm going to recess it, and we are going to reconvene, and we'll be acting as the governing board of the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. We are now reconvening, and we have one item on consent for IHSS to set a public hearing date of June 24th to adopt the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority fiscal year 2020 through 2021 budget and approve the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority interagency agreement. So we're just looking to set the date on that. So I'm looking for a motion and a second on that consent item.
I'll make a motion to set that date as proposed.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved 5-0. Thank you. All right, we are reconvening as the Board of Supervisors. And next up is our first scheduled public hearing. To conduct a public hearing to establish Proposition 4 appropriation limits for the county and special districts for 2020 through 2021. And welcome this morning our Auditor Controller, Mr. Jay Wilverding. Good morning.
I'd like to make my annual brief review of the county's Proposition 4 spending limit for the fiscal year 2020 and 21. Proposition 4, otherwise known as the GAN limit, was passed on November 6, 1978. Prop 4 amended the California Constitution to limit the growth and appropriations made by state and local governments. This limit in the rate of growth is calculated as the percentage change in the cost of living times the percentage change in the population. Please note that while these changes can go up or down, that historically they've increased due to economic and population growth, both within the state and within our county. For 2020-21, the cost of living increase is 3.7%. and the population increase is 1.1% for a combined limit increase or growth factor of 4.8%. Please note that our county uses the change in California per capita income as its cost of living increase as opposed to the non-residential new construction change percent. And this is because the commercial and industrial data is not economically feasible to maintain and retrieve by our assessor's office. The purpose of the Prop 4 limits is that it requires state and local governments to return any funds to taxpayers in excess of the amount appropriated for any given year. My office has calculated the county appropriation limits for 2020-21 at $682,538,150. This represents the maximum appropriation for the county which can be financed through proceeds of taxes. And please note that the term proceeds of taxes includes revenue from property taxes, franchises, homeowners, Williamson Act subventions, and related interest income. It does not include sales and use taxes, licenses, permits, grants, or any enterprise income. The 2020-21 final budget proceeds of tax allocation is anticipated to be $291,757,410, which will be well below our Prop 4 limit. I'd also like to point out some nuances regarding the calculated amounts that I just noted. As you'll see in the staff report, the tax proceeds amount has been right about at 42% of the Prop 4 limit amount for the past several years, and this year it will be at 43% for the coming year. This difference is accumulated over time since Prop 4's passage in 1979, and it results from different drivers between the Prop 13 tax revenue limitation and the Prop 4 appropriation limits. The two are similar, yet they happen concurrently, but they're actually different. The Proposition 13 tax revenue, as many of us know, is limited to a 2% growth rate unless property parcels experience ownership changes or new construction, and in that case, they'll be reappraised at their current market value. However, Prop 4 appropriations are calculated using a cost of living rate along with a population growth factor, as I just noted earlier. And in an environment where there's a high cost of living and or large population growth, the factor will jump significantly. Yet the actual tax revenue growth is limited by the 2% factor unless there's substantial purchase and sale of properties or new construction. This will create a divergence in the two amounts, and they will accumulate year after year. I've been asked in the past if there's anything we can or should do about this variation. I'm not aware of any law or statute which would allow me or require me or my office to adjust this difference. This is a normal condition which exists as a result of the process. And although our county is well below the spending limit, my office is still required by law to calculate and apply the changes in the spending limit annually. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation, take any questions from the board, and then request we open the public hearing for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing. And I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public present who wishes to address the board, or the clerk if there's any member of the public who has submitted comments for the board on this item.
Madam Chair, we have not received any written comments regarding this item, and there is no one in the lobby or downstairs.
Okay, thank you. Then we are going to close the public hearing. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any final comments. Supervisor Elliott, I'm waiting for you to ask your question about if this is everything's absolutely necessary and proper in regards to any fees, or we're all waiting for you.
Oh, that'll come later.
Hey, then.
I don't think there's any fee in particular associated.
I appreciate.
So I would move that we adopt the resolution establishing the Proposition 4 2020-2021 appropriation limits as briefed by the Auditor Controller.
Excellent. Do we have a second?
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. And that motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up is our second public hearing for approval of the fiscal year 2020 21, county fee revisions for the Agricultural Commissioner, Healthcare Services Agency, San Joaquin General Hospital, the Sheriff's Office, and the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. And I believe that's going to be presented today by Management Analyst Connie Hart. Hart, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Connie Hart with the County Administrator's Office. This morning, your board will be asked to conduct a public hearing to consider various fee revisions. The purpose of the public hearing is to hear presentations from the departments and take public comment regarding the proposed fee revisions. The state has distinguished between general public services and special public services. Examples of general public services would be jail, welfare, and certain health programs. General public services are funded from general revenues, such as property and sales taxes, and are distinguished from special public services by who benefits, either the general public or other parties, such as private individuals, businesses, or other governmental entities. Examples of special or user beneficial public services would be those related to property development, conducting a business, animal ownership, or individual health care costs, such as those provided by public health or behavioral health. Special public services are funded by special revenues, such as user fees, license fees, and penalty assessments. These fees are designated to cover costs associated with providing user-initiated activities. The amount of the fee is intended to maintain service levels expected by the service recipients without shifting the cost to the general taxpayer. If fees are not adequate to recover the cost of providing the service, then that service is subsidized by the general fund. In conformance with California Constitution Article 8C, Section 1, the fee amounts are no more than is necessary to cover the reasonable costs of the activity, and the manner in which the costs are allocated bear a reasonable relationship to the benefits received from the activity. 5 departments are recommending revisions to certain fees, primarily due to increased operating costs associated with delivery of the specific services. The Agricultural Commissioner is requesting a decrease in hourly rates for weights and measurements and inspection services. San Joaquin General Hospital is requesting overall increases in room rates and ancillary fees by an average of 4.2%. The Sheriff's Office is requesting the addition of 1 new fee and increases in booking and jail access fees. Additionally, the airport is requesting increases in some fees and several new fees. Notices of the public hearing were published in the local newspaper on May 6th and June 2nd. Copies of the departmental board letters have been made available for public view at the office of the clerk of the board. Fee revisions totaling $8 million are proposed by the Agricultural Commissioner, Healthcare Services Agency, San Joaquin General Hospital, the Sheriff's Office, and the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. The County Administrator is recommending that the requested fee revisions totaling $8 million in increased revenue be approved by your board. Chair Miller, this concludes my presentation, and the 5 department heads or their representatives are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Supervisor Wynn.
I have a question to the Agricultural Commissioner. Morning, Mr. Pelican.
Morning.
I appreciate certainly the need to increase fees based upon the costs of doing business for various entities that you serve. And I also appreciate that you reduce some costs in the weights and measures, which is always helpful. But as I go through the different rates and fees, et cetera, I did notice that There are fees that cover industrial hemp, which is fine. I understand that. But I guess my question is, I don't see any fees that cover cannabis activities. I'm sure there's probably some exemption for that. I'm just curious as to why we charge all these fees to all these different type of agricultural businesses, and yet we don't charge anything for cannabis. Is it covered by some other regulation or rule?
Supervisor Wynn, through the board, any of our activities for our department regarding cannabis are covered by either device fees that we get through weights and measures, or if it's pesticide use enforcement, we do get mill fees from the Department of Pesticide Regulations that cover those costs, as well as they do provide us with the ability to bill directly to the state.
Okay, so it's covered in some other areas, what you're saying?
Correct.
Because I saw the seed certifications, things like that, which obviously, farmers do provide seeds, and I know the Agriculture Commission is very concerned about where they come from, et cetera. So I'm just curious as to where we find any kind of costs that a cannabis grower or operation would pay, as opposed to all the other agricultural business owners. Okay, thank you.
My screen is not telling me who is waiting to speak. Is it you, Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
Please, go forward.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd just like to say I appreciate the fact that you are actually reducing fees in some areas, because I think it's important not only to look at the amount of increases and make sure that they don't exceed the actual cost to provide the services, but that we actually reduce fees if we find that they are greater than what it costs. So just appreciate that aspect there. One question for the sheriff as well. And
good morning.
Good morning. And I'm noticing here in the overall staff report here, it shows that the changes in reimbursement would be reducing by $12,000. But in the actual individual staff report, all of the changes appear to be increases, and I was just curious as to why that was.
Yeah, it's based on the actual number of bookings and the number how it's trended over the last 3 years of the number of overall bookings is why there would be a reduction in the overall income as opposed to an increase in the fee.
Okay. Thank you. That was the only question. And then I'd just like to ask the overall presenter, I guess, are you able to speak for everyone to answer the question I always ask about, are these limited to the amount that is required to provide the services for which they are being charged?
Yes, I believe so, sir.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes. I can answer the question, and the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to open the public hearing now. And I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public wishing to address the board on these items, and ask the clerk.
Madam Chair, we have not received any written comments regarding this item.
Okay, thank you. And I am not seeing anyone here present wishing to address the board, so I am going to close the public hearing and ask board members if there are any final comments. Then I am asking for a motion and a second on this item.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item is approved 5-0. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just have one further question on that, just an overall question. And My question is, who's going to ask that question after I'm gone next year? Thank you.
All right. Next up, we're going to go into our discussion item on and budget presentation. I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess so that everybody has a chance to stretch a little bit, and then we will be back here at 10 till, and we are going to begin our budget presentation. Thank you. Good morning. We are back in session, and we are here for presentation of the proposed San Joaquin County 2020 through 21 proposed budget of $1.9 billion and special districts budgets of $39.1 million, and to set June 23rd at 9 a.m. as the time to begin the final budget hearing on the adoption of the final county and special districts budgets. So today, our CAO, if you have some opening comments and want to introduce your staff.
Definitely, Madam Chair, board members. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. The item before you today, and I want to make sure I introduce our Assistant County Administrator, Mr. Becker, Jerry Becker, and our Chief Deputy County Administrator, Sandy Regalo. And then we will also have Adam Cheshire from our office also to come up to present when we start discussing our the funding and what has been accomplished in regards to homelessness. So, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. It is a pleasure to be here today, a real pleasure. The item before you is the 2021 proposed county budget. We will be presenting some of the highlights, major challenges, and unknowns, a multi-year forecast that is our best estimate that'll take us through 2024-25, and some best practices to maintain a fiscally sustainable budget going forward. A more detailed presentation, along with discussions, will take place during the final budget hearing, and that's also part of what we're asking this board to approve, setting those dates, which is recommended to begin on Tuesday, June 23rd at 9 a.m. At the conclusion of this morning's presentation, the board will be asked to approve the proposed budget and set the date and time of the final budget hearing. It should be noted that your approval of the proposed budget does not constitute final approval of any proposals prior to the final budget hearing that'll start on June 23rd at 9 a.m. However, it does provide the document that will be presented to this board and the public for the final budget hearing. The proposed budget is now available for the public's review, and the entire document was posted on the county's website this morning. I wanted to acknowledge and thank the excellent CAO budget team and all the department heads for their leadership, cooperation, flexibility, and responsiveness to the pandemic and the tenaciousness in delivering a structurally balanced budget. I can't help but thank them over and over again. When we put the quote on the front page of the budget message, I thought about our leadership, our CAO budget team, this board, and I'd like to state it. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. That's a quote from Winston Churchill. I thank this board. I thank the department heads. I thank the CAO budget team, because I know folks were working to massive extremes, our staff, and we were still able to come before you today on time to prepare a proposed budget. So I thank this board for your patience with us, and I thank the leadership of this organization and the CAO team. No one could have predicted the devastation that the country would be facing caused by COVID-19. Our county is facing these challenges with the determination, the wisdom, and the courage of this board and leadership of our department heads necessary to preserve the health and economic vitality for this community it serves. I am pleased to submit the 2021 proposed budget, which demonstrates San Joaquin County is well governed and has positioned itself with department head leadership that it will need to move swiftly through our unfortunate and anticipated state and federal budget reductions once they are known as a result of our COVID pandemic in the 2021 and future budgets, because we don't anticipate the reductions are only going to occur in the budget we're presenting today. The board's thoughtful stewardship of the county's resources has resulted in a strong government organization and a structurally balanced budget, and we are recommending some increases to reserves. And I can't state it enough. We are structurally balanced as we sit here today. We do not know what the state or the federal impacts will be, but you will hear about one of our departmental impacts that we will be presenting today. The 2021 proposed budget totals $1.91 billion, an increase of $60.5 million when compared to the 2019-2020 adjusted budget. Of the $1.9 billion, $309.7 million is funded from general purpose revenue, property tax, sales tax. The proposed budget funds 5% of the additional contribution towards the unfunded retirement liability, which this board knows is in the millions, which totals, and that 5% in our operating budget is $23.4 million with a net county cost of $8 million. The budget also adds $5 million to the reserve for contingencies for a total of $95.5 million in order to achieve this board's policy of 5% of total appropriations. An additional $7.3 million for the unfunded pension liability reserve will bring that reserve to a total of approximately $40.4 million. And $11.3 million is recommended to be added to the approved labor reserve for a total general fund contribution of $16.3 million. That was that new reserve that was established last year in anticipation, this board's forethought, and anticipation if there was a downturn, and also to meet those labor agreements that have already been taken action on and approved by this board. The general fund year-end available fund balance is less than we originally anticipated. Pre-COVID, we were up in the mid 30 millions. We are projecting at 25.9 million. So not only were our departments putting together their proposed budget submissions, but they were also fine-tuning their year-end projections. These funds are not considered an ongoing funding stream and should not be relied upon to provide a structurally balanced budget. And we did not include that to balance the general fund budget we have before you today. However, as you know, the county will be facing severe economic impacts due to the pandemic. Compared to the January forecast, due to COVID, the state general fund revenues are projected to decline by $41 billion. The combined increase in cost for health and human services programs, cost to address the pandemic, leads to a projected state budget deficit of $54.3 billion, which, as we all know, our county is very much dependent upon the revenues that are passed through to us locally from the state of California. The governor's May revise includes new projections: 27.2% reduction in sales tax revenue, a 15.6% decrease in consumer spending, 18.8% unemployment rate in California as of the end of April, and I believe we heard it mid-May. We're here locally at about 18+% for unemployment. 21% drop in housing permits, 23% decrease in the corporate tax at the state level, along with an anticipated 25% drop in personal income tax. And a number of those projections have not materialized yet because a number of those deadlines to submit those tax payments were delayed after the required date to adopt the state budget. While the 2021 proposed budget is structurally balanced, it is essential that the county continue to focus on fiscal sustainability. Because of the economic downturn as a result of our pandemic, the county is facing many major challenges and unknowns in our 2021 and future budgets. The loss of realignment funding. This board already took action on a few consent items in regards to probation that deals with realignment. Due to COVID, sales and use tax revenue is expected to sharply decline and reduce realignment and Prop 172 revenue. The proposed budget includes $96.6 million in 1991 and 2011 realignment, which funds social services, mental health, health, and our public safety programs. The proposed budget also includes $67.3 million in Prop 172 funds for qualified public safety budgets. In the Sheriff's Department, our detention facilities utilize Prop 172. Our district attorney, our public defender, and our substance abuse related programs that are provided through our Healthcare Services Department. Any loss in realignment or Prop 172 revenue could have serious implications for social services, mental health, and our public safety programs. A number of our public safety programs are funded by our county general fund. Our hospital is projecting, unfortunately, another loss. It's estimated at $45 million, primarily due to projected decreases in net patient revenue. This will be the third year ending with an operating loss. This board has taken recent action to close 2 clinics. That was anticipation because we knew our clinics, unfortunately, were operating at a loss. Changes have been implemented. The clinic system's overall financial performance, if it does not significantly improve, along with hospital operations, we will bring back additional reductions to this board as part of our 2021 fiscal cycle. During the preparation of COVID, you know that our county hospital, along with our other hospitals, have played a pivotal role, but it has also drained them fiscally. Our own hospital experienced 25 and 30% declines in inpatient admissions and census. Activity was down 30 to 40% in our outpatient departments, which is our clinic system. During 2021, the hospital will continue to respond to COVID crisis, plans to gradually restore their pre-COVID inpatient activities, but will monitor and adjust where needed, including possible reductions in services and staffing, so a deficit does not occur once again as of June 30 of 2021. Our hospital has funded its last 3 years of deficits with cash that it has had on hand. This county has maintained its roughly $2.1 million county match MOE requirement to the hospital from the general fund. So it is severely required. I can't emphasize it enough. We will bring back before this board and continue to keep this board informed relative to the fiscal status of our hospital. Realignment of the Division of Juvenile Justice. The states may revise, proposes eliminating, often referred to as DJJ, and realigning the responsibility to county probation departments. The proposal calls for the Division of Juvenile Justice intake to cease starting January 1 of 2021 and begin closing state facilities upon the attrition of current wards. While the cost is currently unclear, the proposal does not specify that the state will direct a portion of the state's savings from closure to county probation departments. The proposal at this time is a pending loss to our county, and we also do not have facilities that can accommodate some of these juveniles that we would come back locally. So I know among our CAOs Association, we have a number of counties that have fairly new facilities that have also debt on some of those facilities that we would like a regional approach. Hopefully it saves both our local counties money, but it also saves the state from having to distribute more funds to the local level if there is a regional approach to solving our Division of Juvenile Justice impending expense. Department of Child Support Services. I shared with you that we were going to reflect any expenditures or shortfalls that we anticipated from both the state and federal government. Child Support Services is one of them. In 2019, as a result of the efforts of both our director, Ms. Cruz, and our assistant director, Ms. Riley, along with our state lobbyists, an additional $56 million was provided to 21 California counties that were considered underfunded when it came to child support services. The increase represented the first year of a 3-year phase-in implementation of a new funding methodology. The county's portion was $3.1 million, and it started in this current fiscal year, with an additional $3.1 expected for 2021 and 21-22. Unfortunately, here, as part of the May revise from the state of California, the proposal returns counties in San Joaquin County in particular, since we were one of those underfunded counties, to our 2018-2019 levels, not even to the current year, to the year prior. In order to reduce the impact to the 21 unfunded counties, the State Department of Child Support Services applied a reduction methodology. So the underfunded counties were the ones that received the additional money, but what the state did do, and it did assist us locally, they distributed that take back among all 58 counties. So we didn't have to take a $3 million hit. Our hit ended up only being for 2021, a little over $1 million. Unfortunately, our Department of Child Support Services, we will be recommending today as part of the proposed budget, an elimination of 15 positions, and this does impact 12 employees within their department. Although the legislature has until June 15th to approve the state budget, it is likely the state budget will be late, which will impact our county. Through the various CAO conference calls I participate in, I am hearing, and I've heard it now 2 weeks in a row, whenever any CAOs in the 58 counties are available, we jump on a Friday call at 8:30. We are hearing over and over again the discussions that the state includes expectations, since the state will be drawing down on their rainy day fund over a 3-year period to meet their $54.4, I believe, billion deficit. There's an expectations at the state level that they are going to expect counties to backfill at some level utilizing one-time money from our local county reserves. This board, along with the CAOs Association, because as we all know, we hear it from our local cities, but we do have a number of counties. We have a major pension issue here locally that and there are a few counties that do have county hospitals, which, as I mentioned already today, we have a $45 million deficit. This county in its history has backfilled the hospital back in the mid-2000s with general fund dollars. So if those reserves are used to backfill realignment revenues and various other state and federal dollars, they will not be available for other uses here locally, in particular for the hospital, if that ends up being the situation this board is faced with. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Ms. Regallo, Chief Deputy County Administrator, and she will take you through a greater level of detail in the proposed budget we are presenting to you today.
To continue, the 2021 proposed budget totals over $1.9 billion, representing an increase of $60.5 million or 3.3% from the 2019-20 adjusted budget. Approximately 83% or $1.6 billion of the county budget is funded by departmental revenues, which includes state and federal funds, charges for services, and grant funds. Another 16% is provided by general purpose revenue or local discretionary revenue. The remaining 1% of the budget is funded by fund balance. As illustrated in this pie chart, the mandated health services, human services, and law and justice, which are the orange, green, and blue slices, total $1.7 billion. These functions represent 86.7% of the county's budget. The charts on this slide show the county's spending plan by account rather than program area and the sources of funds. As indicated in the chart on the left, approximately $942 million or 49.3% of the county's budget is allocated for staffing. $546.1 million, or 28.6%, is allocated for services and supplies, and another $260.5 million, or 13.7%, shown under other charges, primarily represents federal and state funds for social services programs, including CalWORKS payments and housing rehabilitation programs. Expense reimbursements are reimbursements between county departments for services rendered. This amount totals $132.8 million, or 7%. The figure is shown as a negative because the reimbursements are an offset to expenditures, just as a revenue is an offset. The chart on the right is the revenue side of the equation. The county, as a subdivision of the state, assumes the major role of delivering state and federal mandated services, and 46% of the county's budget is financed by state and federal funds, shown in governmental aid totaling $874.4 million. As allowed by law, county departments attempt to recover their costs for providing special services such as medical and mental health services, refuse disposal, and development-related services through fees and service charges. This accounts for approximately 29% of the county's total funding sources under charges for services. The county's workforce is comprised of both full-time and part-time employees. There is a net increase of only 0.2 full-time equivalent positions proposed for 2020-2021. The 0.2 FTEs are comprised of the net reduction of 11.8 part-time positions and the net addition of 12 full-time allocations, which is comprised of 75 added positions and 63 deleted positions. As stated earlier, Child Support Services is recommending 15 positions to be deleted, with 12 employees potentially impacted. As of April 30th, 2020, there were 6,640 full-time positions, with 740 positions vacant, for a vacancy rate of 11.1%. This compares to 10.1% last year at this same time. The Public Improvement Program for 2020-21 includes a total spending plan of $18.2 million, which consists of $5.9 million in new projects and $12.3 million for existing facility projects. Projects are primarily funded by tobacco settlement allocations for capital-related facilities projects, transfers from departments with specific projects, and capital outlay fund balance. Major new or multi-year projects for 2020-21 include the Behavioral Health Services Adult Residential Treatment Modular Building, the County Detention Center, the Public Health Services Facility Replacement, the DA's office space, the Morgue Medical Examiner's office space, and the old courthouse demolition. Due to the uncertainty of the total impact caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, General Services may have to reevaluate timing on some construction and facilities projects. We also wanted to highlight some technology projects planned for 2020-21. They include the replacement of the CAD RMS for the Sheriff's Office, the replacement of the DA's case management system, and completing the implementation of the Juvenile Justice Information System. In 2017, the governor signed into law SB 384, which was effective in 2018 and established a new tier-based sex offender registry to take effect in January 2021. The Department of Justice was tasked with making a determination and then assigning all registered sex offenders to a tiered registration system to determine the length of time they are required to register. The new law allows convicted sex offenders who are now required to register their information and location for life to petition the court to be removed from the registry completely and reduce their registration requirement to 10 or 20 years and 5 or 10 years for juvenile sex offenders. This state mandate requires county resources but provide funding. Supplemental requests of 5 positions for the DA and 1 position for the public defender to address SB 384 are not recommended at this time. During 2019-20, The Sheriff's Office, Healthcare Services, the County Administrator's Office, and Human Resources have all been working on transitioning functions of the Office of the Medical Examiner from the Sheriff's Office to Healthcare Services. 7 medical examiner investigators and an operations administrator were added in February 2020. Recruitment of these positions is currently underway. Effective July 1, 2020, a new budget will be created within the Healthcare Services Agency, including funding for a total of 15 positions, program expenses, and capital items. Until the medical examiner's office is fully staffed, the Sheriff's Office will continue to assist with the transition efforts. And until office space is available at San Joaquin County General Hospital and eventually the morgue replacement facility, staff will continue to operate from the Sheriff's Administration Building and the existing morgue facility. The Assistant CAO, Jerry Becker, and the Program Administrator for Homeless Initiatives, Adam Cheshire, will now be presenting the next several slides on homelessness.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Jerry Becker, Assistant County Administrator. The next few slides of the proposed budget briefing summarize the homeless service level data collected by departments during fiscal year 2019-2020. In June 2019, the Board of Supervisors established homelessness as an operational priority for all county departments. The board policy statement directed departments to gather data and metrics pertaining to the number of homeless individuals that were either engaged by county staff or provided service via a county-operated program. Using a variety of methods, departments collected the information regarding their services and contacts with the homeless residents in our community. In total, departments reported on the interactions they had with the homeless through 22 different service programs. Examples of these service programs include the General Assistance Program administered by the Human Services Agency, healthcare services provided by San Joaquin General Hospital and its clinics, response to homeless encampment sites by Environmental Health, and services provided to our homeless veterans by the county's Veterans Service Office. This is just a small list of the 22 different programs that were reported on. It should be noted that the number of encounters that I'll be mentioning here shortly were reported by departments. They're likely many of the same homeless individuals who are receiving services through multiple departments. So over the next few slides, I'd like to highlight a few departments and the statistics they collected. So first, the district attorney and her team did an exceptional job of tracking their interactions with the homeless. What they reported is that their team served 27 homeless families at the Family Justice Center. In the fourth quarter of 2019, the DA team had felony arraignments for 95 homeless individuals, which represents 11.5% of the felony arraignments for that time frame. In that same time frame, the DA team had misdemeanor arraignments for 143 homeless individuals, which represents 8% of the misdemeanor arraignments. If the DA data for the fourth quarter is representative of the remainder of the year, then the DA will have 380 felony and 572 misdemeanor arraignments for the homeless in 2019-2020. The Sheriff's Office team also did an exceptional job of tracking their calls for service from citizens. And they reported that they received over 2,400 calls for service from the public, specifically regarding the homeless and involvement in activities, which represents approximately 2.6% of the service calls they received that were initiated by citizens. San Joaquin General Hospital identified 943 distinct homeless individuals. So they were able to track to individual people. And what they showed was service from the county clinics. And what they were able to report through May of 2020 is that homeless individuals had approximately 9,000 visits to the clinic. So those 943 individuals had 9,000 visits to the clinics. Human Services Agency information was very informative. Human Services was able to provide information on individuals who are both homeless and their housing is unstable. During 2019-2020, HSA found that roughly 10,200 Medi-Cal beneficiaries used the HSA facility as their mailing address. When asked what was their home address, they used HSA's facility as their address. That is a number much larger than the count of those in shelters or unsheltered during the point-in-time count. The HSA data may reflect the total number of residents facing housing instability in the county. So again, the CAO's office found that information very informative. So in summary, Madam Chair and members of the board, departments have reported through our process approximately 35,000 encounters or engagements that they had through county programs or their staff with the homeless in 2019-2020. And based upon the data provided, staff estimates that the total costs for county services to the homeless will cost approximately $34 million in 2019-2020. So again, as Ms. Nino noted, I want to take a moment just to thank the departments. This was our first year of collecting the data. They did an exceptional job. I know we're prepared to improve our collection methods going forward. But again, I know it was a lot of work for the departments, and I'm very grateful to them for their support. So with that, Madam Chair, at this time I would like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Cheshire.
Last year, over $25 million in funds were implemented for a wide range of homelessness projects, including emergency shelter, permanent supportive housing, rental assistance, and other wraparound services. One project, Crossway Residences, will provide permanent supportive housing for single adult clients of behavioral health services and is on track to open in October of this year. Another project, Homeward Bound, continues to increase access to services and improve outcomes for behavioral health services clients through partnerships with community medical centers and others. These two projects, working in conjunction, will support each other by providing housing and wraparound services to stabilize these clients, and I highlight these programs as two examples of the county's multifaceted approach to housing and services for the homeless mentally ill by healthcare services and behavioral health services. Funds currently available and unobligated in fiscal year 2021 can be used for a broad range of activities. And I will note here that the prior figure that was provided to the board regarding the community development block grant funds included some funds that have already been obligated. The figure before you today is the correct number. And again, I'll be providing some more detail on these programs a little later in the presentation. After a year of work, the strategic plan on homelessness is nearly complete. On May 26th, the Strategic Planning Committee of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care voted unanimously to submit the latest draft for the plan to the Board of Directors of the COC with a recommendation to approve and adopt. Pending the results of that discussion, I expect the plan to be finalized at the COC board meeting this Thursday. Following that, myself and key stakeholders from each community in the county will present the plan to the governing bodies with recommendations to formally adopt the plan. And I'll be providing a copy of that plan to the Board of Supervisors as soon as possible, hopefully by the end of this week. Through a process of public engagement led by the consultants from Home Base and involving hundreds of stakeholders and community members, 3 broad goals were determined for the plan. Those are to establish a coordinated and engaged regional system of care, to increase access and reduce barriers to homeless crisis response services, for example, emergency shelter, and to ensure households experiencing homelessness have access to affordable and sustainable permanent housing solutions. Additionally, Home Base surveyed local community members, including the formerly and currently homeless, to determine priorities for future funding based on these goals and in alignment with the plan. The number one priority, as determined through this engagement, was the expansion of low barrier shelter capacity and the reduction in barriers to existing shelter. For example, providing space for pets, partners, and possessions in existing shelters. A close second, based on this community engagement, was the support for the development of new permanent housing and services to improve access to permanent housing. For example, landlord incentives and housing navigation. I feel like it is important to note here that this engagement occurred prior to the COVID-19 crisis, and that significantly perhaps the results might be different in terms of priorities for congregate shelter in that light. The Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, or HAP, is extremely flexible and can be implemented for a wide range of activities, as you see here. Currently, myself, along with representatives from the City of Stockton and the Continuum of Care, are jointly developing a local Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, as part of the ongoing demonstration of regional collaboration as required by this program. That NOFA is expected to be released sometime around July 20th. Potential uses for these funds, and as aligned with the strategic plan, include support for existing shelters, for example, facilities expansion. I highlight the 3 largest shelters in San Joaquin County: Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, Gospel Center Rescue Mission, and Lodi Salvation Army Hope Harbor. But I will also note that there are several smaller shelters that could also benefit from this expansion. Other uses could be support for new shelter, for example, site acquisition and development costs. I highlight the cities of Manteca and Lodi, as both of their city managers have recently reached out to me regarding questions, guidance, funding, plans that they are considering for their own communities. Support for permanent housing underway in San Joaquin County is a potential use of HAP. For example, I highlight several organizations here that are currently engaged in different types of projects. This is not even close to all of the projects that are being engaged in currently, or all of the organizations that could be mentioned here today. But I do provide this to the board today as what I consider to be a broad cross-section and a good set of examples of what's possible. So, for example, the Housing Authority, Stand Affordable Housing, Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, and Central Valley Low-Income Housing Corporation are currently working on a project called Turnpike Commons, which is going to create permanent supportive housing using a modular manufactured product in the hopes that it will decrease both cost and construction time. That is underway right now. Stand Affordable Housing, along with Dignity Health and our own whole person care program, is developing permanent supportive housing using a scattered site model in single-family homes. Central Valley Low-Income Housing Corporation is currently in discussions to purchase a motel and convert that to permanent supportive housing. And I will also mention here Visionary Home Builders, who traditionally does not support, or shall we say, create permanent supportive housing, but is integral in the affordable housing space here in San Joaquin County, and is certainly creating housing for people who are income eligible. And then finally, in terms of alignment with the plan or discussions about community priorities, I want to mention the Housing Authority's proposal for landlord incentives that I know some of you have already seen. That would center around the Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing Rental Assistance, or VASH, which is also a central component of the Victory Gardens project. I want to provide a little update on the Victory Gardens project today for you. The Housing Authority has applied for and expects to receive Veterans Homelessness Housing and Prevention Program funds to the tune of $6.8 million. The county staff from CAO, Community Development, and County Council have recently worked with the Housing Authority to support that project, and their next step will be to apply for tax credits. Assuming awards, the project is on track to open at the end of 2022. Another source of funds that is potentially available and to be considered today is the permanent local housing allocation. That fund can be used for several items: pre-development, development, acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of affordable housing, including operating subsidies. It can be used for matching portions of funds placed into housing trust funds, capitalized reserves for services for permanent supportive housing, and also a wide range of options such as rapid rehousing, rental assistance, and also emergency shelter and permanent housing. It's a very broad set of uses for this program. Potential uses for this program could be for a capitalized operating subsidy reserve, the COSR, as you see there. That could provide additional operating capacity for Victory Gardens and for Crossways residences. Those reserves are generally held for 15 years, and so a contribution to those reserves at any time would be beneficial to that project or any other that requires a COSR. Also, I mention again the hotel-motel conversion as an example from Central Valley Low-Income Housing Corporation. That could be used for these funds, and also the several affordable housing projects that Visionary Home Builders is currently engaged in. As I mentioned previously, the Community Development Block Grant Fund has received some expansion through the CARES Act. So where you see it says CV, if you ever see that anywhere outside of this presentation, that's what that means. All of the uses traditionally can be used for community development block grant are eligible here. It is not just for homeless, but there are income eligibility requirements for community development block grant. It is important to note for this board that all of the uses must demonstrate prevention, preparation, or response to COVID-19. I provide some examples here today of possibilities for that. For example, extending Project Room Key beyond the existing funding that we have already allocated through SB 89. Providing testing for the homeless or income eligible folks for COVID-19, and also, again, a possibility is that hotel-motel conversion support. Additionally, the Emergency Solutions Grant has been expanded through the CARES Act and can be used for example to extend Project Room Key or for COVID-19 testing. You see the eligible uses there, which are also traditional uses. Now, I'm going to throw it back to Sandy Regallo for the rest of the presentation. I'll remain on hand to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Madam Chair, prior to me proceeding, do you have any questions on homelessness?
Any boards members have questions at this point in time that you want to ask while folks are here, or do you want to?
I know at some point I'd like to discuss it, but is that something that we'll do afterwards?
We could do it at the end, or we could do, if it's homeless specific, if you want to do it now because it's fresh in your mind.
Well, I don't know how much longer is the entire presentation going, so we're not going too far back.
Not much longer, probably. Right. I'll talk fast.
Yeah, probably only about, then let's do it at the end?
Yeah.
Just a few more minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Supervisor Wynn, you want to wait till the end?
I'll wait till the end.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and we'll work through it and then we'll come back. So I think there'll be a lot of questions on this.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I will now continue with supplemental requests. Due to the uncertainty of the total impact COVID-19 will have on the county budget in 2021 and future years, the county administrator applied certain criteria upon making the decision of funding supplemental requests in 2020-21. Supplemental requests that are recommended for funding include requests for mandated functions, requests that were fully or partially funded, or one-time requests. Initial department requests for supplemental funding totaled $14.2 million. Subsequent to the county administrator and department head budget meetings, department heads withdrew a total of $7.1 million, reducing the supplemental funding request to $7.1 million. Of the $7.1 million in requests, a total of $5.9 million is recommended for funding, of which $4.6 million is funded with state and federal funds. Unfunded requests for departments include 5 positions: a deputy DA, a DA investigative assistant, an office assistant, a paralegal, and a victim witness advocate for the district attorney's office, and a deputy public defender for the public defender's office to address the anticipated increase in workload related to SB 384. 5 senior office assistants for the DA to process discovery related to digital reports, body cameras, 911 tapes, and surveillance videos. And $2,000 for county council for subscriptions and periodicals to review statute and case law related to water issues. Those were all recommended to be unfunded. For non-county organizations, the NCOs, a zero-based budgeting approach is used with the exception of the Historical Society, which has a base funding of $384,000. 12 NCO requests were submitted totaling $1.1 million. The county administrator's office reviewed the requests and based recommendations on how the requests conform to the board's strategic priorities, the board's homelessness priorities, and if the requests benefited our communities countywide. $797,000 is recommended for funding, and $326,000 is not recommended for funding. Some requests were partially funded, and one request, a $161,490 request from Fixed Inc., Veterans Treatment Resources, was not recommended for funding. Oops, went the wrong way, sorry. Organizations that requested funding are listed on this chart. The column in blue indicates the unfunded portion. Organizations that were not recommended to be fully funded include iHub San Joaquin, SJC Economic Development, San Joaquin Partnership, Children's Home of Stockton, Haven of Peace, the Women's Center, and SJC Historical Society. As stated earlier, only one request was not recommended for any funding, the request from Fixed Inc. As part of the budget preparation, our office also developed the multi-year budget outlook, which is intended to provide your board with a preliminary overview of the county's finances beyond the budget year. The outlook focuses mainly on the county's general purpose revenue and net county costs, the components the board has more control over. This is not an economic forecast. It is based on the best information we have, including the labor agreements that are in place today, and extends those known parameters out for additional years. It also reflects the board's reserve fund policies and guidelines. There are many variables that can change rapidly as a result of unknown future events, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, it is difficult to accurately predict an outcome. Thus, the outlook merely expresses our perspective of how the budget might look over the next 5 years through 2024-2025. Some forecast assumptions are listed on the next couple of slides. Property taxes are by far the largest source of general purpose revenue. While property tax growth is still occurring, we do project this growth to slow down. The budget projects the tax roll growth of 5.25% for 2020-2021. The projections then lowered to 4.75% through 2024-2025. Additionally, sales tax growth is projecting to increase from 2019-2020 year-end projections by 2% in 2020-21 and 2021-22, 3% in 2022-23, and 4% in 2023-24 and 2024-25. As stated earlier, 5% additional contribution toward the unfunded retirement liability is included in the proposed budget, which is approximately $23.4 million in 2021, with a net county cost of $8 million. However, the unfunded pension liability reserve is forecasted to be utilized by $3.7 million in 2022-23, $6.6 million in 2023-24, and $8.5 million in 2024-2025. Salary projections do not include costs for expired or expiring labor agreements, which represents 85.4% of the county workforce. The retirement contribution is projected to increase approximately 4.5% for general members and 3.9% for safety members in 2020-21, and is projected to increase by 4% annually from 2021-22 through 2024-2025. This concludes my portion of the financial overview of the 2021 proposed budget. The county administrator will now provide you with our best practices to maintain fiscal sustainability.
This board knows that when we bring a proposed budget, that we don't just look at 1 year. The level of accuracy, of course, starts to diminish when it goes beyond that 36-month period, even though we do a 5-year, multi-year forecast, but we really try to look 36 months out. Today is structurally balanced for our 2021. We are anticipating severe revenue reductions going forward. We know we are not going to know what that exactly is until after our books close, which our fiscal year ends June 30th of 2020, but we actually physically conclude in closing the books by the end of July. To maximize resources, the county will focus on the following: negotiating only affordable and sustainable labor agreements, As you heard Ms. Regallo, we're currently without agreements with roughly 85% of our workforce. So that's extremely important for us as staff to negotiate those that were not only affordable today, but for the length of the agreement. Assess the county's retirement rates and funding ratio in the event there is a significant increase in the retirement rates and a reduction in our funded ratio. We showed this board during our mid-year. We were out of the 2137 Act counties. We were at the very bottom relative to the our funded ratio and the amount of our unfunded liability. Advocate for the county's retention of its allotted share of property tax revenue. This past year, this county and this board has taken action on 3 property tax sharing agreements, and we thank you for that. We were able to retain our 2080 share, and as you heard Ms. Regallo, that's essentially the bread and butter for our county general fund. Limit the issuance of debt. I believe it was either the last board meeting or the one previous. This board essentially allocated almost $26 million towards the construction of the new public health facility, both office space and laboratory, and that would be cash. It dedicated a new facility wing for the hospital in 2019, almost $40 million. That was done with hospital cash also. And I thank you for that, because especially with our pension obligation right now, it is really difficult for us to really make a cost-effective measure or case to issue debt, because as this board knows, that doesn't just happen today. It typically comes with a 20-year plus life. Improve the revenue cycle and reduce operational expenses at San Joaquin General Hospital. Me, along with Mr. Culberson, will be before this board if we continue to anticipate seeing the budget that they are bringing before you today, and that the board will hear in greater detail starting on June 23rd, that it is not sustainable. Only fill those positions that are necessary in anticipation of the shortfalls in both state and federal governments, and also those receipts. Even if it's charges for services, this board heard today, we're anticipating that reduction for child support services. Our director, we are recommending and supporting those actions for this board's consideration to reduce those positions. And as I shared, it's essentially taking our funding level back to the 18-19 level. If that changes to the good, we will be back before this board. Adhere to the county's no backfill policy when reductions occur. What that is essentially saying, our departments do a phenomenal job taking advantage of various grant programs. We've done everything we could to apply for grants, especially during this pandemic. We have ongoing grants that get administered through our public safety departments, through our ag commissioner, through public health. As those dollars start diminishing, we will be recommending that the board not backfill, and that those departments either look at other trust funds that are applicable to those programs, or take their existing general fund obligation and reprioritize it and use their existing spending plan if they see that that program is an ongoing priority. These practices will provide the foundation necessary for sustaining a structurally balanced budget now and in the future. As the total impact of COVID-19 is unknown, it may be more difficult to bring you a structurally balanced budget for next fiscal year, our 2021-22, without making significant adjustments in spending and or staffing levels. A possible consideration beginning in 2021-22, if needed, is potentially up to a 10% reduction in net county cost countywide. That will only generate roughly a little over $30 million. As our senior deputy, Ms. Regallo, mentioned, our net county cost in the general fund we're presenting today is a little over $300 million. Although salaries and benefits as what was previously stated, is one of our county's largest expenses on an annual basis. Roughly makes up about 49% of our annual budget. And we are definitely, as a county, on the higher side. Departments would be able to not just reduce their salaries and benefits, because as we all know, we need staff to deliver core services. But we would give them the flexibility in order to meet that 10% net county cost for the 21-22 fiscal year to look in other areas of their operating budget. And now I will turn it back to Ms. Regalo to conclude with our recommendations for today for the board's consideration.
Thank you. The desire to fund items as part of the final budget hearing will come from one-time funds, such as the contingency provision budget. It is anticipated that any expansion in the future of programs and services will require the reduction or elimination of others unless revenue is generated to offset any new costs. Madam Chair and board members, this concludes our presentation on the 2021 proposed county budget. It is recommended that the board approve the 2021 proposed budget as the base for the final budget hearings. We also ask that you set the final budget hearing to begin June 23rd at 9 a.m. for the county and special districts budgets. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2021 proposed budget. Prior to the budget hearing, should board members have any questions or need clarification of any information presented, please contact Ms. Nino, Mr. Becker, or myself. If you have any immediate questions or comments regarding this presentation or the proposed process, we are available at this time.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Start at this end this time. Brother Elliott, do you have any questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to go back and just verify for the record on the non-county organizations and the supplemental requests. You highlighted that the request from Fixed Inc. Was not recommended for funding. So we've talked about that privately, but I'd like to have the explanation here in public as to just why that wasn't recommended and how that need may be taken care of.
Okay. Absolutely. Through the chair. Supervisor Elliott, if you recall during last year's budget, 2019-20 budget, the courts came and asked for additional funding. We provided about $64,000 in additional funding to provide the services for veterans. It was managed through our own Veteran Services Office. And so this year we thought, okay, instead of, since our own department was managing it already, we reached out to them and asked if they would consider providing the services. And they are going to be providing the services in addition to a few others, and it would only be a cost of $40,000. And doing it this way, it would be a part of it would become a part of their base budget. So it's part of their own department budget and not a supplemental request through an NCO.
Right, and my understanding was that Fixed Inc. had provided some of the services that they were seeking funding for free in the past. So what I understand they'll be able to do is to apply to be an independent contractor, I suppose, to provide those services for the Veteran Service Office. And the funding will actually come then through the Veteran Service Office.
If I'm not sure what the agreement is, from what I understand, they also volunteered.
Yeah, I'm not saying there is any agreement. I'm just saying that would be what they could do to
as a subcontractor,
provide some kind of funding for their operations. Is that accurate?
So that might be an opportunity. I'm looking at Mr. Dietrich so he could share or speak relative to what the plan is for veteran services. You are accurate, though. My understanding through our budget discussions with Veteran Services, Fixed Inc. was doing some volunteer services that were very valuable as part of the court system with the Veterans Court.
Well, Supervisor Elliott, through the chair, the current agreement with the courts, I believe, was $64,000. We're spending approximately 50% of that. That was for 3 specific items. That was scram ankle bracelets for alcohol monitoring, bus passes, and some limited amounts to fund graduation activities. In the dialogue with the Veteran Services and the County Administrator's Office this year, we're looking to bring that in-house and primarily still that same scope. So there is not money in the Veterans Services supplemental specifically for court-based liaisons. We do provide some of that within Veteran Services already, but the dollar amounts right now, I was not anticipating actually subcontracting out for additional veteran treatment court services. That's something that the courts could do independently.
Okay. So at least, though, we have some type of communication with and dialogue with Fixed Ink here about this whole process.
We definitely do. I know Mr. Connie Hart from the County Administrator Office has. Same thing with Virginia Wimmer. I understand that Jamie Medina is maybe doing a transition. He's one of the founders of Fixed. So I know there has been quite a bit of dialogue with Fixed, with Jamie and also with Sochi.
Right. Okay. I just want us to keep sight of the fact that the Veterans Court services that we provide are certainly valuable services, and we want to continue those. And if Fixed Ink is able to continue providing those services, I think that's an asset for the county.
I would agree, sir, and I believe Fixed Ink provides services to 3 counties, 2 additional to San Joaquin County. We also are fortunate to receive, this is the 2nd year now, where we get some grant dollars from the state. I believe it's in the order of about $45,000 per year. That is allows us to provide a part-time Veteran Service Office employee to be a court liaison and a case manager for those veterans.
Thank you. And then one other comment here. I'm glad that we have maintained our focus on providing a structurally balanced budget. I just think that should be the starting point of any budget that we end up with. And I appreciate your efforts then to look long-term there and create a budget that will be sustainable in the out years as well. Of course, if situations require a use of contingency funds, that's what they're for, but I think our effort should be to maintain this structurally balanced budget to the extent possible. So thank you for your focus on that.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank the CEO's office and staff, and certainly the department heads, making an extraordinary effort to balance the budget in these difficult times. So I appreciate those efforts, and obviously into the future, see what we can do. 2 areas. One is, and I'll hold this probably until our next meeting when the retirement board will make a presentation, but I am curious why we're at the bottom on 37 Act counties. What are we doing that keeps us there and doesn't allow us to improve from year to year, since we've made some substantial investments in our retirement fund? So I'll leave that. I hesitate to bring it up because now's not the time, but we have talked about, because of the increased cost of retirement, we have talked about a hybrid retirement system. I've talked to some individuals who are familiar with both and both types of the guaranteed income and the investment. But anyway, so we can have that at some future date. In the homeless issue, I do have a question, though, and it's just a general question, and Adam or whoever, the homeless problem is there's a lot of moving parts. I mean, we talk about literally millions of dollars and 9,000 visits and all these statistics. I'm always concerned about numbers, because numbers don't necessarily provide us with the real life examples. And I know, Adam, you deal with it on a daily basis, and I know Supervisor Miller does. But overall, I guess my question is How are we doing? I mean, are we really, overall, are we making a dent in the homeless situation? Are we improving the homeless plight? Are we providing, as we talked about previously in regards to job training and affordable housing and transitionary housing and all those programs that obviously, you're juggling. Overall, are our numbers improving? Are we reducing the homeless population? Are we helping? And if we are helping and moving individuals out of the homeless situation, how many are we actually transitioning back into society to allow them to pursue their happiness, so to speak? So just a question. I don't know if there's an answer to that, but I am curious how we're progressing.
It's a tough answer. It is certainly the progress that is being made is incremental, and so progress can appear slow. I would say that from my perspective, the foundation that we are laying for several aspects of our system of housing and services for the homeless today is going to yield more results and faster results in the near future than what we've seen up to this point. COVID-19 notwithstanding, that is going to be an issue that is going to continue to cause us some serious issues in terms of making the kind of progress in reducing the numbers of folks on the streets. But the several projects that I highlighted today, I mean, especially those permanent supportive housing projects where it's creating permanent places for people to go, exits from the front end of our homeless services system, emergency shelter, those kinds of projects. I mean, Victory Gardens coming online in 2022. That's a long time from now, and I know that's hard to hear, but when you consider that that project really started with a conversation between the executive director and County Administrator Nino all the way back at the end of 2017, and serious work has gone into keeping that project moving forward, not just with the Housing Authority staff, but also county staff. Fall 2022, end of 2022, we're going to have 50 units, and that's going to be places for folks to go. Visionary Home Builders creating affordable housing, which again doesn't necessarily focus on the homeless, but is providing deep affordability for folks that need it. And then, let's not forget about the emergency shelter projects that have been engaged in. Certainly, Kristen Birtwhistle from United Way and our district attorney have partnered very effectively and with the Continuum of Care to create a committee that's focused on these issues. They're very much transitioning into a broader focus that is going to be focused in alignment with the strategic plan. So not to belabor the point, I could go on, but I believe there's foundational work happening right now that this board is going to see some results on in the future.
Well, I would appreciate however you can do it, and I understand the complexity of it, but it'd be nice to see just a number. I mean, this is where we are today or in the past, and this is where we are going to be 12 months from now. The other area which is also troubling, and I know it varies based upon jurisdiction, certainly San Joaquin County as opposed to LA County and San Francisco, et cetera. But I would be interested to see what we're paying per unit, for a homeless person when we provide either through the renovation of a motel or we provide new housing like Victory Gardens. What's it costing us per door? That's a question because I get asked that a lot of. I just did a presentation to the Lodi Realtors Association, and that was a question. A lot of questions about homelessness, and again, it would be helpful if I'm sure my fellow board members, if we had some numbers that we could provide answers to, how much are we paying for these accommodations, and you talk about 9,000 visits, and what's the cost of that, and overall, and so again, people are concerned about where their money's going, and if it's going, I don't think necessarily there's a problem with it being spent. It's just the question of, what's our return on that investment? So anyway, just for future thought, and since you're dealing with it all the time, I'm sure you have a better handle on it, but it would be beneficial to have a little more a graph, a bar graph, any kind of thing that would show where we're headed, just like we've been doing with the COVID graphs, et cetera. This is our population. This is where we are, up or down or whatever. So anyway, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor, I will just mention briefly that yesterday the clerk of the board received a report that was created by the Continuum of Care that highlighted permanent housing connections, exits to permanent housing over the, I believe it was a 4-month period that coincided with the winter shelter program. The idea being to answer some questions that came up from the district attorney and others in several conversations around kind of the end of that program and the how did we do, where are we now kind of a question. So it highlights, several dozen connections to permanent housing over that period of time. If you're looking for a number, I would absolutely refer you to that report. And those figures can be determined on an annual basis and are. There are things like the housing inventory count, other reports that the Continuum of Care and the Homeless Management Information System provides to HUD that get to these. And again, it's can be difficult to kind of parse out the number of different aspects that you're all bringing together to try to figure out kind of a metric of performance. And so where that analysis is possible, I think that's something we absolutely have to continue to engage in. And that is definitely one of the things that's being highlighted in the strategic plan as an area for improvement in this community.
Well, I appreciate that. And even the comments this morning by Congressman McNerney in regards to transparency, people just want to know what their government's doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And to Supervisor Wynn's point, and I know we've talked about this in the past, but I know that on the low side, we both have attended a seminar in Sacramento. They had creative ideas of buying motels and converting them. That was about $200,000 a door versus the $600,000 or $700,000 down in Los Angeles. Supervisor Wynn, I believe that's on the low side, $200,000 per door. And if we have 1,500 homeless people, we're looking at, I think I quoted the number of 2,000 homeless people. I think we were at $300 million we talked about that we need to house those that are most in need. And that's, of course, an exorbitant number. And you guys, I know, have a tremendous amount of work and so many missing pieces to the puzzle, and very it's a moving target, so to speak. I recently visited in Stanislaus a Salvation Army program that they have funded by the county, and they've utilized funding from a couple sources. They identified that they're using funding from HEP, the HEAP funding, and some state funding of $4.1 million for HEP and $1.1 million from state funding. And they've got 500 people at a shelter that the Salvation Army runs, annual budget about $3 million. And I would contend that, I'd like this as a discussion. I spoke with our CAO, Ms. Nino, and what direction does this board want to go? Do we want to actually perhaps task our staff, maybe Mr. Becker and Mr. Cheshire and whoever else wants to go to Stanislaus and look at what they're doing very effectively for 500 people, almost 500 people. They've got a separate quarters for up to 40 beds for those that have behavioral health issues. And this is a program, Salvation Army is running 14 homeless shelters in the state of California. So while we keep talking about it, and we know we need that low barrier emergency shelter, that entry point with wraparound services, and we know we need that. So I would like to hear from this board if we'd like to ask Ms. Nino, our CAO, if it's proper for us to maybe spend some time, have our staff come back to this board with a review, perhaps a use of funds. If we can get hundreds of people off the streets and help clean up, and this is what I'm hearing from people that I represent, that there's polluters on the river using it as a public toilet, our delta. We know that there's blight and filth all around. We know there's public safety issues. We know there's a risk for COVID, hitting into that population, and we as a county have a responsibility to do something to prevent that. We've just spent close to $1 million for 60 days for 70 people at Project Room Key. Well, what's it going to look like from September through next June, next May or June, if we have to bring people into a facility? So I would like to, kind of poll this board. And do you think it's wise for us to have Ms. Nino, our CAO, take a look at this and see what we could do for several $1 million, similar to what they're doing in Stanislaus. Supervisor Elliott, I'll look to you. Any ideas?
Well, through the chair, I think anytime we're able to look at what other counties are doing and extract some good ideas, I think that's beneficial to do that. Okay. So just the general concept of seeing where some of the successes are that other counties have had, I think that's worthwhile to bring that back and see if there's any application here.
And I guess my response would be that this is a conversation that we've had on several occasions. Mm-hmm. We've done it individually as our own board. We've also done it jointly with both the Lodi City Council and twice with the Stockton City Council. Both times this board voted unanimously to utilize the continuum of care, which convenes countywide as a planning organization. I certainly think there's value in looking at what other counties are doing. And that discussion occurs within the continuum of care on a fairly regular basis, in that shelters are necessary, but the ultimate goal is to move people out of homelessness permanently into housing, not to simply warehouse more and more people in shelters. As we saw this winter, first of all, it's very difficult to get folks oftentimes to come in. And so what the continuum to date has done is try to balance providing support for the shelters to increase that capacity, especially over the winter, cold months, but also to push forward with developing permanent supportive housing for those wraparound services, to try and capture the folks quickly with increased rental assistance to prevent homelessness in the first place. So from my standpoint, I think maybe it's time to have another update, in-depth, perhaps even a special meeting with the continuum of care and the representatives from the various cities to see exactly where we're at, as Supervisor Wynn said, to explore some of the statistics, to get more detail on where these projects are and when they're going to open. I mean, anytime you open permanent housing, you release the pressure off the shelters because you have a place for people to go then. So I would also love to hear more from visionary home builders in the sense that their target is not necessarily homeless individuals, but it does capture a whole lot of people who have perhaps only recently fallen into homelessness or who are at high risk for falling into homelessness. And what would those projects, what's the capacity currently under construction, and what do we anticipate will be the safety valve release on the rest of the system when those projects come online? So from my standpoint, instead of doing this as part of the budget, I would like to hear from the rest of the board. I'd like to have another special meeting. It has been a while since we have done a really in-depth, focused meeting on homelessness, and I think maybe this is a good time. The funds that Mr. Cheshire itemized are part of a process. They aren't going to be determined and allocated right now through this budget process, correct? Correct. So there's already processes in place going forward. So I think it's a good time. Since there are funds there, I think it's a good time for this board to maybe have another more in-depth briefing on homelessness. But I would say not in the context of this particular budget. I think it's too big of a topic, and it would be better to have it as a separate presentation and focus for a meeting.
Madam Chair, part of the reason we did want to bring this table forward was because we wanted the board's insight. And so if we need to plan for, I would really appreciate it if we did bring the continuum of care, that it was with our board. And if the timing is right, it has the strategic plan. But as staff, we would love to hear this board's priorities for this $5.9 million. Because as you know, Mr. Cheshire, he works for the county, but he also is the county's liaison for our continuum of care. And we need to keep that a functional group because of the fact that deals with a lot of our HUD dollars. Both Madam Chair, yourself, and Supervisor Wynn were the ones that took that trip. And I think Supervisor Elliott at one point had those conversations with HUD that we ended up with our technical assistance grant. And so I know this county has been that leadership role, but we purposely did it this way also, and just so we could get feedback, because if the priority is to spend some resources and have Adam do some additional effort with what Stanislaus is doing with the Salvation Army, you know, that nonprofit has been in that community for many, many years and done very, very well. But I would hate for Adam to go down one path and it isn't necessarily the consensus of the board. And the board ultimately has the authority over this $5.9 million. And so I think it's important for staff to hear what the desires of this board is first and foremost.
Madam Chair, if I can continue, just to answer. And I agree. I think it's great to have some direction and understand that continuum of care does have a great focus, and they're handling and juggling many things. But they are also permanent housing based. HUD is a lot a primary function of the continuum of care, and we have a big gap. We have 1,500 people at least throughout San Joaquin County living on the streets that are public safety and public health risks. They're hit on the freeway all the time. The trauma that causes, the accidents. You look at the calls for emergency, the fire department, the sheriff's department. You look at our resources, where it's going. If we can create a center for $5.9 million, we can create a center where in the next year we can help maybe 1,000 people that are living in the streets and living without the care and the attention and the services and the treatment programs encompassed into a location like they're doing in Stanislaus and in other places like San Diego. I think it'd be wise for us to look at the use of those funds when we look at housing and the costs and the dozens of people we'll be able to get off the street for tens of millions of dollars. I would suggest that we really want to explore what we could do with $5.9 million for a permanent structured operation that we could utilize with, working with nonprofits. We've got people from the private sector that are wanting to volunteer, and they're working right now trying to find land that we could utilize in Stockton or around this county. So, and I think before, Madam Chair, you do bring up a great point in bringing the cities in. But I think we should bring the cities with, as I asked you last year, a plan of action, like a use of funds and maybe a buy-in. That when we have a city come in Stockton, we sit down and go, okay, we're going to fund this in this capacity. Would you guys come in at 30% of the operating cost? Something that we could maybe promote to them that would be useful for their problems as they're dealing with the homeless issue and the blight within the city. So I think it'd be wise for us to have CAO's office take a deeper dive into it and just let's come back with an actionable plan.
Supervisor Villalpudua?
Well, I couldn't agree with Supervisor Patty more. I mean, we have $5.9 million. I know Stanislaus is doing a great job, and if we could model something on that regard, it could be wise of us. I mean, we obviously have a homeless issue, and it's something that we discuss every day with people in the community, and a major issue is probably, besides COVID, it's probably the number one issue, and I'd like to see something done.
Supervisor Wynn?
Well, I've been following that since last year with a couple of supervisors and city council members in Modesto and the Salvation Army. And I agree with you. I think it's a great pilot project. I think sometimes we forget that there's two sides of the homeless issue. Certainly what Continuum Care and Adam are doing are great because as Supervisor Miller, Chair Miller talks about, we do need to provide, obviously, both the transitional and permanent housing. However, and I'd be interested from the sheriff's standpoint, but there's another side which the Boise decision is really complicated matters in regards to those who are encamped in neighborhoods or along the river, et cetera, because unless we have a place that we can share with them to go to, we're kind of stuck. And so, and I think the other part of it is the 1,500 we can talk about, but I don't think if those 1,500, not everyone's going to want to go somewhere. I mean, there are those who just don't want any part of any kind of organized shelter. So I do think there's certainly an opportunity to visit, because, you know, the state is offering their land for availability, and obviously there's buildings that are vacant throughout the county. But I think we can multitask. I think we can do both simultaneously. And I think this is an opportunity based upon what Ms. Nino has said in regards to this $5.9 million is maybe a portion of that could be used as a pilot to see what we can do in regards to some temporary shelter for individuals to, and not just in the wintertime, but obviously year round, because, you know, they need to have a place to stay. So I would agree that we can have this conversation. I think we can kind of open the next chapter, so to speak, and certainly, as Adam says, in regards to, you know, the foundation is being built in regards to continuum of care and things like that. Fine, you know, let's continue moving. But I think the other side, we really need to move some of the immediate needs that I get a lot of complaints about in regards to certainly our waterways and neighborhoods and downtown areas, et cetera. And I don't know if through the chair if maybe the sheriff has any comments or any of the staff has comments about their challenges as far as encountering the homeless and how are they handling it as far as complaints that they're receiving.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Supervisor Wynn. Yeah, you know, on the law enforcement side of it, we look at it very different. We're getting the calls that you saw for service all the time to go out and take immediate action. Our citizens want us to immediately fix the quality of life issue that they're suffering with at that time. So I listen to these discussions, and we're looking for the long-term solutions. And when we show up on scene, they want the immediate short-term solution. So, of course, I'm in favor of both sides of that. When we come out, we are trained and kind of programmed to get it done now, take action that we need to take to fix this problem so we can move on to the next regular call for service. So we would love to have a place that we could help somebody pick up their stuff and get them to. Of course, a lot of issues come involved with that. A lot of times it's an animal issue where they have their own dogs and pets and things like that aren't allowed at places. So that's something that we need to address also. So obviously we need both sides of this. Man, I'm going to sound like a politician here, but we do need the long-term solution, but we definitely need something when our citizens call us and want us to solve that problem, kind of like we did out at the canal from 99 all the way to West Lane, and we still have captured that land and not given it back. That we can take immediate action on those who don't necessarily want to go anywhere but are not where they're supposed to be. So it's very difficult for all of us right now.
You make a good point, Sheriff. I know that officers and deputies don't necessarily want to deal with all the sundry things that occur when you move somebody out of their encampment or whatever. But I know that and I've even talked to an owner, there are businesses that do that. And what they do is they will take care of everything. They will store it. They will inventory it. They will make it available, which relieves, which I think there's certainly an apprehension or a challenge for police officers or deputies out there to handle this because it takes time. And if we had a service whereby the deputies can go out and deal with, you know, sustaining the peace, so to speak, but we had another organization to come in and take care of the rest of it, which is very important because, as we've seen with Caltrans and other entities getting sued as far as inventory property, I think we can develop a system that would be beneficial, most importantly for the residents who are calling you, certainly for the deputies that have to respond, but more importantly for the homeless to make sure that their property is protected in the interim where they can go to a place to get shelter. So I would agree with you. I think we can. I don't think you have to choose either or. I think we can choose both simultaneously. and advantage the entire population as opposed to focusing maybe on only one segment. So I appreciate your comments.
You know, we'd be excited to be part of it in either way you need us.
Thank you. And from my standpoint, my concern will be for, in light of the budget presentation, the county taking on creating a facility and an ongoing multi-million-dollar obligation to operate a shelter on behalf of the entire county and with no exit strategy. So from my standpoint, trying to be able to maintain that balance and make sure that there is an exit plan for folks will be a really critical component of this. I am always all for seeing, I have visited many programs myself, seeing what other places are doing. I have also seen many cities and counties fall into a situation where it's just an ongoing obligation, funding-wise, and at a certain point, it becomes more and more difficult to continue the operations. It's not the capital expenditures. You can always get people to help with capital programs. It's those ongoing operational expenses. So that will be my concern, especially in light of what we saw here today with our budget. We are going to be looking at reduced resources, not increased resources. And so I will be looking for information, but I will also be very cautious about obligating the county to embark on a new expansion of shelter services that becomes a recurring obligation without any funding stream. So, but if it's so we have two members here, want three. Want Adam to go ahead and direct some resources and pursue with Stanislaus County. Do you need further direction?
I do not, Madam Chair, but I appreciate hearing what you said. As I've shared with Supervisor Patty when he first approached me about this, I have yet to see a county operate real effectively a shelter. I am not even aware of one. There might be one out there, but as I've shared with Supervisor Patty, this money is one time. And so if there is a capital need, and say if there's a Salvation Army here in San Joaquin or another nonprofit that has interest, this should not be something that's ran and operated on behalf by San Joaquin County as a staff, because as this board knows, that's not a sustainable model. But if there's an opportunity to use some of this one-time money for that purpose, that was the dialogue I've had with Supervisor Patty. So,
okay. So I believe Supervisor Elliott?
Yes, I just wanted to chime in there. I don't think we're going to be getting all of this done in time for the budget hearing here, but the whole concept was just in concert with what's been discussed here already. We just need to get a sense of what's being done, where we are, where is it that we can be most effective in spending these funds, and I think that looking at what may be working well in another county is worthwhile to do. That doesn't necessarily obligate us to do the same thing that they're doing, or to take on an additional role as the county to provide a facility for them, but it gets us moved down the road to actually making some progress here on the homeless issue, and that's what I think we're trying to accomplish here by looking at what's going on in other places and what may have worked well.
Okay, then if there are no further questions or comments from, all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just reminding me I had an extra budget question pertaining to the budget as presented today. With the Child Protective Services, you had rolled back their budget to the 2018-19 budget. Was that correct?
So, Supervisor Patty, for child support services.
Yes.
And so the funding was rolled back, but as a result of being an underfunded county, I believe in totality it is greater because the share of the loss. So, for instance, we received $3 million in 1819.
In 1920.
1920. And what the state did is they said, we need to take all of our counties back to 1819 level. So since we were one of those underfunded counties of the 21, we didn't lose the $3 million. We lost only a portion of the $3 million, which was $1 million. So we did take it back to where we believe the state and the feds, the matching funds from the feds, would take us. So more than likely, if there is no change and the May revise goes forward and adopted by what the governor has proposed, what we presented today will be where they will remain.
Okay, understood. So question for you is kind of just an idea I'm thinking, and I'd mentioned in a prior board meeting that if we're anticipating less revenue a year from now because of the changes in what's happening throughout the state and the revenues to the state and would pass through to the county, when would we consider an adjustment? A full year into it, or we might know 6 months from now that there's major cuts coming and therefore we need to make some adjustments? Or do we want to go that full year with the anticipated budget that we'd be approving after our June hearing? And lastly, to lop onto that, could we have an idea of maybe if we just roll back our budget to that 2018, if that might save us some anticipated losses and we operate with a little bit lower budget than what might be proposed at this time?
Supervisor Patty, Madam Chair, and board members, so when we were going down the path and then COVID hit, I had a few department heads approach me about, why wouldn't you just consider doing a rollover? A few counties did. The reason why is because I know if I was a department head and I wasn't the county administrator, I would not, once COVID was to the point that we were fully operating again, want to deal with budget during the summertime. So I believe the spending plan we have before you today was put together extremely thoughtful by our department heads. That's why, as you heard from Ms. Regalo, originally we had about $14 million in supplementals. This board, we're asking the board to consider only a base staffing level of 0.2, not even a full position. I believe our department heads are getting it. And that is the reason why I so valued and appreciated them putting a new budget together, because as this board knows, assumptions change. We've seen it most recently, especially with COVID. Things are changing and we need to be able to remain flexible. So starting with a budget that has been thoroughly looked at, anticipating where our shortfalls are, if, say, for instance, the governor is able to approve their budget and we start seeing what our reductions are, we will not wait, Supervisor, until we go a full 12 months. We will bring those immediately as they're occurring. That's why when we received word, some of the final adjustments we made at the beginning of May were for child support services. We all anticipated that they would take us back to the 1920 level. There was discussions I had with our director during our budget meeting. You don't believe, especially because a lot of their increased funding from the state was being impacted by their general fund, their state general fund. There was a few of us in the room that did anticipate that it was going to go back to 1819. That's why we took child support services back to where that department believed where the reductions were going to occur. So then we're not dealing with it. If they're deeper, or if other departments, if we hear on our public safety sales tax, our Prop 172 sales tax, if those reductions, that's roughly $67 million that funds a number of our general fund law enforcement related services. We will bring those sooner rather than later. So that's why it was so important for us to have done this front end analysis and not just take us back to 1819. And as this board knows, this is the part of what I believe this board pays me, it pays the leadership of our departments to know where we currently are. For us to just take us back to 1819, I've got to tell you, I don't think that would be thorough staff work.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And Perhaps 6 months from now or mid-year, we'll have, and when information comes in, that we might have to make some adjustments, is what you're saying we could do?
You are correct. I will not hesitate to come before this board even prior to that time, and even if we have to do it piecemeal by departments.
Okay. Yeah, I would hate to see us still try to maintain a level, and we are rapidly declining on the funding, and then at the end of the year, we have a day of reckoning. I'd like to see it a little more fluid.
I appreciate hearing that. And also, that's why it was so important that I shared with the board our current fiscal situation with our hospital. As this board continuously hears our current pension situation, we have a number of fiscal related issues that as a county and as this board, you guys have not ignored. And I've very much valued it. And I know leadership of this county. And this board has allowed us to remain flexible, so we will not hesitate, Supervisor.
All right, thank you much.
Thank you. So before we move on this, I'm going to bring this forward now, even though we're going to have in-depth discussion this afternoon as part of our COVID update. I'm going to pose this question to Mr. Becker, and I see that our county auditor is here. So I want to address the question we are all hearing over and over and over. The county is holding on to CARES Act funding as a way to bolster our lost revenues and as a way to only focus on improving our budget. So I'm going to pose the question just very bluntly. Can CARES Act funding be used for any of these projected shortfalls in our budget?
The county is not allowed to use any CARES Act funding to address revenue shortfalls. We are only allowed to use that funding to address COVID-related expenses that the county realizes. So it must be an expense for our employees who are considered critical to the fight against COVID for their expenses related to that fight. It is not for us to address shortfalls in revenue. It is not allowed for us to do projects that are not somehow directly related to the COVID pandemic.
Okay, thank you. And one other that I have been getting is that because we have received funds and we have put them in a designated account, that we have only done that to earn interest on that money so that then the county can use the interest earned as a way to bolster our budget.
So if I could take a quick stab at that, and then Mr. Wilverding can add. The Department of Treasury has given clear guidance on this, that any interest that is gained on that money must be used for COVID. We can use it for nothing else other than that, and if we don't use it, it has to be returned back to the U.S. Treasury.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilverding, would you like to chime in? I mean, I know we're going to talk about this afternoon because I feel it's very important for the public to hear this information, that this is not something we're making up. We as a board are struggling with not being able to get this funding out into our communities. So I want to make sure the public understands it's not restrictions that we are placing on these dollars.
Certainly, Chair Miller, thanks again. And I want to confirm everything that Mr. Becker just said. And regarding the interest earnings on the fund, yes, it's dedicated to using it for COVID-related expenses. Revenues are not covered, and I've heard from numerous folks inside the community, et cetera, about, well, you know, we're really hurting. Well, we understand that, but we can't use it for things that it's not allowed to use. If we attempt to do so, we're going to have to backfill that out of net county costs, which is going to come out of the county's pocket. So we have to be very, very careful about what we do, not because we don't want to do things, but because we're limited in what we can do with those funds. One other thing that I would like to point out, in addition to not being able to use it for revenue, we also have to be careful about the expenses that we use it towards, because if they're not directly related to COVID expense, if they're normal expenses that would have been included in a budgetary scenario, then we lost the revenue side. I'll use our parks because we had this discussion with our external auditors, and our external auditors were very clear on this. So we have Parks and Rec, parks closed. Now we've lost that revenue, but we still have to mow the lawns, and we still have to water the trees. We still have to do all the maintenance things that we need to do. And so we need to cover those with our COVID money because of the fact that we don't have revenue coming in. Those don't qualify. Now, if we have to buy masks and we have to put special mitigation gear out there to mitigate the COVID impact, those would be covered. But the regular standard maintenance things that we'd have to do, even though they're expenses and they're not revenue, those are normal items that would have normally been captured in the budget and they would not qualify. So our sub-recipients, by the way, and we'll get to that discussion too, also have to be cautious because they will have to be meeting the same requirements as the county.
Thank you very much. Again, I just wanted, I know some people aren't going to stay with us for the afternoon. I wanted to make sure that I got this information out, but we will have a more in-depth discussion this afternoon. So at this point, Supervisor Patty?
Also, Madam Chair, to that point, perhaps you'd like to clarify that we as board members are not allocating that funding, and it's not in our control. There were some people that wrote in to that effect, thinking that we are holding it and we are controlling it.
We're going to have more discussion about that this afternoon.
But for those that aren't tuning in case you wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, we are being asked to approve the proposed budget of $1.9 billion and the special districts budgets of $39.1 million and set June 23rd, 2020 at 9 a.m. as the time to begin the final budget hearing on the adoption of the final county and special districts budgets. And again, no action being taken today is final action on the budget. That will occur on after the meeting that will begin on June 23rd. So I'm looking for a motion in a second.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members.
Thank you all. We really appreciate it. We are going to break for lunch before we go into our discussion item on COVID. We have a lot of briefings that we're going to get, some new information, and so I think we'll go ahead and take a 30-minute break for lunch now. And we will resume, let's say, at 12:15 sharp.
Is it 1:15?
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
We can hear you in board chambers. Please go ahead and mute your phones.
Discussion item. We had a COVID-related consent item that I thought had been actually moved up into consent, but it had not. So we have one consent item under COVID-19 related, which is approval of a First Amendment of concessionaire contract between San Joaquin County and Funtown at Mickey Grove, Inc., located within Mickey Grove Regional Park, suspending rent for 4 months due to the coronavirus pandemic with a repayment plan over 12 months. So I'm looking for a motion and a second on that.
Madam Chair, did you say a repayment plan over 12 months of the suspended rent?
Yes.
Would we consider just missing that rent? Is that something that we want to consider?
It's my understanding this has been consistent with what we've done with other individuals, but I'll ask Ms. Cunningham to come down. I think this is exactly what we did with Impresso.
Correct. We've done that with one other lease agreement that we had where we came to an agreement with them as far as what would work as a repayment, and we'll work with them as it moves forward.
So, question for you through the chair. I don't know what their profit margin is as they operate, and I just know some people in businesses that are closing up permanently, they've gotten so far deep in a hole that their monthly revenue doesn't generate enough to pay back their current rent, their current operating expenses, and back fees. So do we know how Mickey Grove Park is operating and what their profit margin is?
Both of the agreements that we did, they actually came to us and proposed to us before they got until they got into a situation where they were months and months in arrears, saying that if we could just work out some type of agreement, they would be okay. But for right now, why they weren't allowed to be open, if we would at a minimum do this for them, that it would definitely be appreciated, and that once they were able to reopen, that they would be okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarity.
Okay.
So I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0. Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Based upon our criteria for the CARES funding, would they be eligible for reimbursement on their mortgage?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jerry Becker, Assistant County Administrator. Supervisor Wynn, I would have to see the specifics of the proposal, but as part of our Small Business Assistance Grant Program, we have been supporting requests from small businesses to cover rents or leases that are unfunded expenditures that are due to closures that are COVID related.
Okay, so their operation was closed because of COVID, because the county park was not open. So would that make them eligible? And I ask this as a general question. It's not specifically for them, but I'm just curious, would that be one of the criteria that would be available for reimbursement?
So through the chair, Supervisor Wynn, talking in generalities, so we're not talking about this specific one, I would say that yes, it would be something that we would be in our eligible pool of reimbursement.
So our park currently is open, but amusement parks are not, according to we're getting there, we're a few more days, I think, but that's why they weren't open. So we did open our parks several weeks ago, but the parks are reopened. So the parks being open, it has to do with what can and can't from a sector perspective be open. And they haven't made the cut until recently.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to our discussion of COVID-19 issues and the pandemic in San Joaquin County. We're able to provide direction to staff or adopt orders as necessary. We have been doing this regularly, and here we are again. So I am, unless you have any objections, Ms. Nino, I would like to begin with Dr. Park. Good afternoon, Dr. Park.
I do have some slides to show because I think it's easier to explain things on slides. So, thank you. I'll start off by briefly touching on the guidances that came out last Friday on June 5th. They were released by the state towards more stage 3 types of sector businesses. These were released on June 5, most of them saying what's in that blue box, that the recommended effective date is no sooner than June 12, 2020, and that all guidance should be implemented only with county health officer approval, following their review of local epidemiological data, including cases per 100,000, rate of test positivity, local preparedness to support a healthcare surge, vulnerable populations, contact tracing and testing. And basically these are the areas that the governor wanted to focus on when he started his roadmap to recovery. So we were informed right before last Friday that this was coming out, and the health officers had not had an opportunity to see any of these guidances before they were released. But we were on a call just prior to their release, and we were notified that 12 new sector guidances were being released. There was a lot of pushback about many sectors being opened all at once, and we were then told that this wording would be included and that the implementation date is really based on your local county epidemiology. It was released as though there were 12 new guidances all coming out at the same time, and they were released at the same time with the same wording, with the effective date no sooner than June 12. However, we were presented the 12 in two buckets. So what Dr. Angel and Dr. Galley presented to us were two groups, with the first group being the group that they would recommend opening first, and the second group, they strongly recommended a delay. And what I've done is I've tried to put asterisks and markings to try to allay the confusion, because this has been quite confusing. But the first group includes schools, and of course, although we could say that schools could open and make that effective, they're not in reality going to be opening anytime soon. There's no plan for it in the month of June for any schools that I know of to be opening. However, much of this guidance, the reason for releasing it early was so that people could prepare for the eventual reopening. So that was one of them. And the next one is day camps. Day camps refers to daytime summer camps, not the overnight type where you stay and sleep, and it does not apply to youth sports camps like baseball camps. Then there was a revised daycare guidance. There was daycare guidance that was already released earlier and that was on the website, but they revised it to say now June 5. So this one does not say that the recommended effective date is June 12th because it was already in place. This was just an updated, revised daycare guidance. Campgrounds and RV parks was another one. I think a lot of drivers of this were the counties that are around some certain campgrounds, especially Yosemite, pushing for this to be one of the sectors opened. And so they did create guidance for campgrounds and RV parks. And in the end, it also includes language about outdoor recreation to include swimming pools. Then there was hotels for tourism. There had been guidance on the web, and if you look at the covid19.ca.gov website that the governor's created, you will see that there are two different guidances. One that is hotels for lodging purposes, which already had been opened for essential use. So for people who were working in certain areas and needed hotel stay, or for the purposes of housing the homeless. This is new. Hotels for tourism is new as of June 5. And then we were told that one of the 12 would be one called card rooms and casinos. But on the release date, what I discovered was that it was separated into two different guidances, one that is called tribal casinos and one for card rooms and racetracks. The second bucket includes film, TV, and music production, pro sports with no audience, bars and wineries, gyms and fitness centers, zoos, museums, galleries, and aquariums, and family entertainment centers. So what I want to point out now is that the plus mark next to day camps indicates that the recommended effective date does not apply. And that is also, there's also a plus mark next to tribal casinos. That language was not included because the state does not have jurisdiction over tribal casinos. So there was no recommended effective date. That language was not applying. And then the asterisk indicates those sectors that are only open to counties that have met variance through the attestation process. And then I have the hash marks for industry released guidance for film, TV, music, and the pro sports with no audience. Those two sectors did not get guidances of their own created by the state. The state is asking them to use industry released guidance because most of them have very in-depth industry created guidance. But for film, TV, and music production, the state does want that sector to follow the office workspace guidance wherever there are office workspaces. And for pro sports with no audience, the state wants those people to follow their industry guidance as well as the guidance for office workspaces and for retail. So tried to clear it up by putting all those markings there, but I'm sure there's still a lot of confusion, but just wanted to explain to you that this is the way it was presented to us in two buckets. If you look at the state website, it says that the following are not open at the county level or statewide, and those include things that people are really waiting for, such as nail salons, tattoo parlors, body waxing, indoor playgrounds like bounce centers, ball pits, laser tag, movie theaters and live theaters, saunas, steam rooms, nightclubs, concert venues, festivals, theme parks, and higher education. And one last slide just on the reopening. We're receiving so many questions about youth sports. And there was no guidance created for youth sports and no guidance created for nail salons. But there is a lot of demand for the youth sports, and health officers have been demanding that the state work on this next. So the state has promised to start developing this guidance, and it should be coming out. I don't know when. They haven't made promises, but they understand that we are getting a lot of demand for this at the local level. The quote that I put here, it is from the Campgrounds, RV Parks, and Outdoor Recreation Guidance. Because the campground guidance includes language about outdoor recreation, I looked at it, and this is what it says here, in general for outdoor recreation, that at this time, organized sports such as basketball, baseball, soccer, football held on park fields, open areas, and courts are not permitted to the extent that they require coaches and athletes who are not from the same household or living unit to be in close proximity. So wherever we can find language that helps us to explain to the public what the state's stance is, we find it, and this was in the campground guidance. Okay. I want to move on now to sharing some of our local data with you. So this is our COVID case counts from the beginning, from our very first case until now. And you can see the rise in the last week or so. And our total case count at this point stands at 1,195 people testing positive for COVID. And we also have 39 deaths with that. So when we did pass attestation with the state, that document was prepared on May 21 and submitted to the state and approved on, it was prepared May 20 and then approved on May 21. And when we did attest, we had to attest to two different types of epidemiologic metrics. And so I want to remind you that one of them was to meet this metric, that less than 20 COVID positive patients would be in the hospital on any single day for a 14-day period. So on May 20, when we did a test, I listed in our attestation all the exact numbers of how many people were in the hospital each day, the 14 days prior. And it was not just 14 days, but maybe 3 weeks or so that we had less than 20 people in the hospital. So there was a good long period where we were doing very well. Then as of June 7th, I did highlight the last 14 days. There's actually 15 days highlighted. But I want to show you that we went from the last date on our attestation with a case count of 7 people in the hospital to 9 on the 20th and 9 again, and stayed under 20 for quite some time until you see us bump at May 31 to June 1. We went above that count of 20, and we had 24 people in the hospital on June 1, 25 on June 2, and since then, and then after that it was 28 on June 3, 4, and 5. The state did, in response to some of our numbers, put us on the county monitoring list on Sunday. So we are on the state's website as one of 9 counties that is being watched because our rates are going high as far as our hospitalizations go. And when they posted us, they post for the 14-day period, 3 days prior to the post date. So that's why I've highlighted 15 days here, because they posted us on Sunday and we were again up yesterday, Monday. So it's kind of capturing the periods that they're using. I do want to let you know that we've had another bump. I was really hoping that at 28 we would stabilize and that we would see a rash of discharges from the hospital so that we would get off this monitoring list, but things have actually become worse. And June 6th, we had 31 people in the hospital. On June 7th, we had 38. June 8th, yesterday, we had 43, and today we're at 45. Of the 45 people that are in hospitals, 18 are in ICUs, and 9 of them are on ventilators. This is the other metric that we attested to meeting back on May 20. This was a 14-day cumulative COVID-19 positive incidence rate of less than 25 per 100,000. So on May 20, we stated that with a population of 762,000 residents, our county needed to demonstrate that we had 190 cases or less over a 14-day period. And when we counted back from the period of May 4th to May 18th, we did have 133 new positive COVID cases, which will put us well below the 25 per 100,000. I've taken a snapshot of what the state's website looks like as of yesterday. They are using our population size of using a 782,545 population size. So for that, 25 cases per 100,000 means that we really need to meet 195 cases or less over 14 days. But as you can see, the state is showing that we have 366 new cases in the last 14 days, and instead of 25 cases per 100,000, we're now at 46.8 cases per 100,000. This is a graph of that rolling case total. So what my epidemiologist did was they graphed out what the state was looking for as far as how many people are in the hospital rolling over the 14-day periods as you move along. And as I said, we had been beneath that red line, which was the 190-person marker that we were using. We were under that for several weeks in April and through mid-May. And as you can see, we then crossed that number, and we're moving upwards. You can see at the right side of the curve that it seems that we took a dip and that we're starting to move up again. That was a dip for just a short period of time. But today, we know that we're at around 330 to 360. Our numbers do reflect what the state was showing in that previous snapshot that I showed you. So we're at about the 330 to 360 range as if this graph were to be finished out to now. So we asked ourselves, what could this be from when we started to see this rise? And this is what the epidemiology department created. And this is a couple of days lagging behind, so you don't see that upswing at the end towards June 3, 4, 5, but it does take a swing up. But you can see here the dates when we did do our stay-at-home orders and the county shut down. And you can see where we had been doing well. And if you look at when we open things up and follow your eye out for 2 weeks' time, you really see the effect that something might have had 2 weeks down the line. I can't know for sure that any one particular event or opening affected everything 2 weeks down the line, but it kind of shows that after Cinco de Mayo and Mother's Day, we did have some rise. And then when we opened up stage, what we're calling 2.5, which was the dine-in restaurants and the hair and barbers and the shopping malls, places of worship, we took another rise. And then we do believe that the most recent case rises are in part related to Memorial Day. Not fully, but in part related to Memorial Day. This is a graph supplied to me by the state, by California Department of Public Health. And this is a graph that was made based on numbers back from May 14 to 21. As you can recall, I've explained that the R0 is the value that tells you your transmission rate. And, you know, in most cases, in general, people strive to get to an R0 of 1 or below, because that means that you're flat and that one person can infect only one other person. This is really the R effective, which reflects your R0. The R effective is what effect have your mitigation efforts had on your R0. And this was supplied to us. And when I saw this for May 14 through 21, it was looking very good for us. As you can see, that San Joaquin was right around that 1.0 mark, and it was looking very good. And I want to show you something that I just received yesterday in contrast. And I'm sorry this is hazy, but this is actually a picture that I took of my computer screen from a conference call yesterday with the same folks at the state, telling us what our most latest R effective is. And as you can see, we've shifted to the left, and we're now well above 1.0. And we're unfortunately mixed in with some of the counties that are on the worst side. But, you know, I make all these points and I show all these graphs not to alarm you, because really this is not something that was not expected. We did know that we were opening businesses, and that was statewide, and we were having people go about, be out and about more, and this was to be expected. Some of it, I think, as a community, maybe we could have done better on, and some of it, I think, could come under control. I think overall, our community members and the public need to be commended for the work they did, because when I show all the hard work that we did in April and May, it really shows that we had flattened our curve and we were doing very well. It's not to say that we're not doing well now, I believe that the numbers are concerning, but we haven't reached an upswing to a point where I'm going to be alarmed. I'm going to try to look at where the numbers are coming from and see what the drivers are, and public health is going to do our best to try to create messaging around that. I do want to share with you also the latest from Bayesiant, because they've given me model after model, and this is actually model number 13 now, but current to June 7th. And what Mr. Davis has done is created the same slides that he always does, which shows our case rates in the blue line, the projected hospital rates with mitigation, and then our green line, which shows that we were continuing to do very well. However, where we used to be completely flat, we're just sloping up just a tiny bit. Our curve is flattened 35%, but that's a drop from 3% below. It had been 38%. We had flattened by 38% before, and before that it was 40% and 43%. So we flattened, but we haven't flattened as much now, if that makes any sense. This is a graph that he has done for us, showing us that 3-day moving average. And I don't know if you recall, but when we attested, we had to write down what our strategy would be as part of the attestation. What would I use as a trigger to have to go back to closing things down, looking at certain businesses and shutting down businesses, or strengthening our stay-at-home orders. And in my attestation, I said that I was going to be using Bayesiant's 3-day moving average. And, you know, the worst was at 5.0. I think it was something like 4 before, but with more data coming in and everything continually being modified and our data being updated, we now know that the largest 3-day moving average we ever had was 5.0 on March 22nd. And we just don't want to get back there again. You could see there the green bars where we had been doing very well with our hospitalization rates, and then where we are now, towards the right side, and the forecast range. So the forecast range are those very faint black lines, which is a prediction of where we could go if this continues. So as you see, there's peaks and then a valley and then peaks and a valley, and so we are forecasted to peak again, to be going up a peak. But at this point, our current 3-day moving average is 1.6. I want to explain this a little bit further because I'm going to be now talking to you about the county data monitoring program that the state has put into place. But as you look at this, what I want to explain is the state is doing a hospitalization rate percentage change. And what they do is, for example, they're taking June 1, 2, and 3, averaging the number of people we had in hospitals on those 3 days, and comparing that to June 4, 5, and 6. And so some changes just in that time period could really drive that number to look like a huge percentile change. What Bayesiant does is they do a moving, so it's June 1, 2, and 3 compared to June 2, 3, and 4, which in my opinion is a lot more accurate. It gives you a much more of a day-to-day picture of how your hospitalizations are going up. It's not what the state chose to use, however. So I do want to go into what the state is calling now county data monitoring, or they're calling it targeted engagement. They've used various terms for this, but it's basically their way of watching each county and letting us know if they see that we're getting into trouble with our numbers. And they have chosen to make it a 3-step process, and the 3 steps cycle back and forth depending on the progress you make or don't make. Step 1 being active data monitoring, Step 2 being the targeted engagement with CDPH, and Step 3 being reinstitution of community measures. And this is available on that COVID-19 website. And actually, if you get to this picture, you click on each of the parts of the circle and it takes you to the narrative that's associated with each of these. So this is how we are being monitored and how all counties are now being monitored by the state. There are 5 metrics they are using, some of them similar to the metrics used in attestation and some of them new. The first box, which is in white, is not one of the metrics they're using to judge us, but they continue to post it out of interest. So it's the average number of tests per day per 100,000 population over a 7-day average with a 7-day lag. And their desire is that you meet 150 tests per 100,000 per day. The boxes in color are the 5 metrics that they're using to monitor us, and the first one in green is elevated disease transmission. And to monitor our elevated disease transmission, they're using a case rate per 100,000 over 14 days, again with a desire that you keep it at 25 per 100,000. So this is a 14-day time period, but with a 3-day lag, meaning if they were to put this report out on June 15th, it would be anything from June 12th and prior, the prior 14 days, because they know that there's some reporting delays based on counties receiving the numbers and reporting them to the state, or hospitals or labs reporting the numbers, so they've decided upon some lag time for each of these metrics. If you have more than 25 per 100,000 cases, and you have more than an 8% testing positivity rate, which is the other parameter in the green box, you are flagged as a county requiring targeted engagement. So you have to meet both parameters in the green section, or if you already have more than 100 per 100,000 cases, then you're also flagged. So testing positivity is the percent of people who test positive out of those who get tested. It's simply that measure. And for that, they're giving a 7-day lag. The other metric they're judging us on is increased hospitalization, and that is reflected by the percent change in the 3-day average COVID-positive hospitalized patients, as I described to you earlier, using 3-day chunks of time compared to the next 3-day chunk of time. Limited hospital capacity is defined as the percent of ICU beds currently available and the percent of ventilators currently available, and they want those numbers to stay less than 20% and less than 25%. There's some contention over these metrics and how they were chosen, but at this point the state has decided to stick with them as they roll out this process, but they have said that over time this is subject to change. There was a call with all the health officers and our epidemiologists in which many epidemiologists expressed concern over these measures. For example, the ICU bed availability number, that is the total number of available ICU beds divided by the total number of staffed ICU beds. Here, what Mr. Birch collects, I think, is a lot more practicable, because what we're collecting is the number of ICU beds currently in use in our 7 area hospitals, and then the number that are not in use. So it gives us a number of how many are actually available, and we calculate our percentages based on that, knowing that we, in addition, have surge capacity. What the state is using is number of staffed beds as a denominator, and that can be very confusing. And so it depends. If you have 5 ICU beds and only 2 of them are needed, well, why would you say that you have 5 staffed ICU beds? Hospitals will say that 2 of them are needed and 2 of them are currently staffed. So it can actually sway the numbers a bit and can be confusing, and I will go into that a little bit more later as to what we plan to do about that. So this is the way the governor's or state's website looks, and I basically cropped what would fit, and then I put our county, San Joaquin, at the bottom. But obviously, if you were to go to the website, you could scroll down and see all the counties, and you would see how these numbers are being reported to the public. So this is available to the public. And what they did was, initially, they gave us all of our numbers for each of the boxes, so we kind of knew what was coming, and all of the counties got our own numbers for each box. But when they finally decided to start posting this last Friday on June 5, they decided to put a check mark for counties that passed all the measures. So you're not going to see their numbers if there's a check mark. So the only numbers you'll see are the numbers that don't meet the criteria. And as you can see, this is the way they started posting it on Friday. What I've posted here are the numbers from Sunday. This is when we got posted to the county website. And so we were flagged for having 24.2% of change in our increasing hospitalization capacity and having a low ICU bed capacity. So that is what we were flagged for. what I want to show you now is the same graph, but with the numbers the way the state has been giving them to me. So on June 1st, the state gave me these numbers as what they said was their mock-up to show health officers what was going to start getting reported. So I had access to all of my numbers. On June 4th again, they gave us numbers. On June 5th, last Friday is when I received notice from the state that we would be posted to the website. And that was because we had made, in their estimation, 3 days in a row, although I don't have exactly 3 days in a row here from them. Then on June 7th is when we officially got posted. Saturday I had to do some writing for the state to explain to them what the drivers of these numbers might be, and then the actual postage of our county got placed on June 7th. So again, you see check marks because I wasn't given those numbers. I'm basically copying and pasting from what showed up on the website on Sunday. And then on June 8th, which was yesterday, again, you can see that we got check marks in all the other categories except for those two. Today I'm looking at the website, and for June 9th, we have check marks across the board, except they have not yet generated the percent change in our 3-day COVID hospitalized patients. That is empty, and I think they're working on it. Our percent ICU beds currently available, they have down as 14.4, and they've got check marks and everything else. Separate from looking at the website today, we did get an email this morning that said that our average testing number is now at 0.91, so we've made some improvements in our ability to do some more widespread testing. So, of course, not all of the patients in our ICUs have COVID, and that is the reality is that statewide, the state opened up hospitals to start doing more elective surgeries and to get people back in for surgeries that had to be rescheduled and deferred. Most of our area hospitals are now doing those elective surgeries, and for that reason, there are people in our ICU beds. And a couple of our hospitals are filling up with their ICUs. Currently, right now, we do have a couple of full hospitals with their ICU beds, and 90% of our beds are occupied, with 10 ICU beds available in the county. So, as I had said earlier, of the 45 people who are currently in hospitals, 18 of them are in ICUs. We have a total of 89 people in our ICUs, so 18 of them being COVID positive ICUs means that about 20% of our ICU beds are being utilized by people with COVID, and the other 80% are people who are there for other reasons. But the state is just not looking at what's COVID, they're looking at what is your availability, and do you have the capacity to meet a surge. On June 8th, yesterday, our number went significantly down to 10.5, but as I said, there's lag time in some of these numbers, and based on the fact that we're now at 45 in hospital, I do believe that this percent change in 3-day average is going to go back up again. So that's step one of the county monitoring process. And step two is this targeted engagement with the CDPH. And this is what, these are the questions that were presented to me late Friday afternoon when I was told we were going to get posted to the website. They were due on Saturday. I submitted them Saturday, the answers to these questions. And based on the answers to these questions, you are given a narrative. So the questions are about what do you think is driving the situation, review of strategies that are already in place, additional strategies that can be taken, so on and so forth. And based on the submission that I gave, the state created this narrative for us. And if you go to the website, you will see that there are now 8 counties that have been posted, and they each were given a narrative, and this is ours. So the first counties to get posted were posted on Friday. This was also the time that this 12 new guidances came out, and the time that I found out that we were going to be eventually posted when I received notice. So the timing is just very difficult because we have 12 new sectors that we'd like to open, but at the same time I received notice that I was getting posted. I wasn't one of the first 5 to get posted, but on June 7th, We did get posted. Stanislaus was posted just for a day. They were removed yesterday, so now you'll see that 8 counties remain. What I did say in my writing to the state, which you won't see here in their narrative, is that at the time, on Saturday, there were 28 people in hospitals across our county, and 21 of them were county residents, and 7 of them were not. So 7 people in our hospitals at the time were not even people who state San Joaquin as their place of residence. So I did state that to the state, that a quarter of our hospitalizations are out of county. I'll go through this with you. They're saying that San Joaquin is experiencing increasing hospitalization and limited hospital capacity. Drivers of this include, number 1, community transmission due to gatherings. This I gathered from talking to my communicable disease staff and the epidemiologist to figure out what is driving this. And we did feel that there were changes in the way people move around, people relaxing on social distancing. We reopened the county to many businesses, and we did know that people who were in the hospital, when we asked the hospitals, were examples of community transmission. And so the solution to that was to increase public messaging. So people might not be so mindful of social distancing practices right now, and what the public is feeling is tired of this virus. I know I'm tired of this virus, but the problem is that this virus isn't tired of us. It doesn't tire, and it moves from person to person the way we let it. So that was number 1, community transmission. Number 2 was workplace transmission, followed by household. So what we were discovering was that people were picking up COVID in their office places or their workplaces from a coworker, and then bringing it home, and then an entire household would be positive, and maybe 1 or 2 people from that household would then be hospitalized. Skilled nursing facility outbreaks are definitely a driver of this, and that's across the board, I think, throughout the country. We're hearing a lot about these SNFs contributing to the increased rates of hospitalizations. And the thing about skilled nursing facilities is that the state just gave us new guidelines to follow about a couple of weeks ago, and the definition of an outbreak is no longer 2 residents being positive, it is 1. So as long as you have 1 resident in a skilled nursing facility turn out to be COVID positive, they're considered to have an outbreak, and we need to test the entire facility. So that is what we're doing. We're testing entire facilities right now. And the state also mandates that even with skilled nursing facilities that don't have any positive COVID, that they test on a periodic basis. So we have created guidance for our skilled nursing facilities to test every 4 weeks, regardless of COVID or not. This is picking up more positives, and some of these people who are positive have been quite ill and in our hospitals. And then, of course, the 4th driver is just increase in widespread testing. So action steps: increase public messaging on the importance of PPE and the risks involved with mass gatherings, and to do this messaging in multiple languages, and continuing to provide infection preventionist expertise to assist SNFs on infection control practices, ensure baseline testing and proper use of PPE. They gathered this out of what I wrote to them, because at the time, what was driving these numbers was, as I said, the community and the SNFs and the workplace. We have, as I said, a SNF team at Public Health, and we've done a phenomenal job, I believe, going into all of these facilities, educating them on infection control and making sure they have PPE. Despite that fact, one of the skilled nursing facilities that led to increase in hospitalization before the weekend, when we went back in to see what might be the problem, discovered that there was some misuse of PPE. And so that is an opportunity point where we can go in and do some educating and hopefully bring numbers such as that down. So I do see in some of our drivers that there are areas that can be mitigated with further messaging and further engagement. What I want to say is that this statement was prepared on Saturday before we got into the 40s, and now we're in the 40s as far as hospitalizations. So I need to go back and figure out where did those extra 20 come from. It's very concerning to me. What I have found so far is that ag industry is contributing to our hospitalization rates. We have an outbreak in a couple of cherry packing industries in a couple of our plants. And another thing that I have discovered is that as these elective surgeries are being done more and more at our hospitals, what the hospitals are doing, to no fault of theirs, is they're testing everyone coming in through the doors. So anybody who's admitted for whatever reason is getting a COVID test, and we're finding a lot of these people who are there for other reasons positive for COVID, and they're already in the hospital. So they're driving that hospitalization rate up as well. So step 3 of this county monitoring program is to reinstitute community measures, and this is just taken off the state's website, that if the county has insufficient progress over a 14-day period on containing their disease transmission and hospitalization rates, a county should consider reinstituting sector limitations or more general stay-at-home provisions. If the county makes insufficient or no progress, the state public health officer may take action. So I honestly don't know if the state is going to have more engagement with me. They have not reached out to me to have any more engagement past the fact that they asked me on Saturday to submit wording for that paragraph they created. So I submitted my checklist. I submitted the answers to all of those questions. I believe that was my targeted engagement, although I didn't really have any engagement person to person from the state. And now there's a 14-day waiting period. And if we can't get our numbers down, I guess that there's another engagement process at which they start to talk to us about reinstituting limitations. It's not clear to me if I'm getting more of a targeted engagement between now and then. So this is my last slide, and basically the plan as it is right now, because all of this has just really taken a foot in the last week or so. And so we've been brainstorming as to what can we do. And at Public Health, what we're planning to do is to promote the widespread testing, tracing, and isolation, as we always have, but to really engage with our partners. We're going to be reaching out to all the PIOs again, and even the cities, to ask us to help us with this. And whatever you as the Board of Supervisors can do to help me with messaging would be greatly appreciated. We do have OptumServe and Verily test sites now that will test you even if you're asymptomatic and uninsured, and we're trying so hard to get that message out. I did hear that there are many questions on contact tracing in the opening public comments, and I want to reassure the public that we actually have very skilled contact tracers on board right now, and locally that is not the issue at this point, although if numbers continue to rise, it might become an issue, but right now we have sufficient ability to do the contact tracing. And we are definitely isolating and quarantining. What's new is that we want to launch a massive public messaging campaign. And this needs to be done in English and Spanish for sure. And again, reminding people that gatherings are still at 0, unfortunately. And we don't want to say this in a punitive way, because I know people are having birthday parties and graduation parties and getting together, and they're doing things that they think maybe are allowed, but we want to remind them that really we want to go back to what we had been doing before, and I know it's a hard message, so not in a punitive way, but more in a harm reduction sort of way, we're going to start to message, we know you want to get out, but here are the safe ways you can do it. So that's the sort of messaging public health is going to work on. Messaging about keeping your social distance, continuing with the hand washing, facial coverings, and staying home when sick. And I did add that because a couple of the cases of people that I know in the hospital are people who continue to work when sick. And so we need to keep that messaging up too, is that please do not go to work when you're sick, you're spreading it. I'm working with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to do some radio shows in Spanish with some popular radio talk show hosts and TV hosts, because we were trying to think what can get to the Hispanic population and really work. We're noticing that when we look at our Facebook page and social media posts, the versions that we post in Spanish are not as well liked or is not as well visited, and so we're thinking that maybe radio and possibly TV would be great ways to get to that audience. And definitely we want to do some messaging as Father's Day and July the 4th are coming up, because as I showed you in that graph, it seems to be that every time there's an event, people tend to get together, and we really want to message, please do it carefully or don't do it at all. Targeted outreach to work sites of concern. As I said, we have outbreaks with our migrant farm worker population. And I have learned some lessons from looking at the homeless shelter task force and seeing what they've done. Reached out to our DA, Tori Verber, to see exactly what were in those bags she was giving to the homeless. Because I believe it made a difference as far as educating, giving them masks, giving them hand sanitizer. So public health is going to be creating very similar bags and giving them out to our migrant farm worker population. We need continued support at our skilled nursing and our assisted living facilities. And again, education on the proper use of PPE. So that will be ongoing. Some other ideas are sanitation stations that will be purchased for the homeless shelters. And I did hear Mr. Cheshire's presentation, so I think there's a lot of great ideas coming out of that department as well. And I want to remind you that we had an interactive map presented to us by Mr. Davis from Bayesiant, where he showed that we can target people with high COVID risk scores. He ended up giving us 1,700 people out of that who have a COVID risk score of 40 or above. Interestingly, the number one language that we needed to target was English, 2 was Spanish, and 3rd was Portuguese, which I didn't know was going to be the result of that. But it was very helpful because we have now crafted postcards that we're going to be sending to those homes, which remind them that if you have, if you're of older age or if you have any comorbid condition, that you are still encouraged to stay home, even as businesses open up. So that is the gist of the presentation, but what I wanted to relay to you is that although much of this was expected, and I'm not quite alarmed, I'm a little bit concerned about the most recent rise that I just now I'm learning of. I want to get a control of it. I need to have some time to go back and see how did we get to 43 and 45, because I had done the research up to the 28 on Saturday, and now I really need my contact tracers and my staff and the hospitals to help me to figure out what else is driving these numbers other than just the ag industry and the fact that we have hospitals testing everyone. There's got to be something else. And my feeling is that based on what I learn over the coming days, that will help direct me as to what I do with these 2 buckets in stage 3. As I said, there are some things that I feel I can mitigate. If it's just one industry and I can go in there and mitigate that, then maybe in the back of my mind, those cases, although they're very sick people, I don't mean to say they don't count, but they don't maybe go into the equation as much as the ones on community transmission. So I'm just going to be looking at it, reviewing it, trying to decide what things are not under my control, what things are under our control, what things we can mitigate. And if much of this is stuff that we think are just difficult metrics, and we think that the state needs to change their metrics, even if we're not meeting the metrics, I will be able to look and think, okay, this ICU bed metric is a very difficult calculation. Maybe even if I don't continue to meet that metric, we reopen because there are some things that are difficult to meet based on the way that they're calculating things for us. So it's hard and it's going to take some thought. Dan Birch and I are having a meeting with all of the hospital CMOs and CEOs this Thursday to discuss with them what numbers are they turning into the state, because the state's getting these numbers from what they are submitting to the California Association of Hospitals, and that's where the state's getting it. And we want to make sure that everyone's doing it the same across the board, accurately, and is there a way that we can figure out why these numbers look the way they do. So that is the plan for now, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Park. We also received a lot of comments earlier today and on an ongoing basis, both for and against a mandatory wearing of masks. Can you just elaborate a little bit on your current position on that? Because this is something that has really changed over time. You know, initially we heard, no, don't wear masks. It takes away from being aware of all the other things you should be doing. Then we started hearing, oh, no, masks are essential. Everyone should be wearing them. In Los Angeles, it's mandatory. And now we heard from several speakers today that no, that's changing again. So I'm curious as to where you stand on it, but also what's the current scientific data showing, and where is the state on this?
So the scientific data more and more is backing masking policy. There are studies out there, even one in JAMA, which is a renowned journal, that says that even facial cloth coverings can be protective. Some studies are showing that you don't have to get to 100% of people wearing it for it to actually create some sort of a herd protection. The state does believe that if we could get to 60% even, that would be phenomenal. And so I am supportive of people wearing a mask or a cloth facial covering, and I wear one myself whenever I'm outside of this sort of situation where I'm speaking. So I do support that from a scientific standpoint. From the standpoint of making it an order, it's very difficult because there are still some that find it highly controversial. And I do know that some counties that have made universal masking policies in order have come across a lot of grief from the public who are against it. And so I think that it's not one of those battles that I'm really wanting to fight at this point, to be honest with you. What we're going to do is launch this campaign, really talk about the use of facial coverings in a way that encourages people to use it, and not have to do it, but this is a community relationship, and let us please try to all do our best. If we don't do everything that we can do, businesses won't be able to reopen, and in fact, we might need to close some businesses. I will tell you that when I'm on calls with the other health officers, this is a huge griping and venting session just on this, and it's very, very difficult. And I'm hearing what cities are saying to their city councils, and I know that even based on different cities, the mood is different, even based on what city you're in within this county. And so what I want to tell you, though, is that there are, resources being used because of this. There are, to my knowledge, 2 health officers who always have to have a sheriff's deputy by their side and outside their door at public health because of their masking orders. It's become that difficult. And so the state, and I have more examples, but I won't go on, but all of the health officers share their difficulties. And so the state does feel that that masking is scientifically based, and the effectiveness of it has some basis to it. And they were considering doing a statewide order, but even that became so difficult to surmount that they are also launching a statewide massive masking campaign. So I haven't seen it yet, but that's the direction they're going, because talks were all the way up until late last week about this, and what we heard last week around Thursday was that they had decided to not do anything, but instead they're going to do a massive campaign.
So we did hear today from a lot of members of the public about public education, some of it targeted to businesses, how important it is for them, not only their staff, but also their customers, all this. So when will we expect to see some of this launching?
What I said to the state is that we're launching it this week. So we've got health educators back at Hazleton working furiously on this right now. We discussed it at our operations meeting yesterday, and they are working on it, and I'm hoping that by the end of the week you're going to start to see some more messaging. We already do so much messaging on our social media pages, but we're going to try to do billboards, bus wraps. I don't know if you'll see billboards and bus wraps by the end of this week, but the progress has started, the process has started, and the effort is being made right now to contact RTD, billboards, TV, maybe even some public service announcements. So,
and these expenses are reimbursable for this public education campaign, since it's directly COVID related, as would be my understanding, through some fashion, whether it's through FEMA or whether it's through CARES Act, but these would be legitimate COVID driven expenses that the county will be taking on. And so I hope we put the pedal to the metal on this.
I do. I think it's going to be money well spent, because A lot of the public doesn't watch this Board of Soups meeting, and that's the public I need to get to. That it really is. So we're thinking of ways and how do we reach them, how do we talk to them. And so we're going to try to go right up to their space. So what radio do they listen to? What shows do they listen to? Which radio talk show host do they admire and respect? And we're reaching out to those people.
Great. Thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. First thing I wanted to comment on was you were searching for an answer as to why we've had this increase in hospitalizations and all of that. Mm-hmm. I noticed on your chart, you had several things on there that were significant events where people tend to celebrate in a family fashion or in groups, such as the holidays, etc. But I didn't see the initiation of all of these protests on there. And I think that matches very nicely with the fact that now suddenly we're seeing more hospitalizations due to COVID. So the protests have been allowed to go ahead and proceed with not much care given to the health aspects of it. Nobody cares about the public health order when they're out there protesting. So I think that is something you should put in your report, that's part of the problem, and that there's nothing that you as the public health officer is going to be able to do about it because people just disregard it when they're out there protesting. So why should we even consider that kind of stuff when we're looking at people who are trying to keep their businesses afloat, get their kids back into activities, do the things that constitute having a normal life? Why should we penalize all of those folks who may want to have a barbecue in their backyard when the folks that are out there protesting by the hundreds don't pay any attention at all and see no repercussions to it? So that part, I think, is something that can help explain why we've had this increase. And it's also something that just, when you look at it from common sense, it doesn't make common sense to try to say, okay, all of you people that want to keep your businesses running, you can't do it. And you people that want to go shopping and do that sort of thing, you have to stay home. But if you want to protest, you can go out there and do it. And nobody's really going to blink an eye. So I'm glad to hear that you're not sounding any alarm bells here, because I don't think there's any cause for alarm. I think there's a very logical explanation for why we've had this uptick. But I don't think even that comes to the level of being, of endangering our surge. We have a huge surge capacity, according to the previous reports we'd had from 2 or 3 weeks ago, where we had like a 99% surge capability or something. We haven't had to activate any of that yet, but that doesn't mean that we don't have it. I think that the fact that we have more people in the hospital now is pretty much attributable, as you said, to the fact that we're now opening up for elective surgeries. That's going to take some of the ICU beds as well. So I don't think we're anywhere near being at a stage for concern about our surge capacity in our hospitals. And also, we talked a little bit, you mentioned earlier, the youth sports and activities, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. I think we should really rethink that one. I've been hearing, I haven't read these reports, but I've been hearing about studies done among younger people, children, showing that they have a very low propensity for passing COVID-19 to other people. In fact, I heard about one study, and I have no idea how scientific it was, but I heard there were 1,000 kids, 1,000 school kids, that were exposed to someone who had tested positive for COVID-19, and the number of infections among those 1,000 kids was 0. None of them caught it from this person who had tested positive. So that doesn't mean it'll always be 0. Of course it won't, but but there seems to be a very low transmission rate among youth. So why don't we open up these youth activities if there's a relatively small concern there about spreading the virus? And it's great for the kids. It gives them something to do in the summertime.
Thank you. So yeah, I'll try to address those questions. So as for the protests, I could certainly have the staff add that on for next week, and I could bring this graph back to you. It would be at the very end of this graph, towards the right side of this graph. So the effect of that is still not fully known. Maybe in a week or so we will really know if there was a bump based on that event, although it wasn't a one-time event, it's been a continual event. But we could try to guesstimate timing-wise if there is any related increase epidemiologically. That you're doing sports because you're using the day camp guidance. The state has very clearly said, no, there's going to be specific guidance for youth sports, and you must wait for that. And until the guidance is posted, we can't open. I do know that a lot of this seems so unfair, and it's very aggravating even to me to see the inequities, because I do know that there are races going on at racetracks in other counties. That's very aggravating for me to know, and I have no control over that. I'm just trying to protect people in my county, and that's all I can do. I know people are sending me emails that they want to open up their little league, and why can't I do it when some kids are playing baseball over in this other city? Well, I can't possibly enforce everyone who's out there doing things that they're not supposed to do, but they're not at this point. You're right, children have a very low risk, which is a great thing. They can still get sick, of course. No risk is zero. And, of course, they could bring home COVID and be asymptomatic and take it home to their grandparents and transmit it at the grocery store or wherever they're going. So, no risk is zero. It's not, that, though, is not up to me. I actually agree with many of the people who write in and say, we should open this and we should open that. But until the guidance is out, I just can't. So I need to focus on the 12 before me right now, hope that the state comes out with the youth one as quick as they can, because I know there's a high demand for it, but I already have enough in front of me that I need to kind of think through. So I'm going to deal with those 12 first.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I realize that you have to take care of the ones that are laid out there first, because those are the ones that you can actually have the most control over right now. But I just encourage you to use the maximum degree of flexible interpretation of these requirements when we are authorizing businesses and activities to resume, so that we can get as many of them as we can possibly imagine back open and available for people to do.
Understood.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank you for your efforts through this process for the past 3 months. I think you've been very professional. I think you've tried to accommodate certainly the board and our constituents as best we can, and I understand the restrictions that you're under. I had a meeting last week with several of the hospital CEOs, Jamie Muslimas, the superintendent of education, et cetera. And we did talk about some of the things which I really appreciate your taking on, because one of the comments from the CEOs was the increase in numbers in hospitalization, and also better education in regards to our population. They really thought that needed to be pushed in all areas. And when you meet with them on Thursday, I'm sure they'll be glad to hear some of the efforts that you're putting forth, you and Dan, et cetera. I like the idea of the wrapping the buses, et cetera, because that's a vehicle or a platform which goes into a lot of the areas that need education, that need to be reinforced as far as sanitation, those types of things. So I think that's a good thing. The various radio shows or whatever, I think would also a good idea. But I think all those things are helpful, and I would agree that I think we as a county and actually as a state have done a pretty good job of flattening the curve since this first came down compared to a lot of other states, obviously all with less populations than we have. But as Supervisor Elliott has talked about, I'll be very honest with you. I think this thing with the protests is just blowing everything out of the water. My constituents and my conversations, they have no regard whatsoever for the state and the guidelines that have been provided. Because our last meeting, I raised the question about gatherings outside, and you were very clear, that, and you said it today, 0. That's the number of people that you can gather, collectively. And yet, in the city of Ripon over the weekend on Saturday and Sunday, we had 350 on Saturday, probably 450 on Sunday. And I will tell you, maybe half had masks. No social distancing whatsoever, certainly in the march downtown. So my point is that, public have lost trust and faith in government because they see, on the one hand, those who have been very good and very diligent and responsible in following the rules as best they can, businesses that sometimes will never recover from what's happened. And I admire those individuals for doing what's right and what we've asked them to do. But I think we've gotten to a point, and I think that the protests were the straw that broke the camel's back. Is like, you've been very clear in regards to, our role as far as a board, and certainly your role with the state and the governor and all the guidelines that we keep talking about. But, you talk about the metrics. Who came up with those and why? And what's the correlation? I mean, it's like, let's put up a dartboard. Let's throw darts and we'll pick numbers. Because I'm assuming that, and I know these are all intelligent individuals and experienced and professional, things like that. But, we've had 39 deaths, and that's tragic. I agree with that. But we have a population, I guess, of 782,000. I don't know. But it's certainly well over 762,000. And that's a very small number. I mean, we're talking a thousandth of a percent. We talk about 1195. That's a very small number as far as that. And I'm sure we're out there. And now, through all the things that we've heard, and initially everybody following suit because we were told this is unknown and we don't know what's going to happen. But, the World Health Organization just came out and said asymptomatic individuals cannot spread the virus, or at least it's rare, if at all. And so we have literally we have told the population you can't go to work, you can't open your business, you can't go to church, you can't play sports, you can't, a whole list of things you can't do over what's turned out to be, from my estimation, as of a lot of misinformation, partially because nobody knew and people were making extrapolations, etc. And I've talked about the projections of the governor back in April and his rocket ship in regards to numbers and how that never materialized and on and on and on. And yes, I would agree with you. There's a concern, and I know you're looking into why we're having an increase, but the numbers are still infinitesimal compared to our population. And I certainly wouldn't want it to go any higher, but in every stage of life, there are ups and downs. That's just what happens, and there are going to be spikes and valleys, so to speak. So I'm just concerned that, and we talk about the state, stepping in, depending upon our numbers, et cetera. And you made a comment, and I would agree with you as far as enforcing. I don't think you're going to get anybody to go back. The genie's out of the bottle, and whatever happens, especially with, and again, I keep bringing it up, but with what government has done, what mayors and the governor have done, actually throughout the nation, has in my opinion, and I'm not taking just myself, but I'm talking to people who call me or email me, etc. Government has no credibility, because to be so staunch and rabid in regards to protecting ourselves and making sure that we flatten the curve and those types of things, and then to come out and just openly allow masses of individuals to violate every protocol that we've been trying to follow is insane. And so I would agree with you. And when we talk about masks, I would say, yeah, and I've talked to people. I had, maybe I mentioned this, some friends from Colorado were down. It's mandatory in Colorado. They were so happy to be in California because they didn't have to wear the mask. But my point is I think that those who think the mask is essential can wear it. Those who don't wear it. And probably when I went to Home Depot over the weekend, one of my favorite places to go, I'd say maybe 40% had masks and the other didn't. I've been there several times over the past 3 months. I guess my observation is that evolved, we've learned a lot. Certainly we continue to learn as things happen. But, you know, if the governor thinks somehow that through his California department that he's going to come down on counties that exceed these metrics, who knows, however they were developed, that they're going to close a county down, you can say it all day. The sheriff and his deputies can educate, and I know they're talking to people periodically. I'm not sure how they are doing it now, but my point is that it's not going to happen. People are just totally against this, almost, except for those who I guess maybe are supportive of what the governor's done, et cetera. But again, in my district, and our numbers are in many cases less than half of the other districts as far as cases, et cetera. So my residents have been compliant. They follow the rules, but they've had it up here. And so I just provide that information, just one district, but I would say that I appreciate your willingness, at least on the, and I don't know, for whatever reason, I've got a whole bunch of emails this morning, masks. I don't know whether it's coming from the city of Stockton or where it is, but it's getting buried. And
there's a rumor that the county is contemplating requiring the wearing of masks.
I'm curious to hear if they're for masks or against them.
Oh, no, they're against.
All against. I take that back. One was for, but all against.
And I shouldn't say they're against masks per se. They're against the county requiring and making them mandatory. That's really the gist of it is.
Well, you know, I think that people who believe in masks and believe that it's scientifically based and protective are already wearing them, and those who don't might not be swayed even if there's an order. And that's the problem, is I've really struggled with this in my head as to how many more people can I get to wear masks by making it an order. I think those who aren't just won't. But I'm a little bit disappointed to hear that they're only 40% at Home Depot. I really want to get to that 60%. So if I can move people over a little bit more towards that without an order, that would be ideal for me. Because I realize that people don't want that order, that a large population of people, I wouldn't know what the percentages are, but I do know that it's problematic for some people. And what I'm hoping to do is that just through messaging, we get just enough people to shift towards the mask wearing side that we can hit that 60% that the state believes would make a difference.
I think education's far more effective, and I'm all for that. Supervisor Patty, do you have some questions for Dr. Park?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. In the phase 3 that you had shown, you mentioned the word pools, but I didn't see it highlighted. We are getting, I mean, summertime, kids, swimming, pools, outdoor is of high demand. And I know I heard the word pools, but can you give me a little bit of context and what we're doing, maybe if it's in a narrow context, what are we doing in a broad spectrum?
So pools show up in a couple of different guidances. For example, the hotels for tourism guidance has something about the use of hotel pools. But I think that the one that would suit most people would be the campgrounds and RV parks, which has been renamed campgrounds, RV parks, and outdoor recreation. And if you read the part on outdoor recreation, that has a whole section on pools. So pools is included in these in these two buckets, and it's with the campgrounds. So if we okay the campgrounds, we're opening up pools at the same time.
So a pool at a campground or any pool in the state?
No, it's interesting. It's named campgrounds, RV parks, and outdoor recreation.
Okay. And how long until we're able to trigger that by our reporting or, turning in guidance, or what's going to be the trigger that people can celebrate the great summer days and enjoy pools?
Yeah, I'm not looking for any particular trigger. As I said, the earliest I could do this would be this Friday. I need to spend some time looking to see where the extra 20 cases came from, trying to digest what part of it is very industry specific that we can get a hold of. As I said, what part of it is something that I feel is data collection and not really representative of what's really going on in our county. And if I feel comfortable that some of it is just data and numbers that are not really representative of the actual problem and the caseload here in my county, then I might feel comfortable. So I just don't want to make any promises right now, but it would be in that first bucket. So if I were to do something staged, I would rather do things according to the way the state has given me the 2 staged buckets. So I would deal with that first bucket first is what I'm thinking.
And that includes pools in the first bucket?
Yeah, that's one of the ones in the first bucket.
Excellent, great. And when would we know, if the soonest is by Friday, when would we know that by Friday we can actually do this?
You might know Friday. It might take me that much time to really decide. So, I'll be going over it a lot in the next couple of days. Obviously, I only have a couple of days. But even if nothing happens this Friday, Friday's the soonest date I could do it. Could do it Monday. So, it just depends on what I learn and what I as I digest the material and maybe speak to some people who are experts in the field. Try to see what other counties are doing, looking to see what the other 8 counties that got up on the watch list are doing. I don't know if they're opening anything. So I'd like to take some time, and then I have Friday onward to open these things. So it could be next week. I can't make any guarantees.
Okay, and I understand you're taking a scientific approach to it because of the numbers and the stats and the reporting that has to happen. So there's a process you have to go through to get there.
I'm trying to. I'm not the best scientist maybe in the world to digest all of the information, but I can see who the 45 are in the hospital right now. They are driving that number, and really take a look and step back and see what part of this is something that I think is malleable or that is driving the data, but yet they're actually well people. Like what if 1/4 of them are people in the hospital who had just checked in for a gallbladder surgery and happened to be COVID positive? If I find out that a full 1/4 of people are that type, and another 1/4 is just miscalculated numbers submitted by whatever, not that I want to put any blame on our hospitals, but let's say one hospital turned in skewed numbers. If I can figure something like that out, I would feel more comfortable moving forward.
Understood. And I know that it had been brought up before, but in the past it's been discussed that some hospitals get more money if somebody's COVID positive, and especially if they go onto ventilators. So that may or may not be a factor in San Joaquin County. I understand it is an issue in other more populous areas. So that was something that might come up. But if you haven't heard of that?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, this Medicare pays, I think, $9,000 for COVID positive and $39,000 if you're on a ventilator.
No, I think our hospitals really have the best interest of the patients at heart when they're testing them. They're trying to cohort positives together, leave negatives together, let their anesthesiologist know that they're about to intubate someone who's got COVID and give that person the freedom to reschedule or say, no, we're not going to go through with this surgery today. It's not as urgent as other surgeries might be. So I think they're doing it out of the interest of the patients and trying to determine when is the best time to do what you're supposed to do. And then if they're admitted to the hospital, make sure that people who are COVID positive are staying away from those who are COVID negative.
Understood. Yeah, and a big concern. Let's see. Last week we had an emergency board meeting, and then there was some new data released on racetracks that was exemplified in one of the buckets here. About outdoor racing. Mr. Nassetti was here, and he pointed out once again that throughout the state there are tracks running with audiences, and these tracks are up and running up and down the state here. What considerations can we have for a local business owner that has business loans and has overhead and operating expenses but generates zero income in light of what's being introduced by the governor and in light of the fact that in this state currently there are tracks running? Anything new we can share with Mr. Nassetti?
I did email the state 2 times about that issue, and they did not respond. I emailed them with a list of other counties that are having races and pointed out the fact that it's really not fair. I have not received a response on that in particular. But I did have the opportunity to take a vote as to what out of the guidances that were pending, about a week and a half ago, what did I need in my county? And because there was so much demand for outdoor recreation and the cards, casinos, racetracks, I did put in a vote for that just to make it clear that I'm trying. I don't know how much my vote swayed anything. I do think that some of our local issues with the racetracks has come into play with the guidance, because this guidance was initially going to be a guidance titled card rooms and casinos. And then they ended up making it casinos separately from card rooms and racetracks. And I don't know if it's because of some of the emails I've sent. I don't want to take credit for that. But honestly, it was going to be card rooms and casinos, and they changed it to card rooms and racetracks and did something separate for casinos. So I don't know if that was for us that was done, but it was clearly changed around the same timing that we had Mr. Nossetti's case here in front of the board. I do appreciate the owner of both the 99 and the Delta Speedway who have been in communication with me. And I know it's very hard to close your racetracks when other counties are operating, and I don't think it's fair. So I do appreciate their cooperation with that. But they are in bucket 1 as well.
Got it. They're in bucket 1.
Yes, they're with card rooms and racetracks, which is in bucket 1.
Okay, got it. And then lastly, revisiting what Supervisor Elliott was asking about, there's day camps, and then we talked about youth sports. Now, there are youth sport day camps that I think would seem to fit if you've got a collection of kids that are going to get together. It could be 6, 8, 10 in small groups and do part of their day camp activity. Do you see any reason why that wouldn't qualify?
We were expressly told by the state that youth sports is getting its own guidance and that you cannot use the day camp guidance for youth sports. The day camp guidance is written in such a way that kids would be doing arts and crafts 6 feet apart from each other. They would bring their own meals so that there wouldn't be a buffet type of eating, and they would just sit 6 feet apart from each other. It's always 6 feet apart, make sure they wash their hands, and that's not possible with sports, especially contact sports, which is why they clearly said that that is not inclusive of youth sports camps. So there's something separate that is to be made for those.
So is there guidance then that says a day camp is about and only permissible if you're sitting 6 feet apart and doing arts and crafts? You mean there's no outside running, there's no outdoor activity, it's only sitting down doing arts and crafts?
There's some language about doing outdoor activities. There is. I can't tell you exactly what it says. I've read it, but I don't remember because I've tried to read all 12 of them. That it does have language about outdoor recreational activities.
Okay.
But I don't think that the specifically contact type sports are in there.
I don't know about contact sports. I mean, there's lots of sports that aren't contact. If they're out there playing baseball, it's not contact. So I would imagine that might fit into the category. I'll look up and see what the day camp parameters are, and if they're practicing some of the safe guidelines, I would imagine they're clear to go. And I'm not asking for your approval on it. I'm just, if it's coming, that's great. That might be 2 days or 2 weeks away from now, but there's kids that want to do activity, and there's psychology reports right now talking about the damages of kids being kept indoors for as long as they are.
There's a lot of demand for it, so the state's aware. Because when they came out with these 12, a lot of the people who were responding to this were very upset that youth sports was not represented. So they're aware that that health officers are upset because we feel the demand.
Got it. And I appreciate it. I know this is a lot of people pull on you, a lot of coming at you, and you're trying to micromanage so many sectors, and it's not really fair to be sitting on one person's shoulders when you've got a state pulling strings and you've got multiple interests and conflicts. I don't envy that position at all that you're in. I would just, without getting into a discussion any further, this last week you had On June 5th, you had a press release, and I would just ask you to maybe review that press release with County Council. You may want to revise that, okay?
Okay, I'll look at that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair Miller.
Been very patient down there.
No
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mark. How are you doing today? I'm just curious. So dining in restaurants that have bars, they're allowed to have people at the bar drinking. Is that correct?
I believe that if those people are dining, then they can be at the bar. But again, with that social distancing measure put in place.
And so a lot of the bars are getting ready to open. Is that true? On Friday, they can open. Is that correct?
They're in the second bucket. So they're getting ready because they're hearing on the news that all of this came out, but we have not locally approved any of it yet. I appreciate that they're looking at the guidance and getting ready, but we have not actually opened bars and wineries.
Okay, so like I'm just hearing that they plan on opening like Friday. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
And they don't have any guidelines. Do they have guidelines?
There's guidelines made. The guidelines are available so they can prepare.
Okay.
So they're on the website.
And gyms are opening Friday, correct?
Gyms are also, nothing has been okayed yet as of this time, but it is one of the 12.
Okay. No, I'm just saying online, like Image Shape is saying they're opening up on Friday. They'll be
Yeah,
open.
unfortunately, there's a lot of misunderstanding. But here in San Joaquin County, you might hear about it opening in other counties, but we have not made that decision yet.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Park. I think that's...
Just a quick question. When you talk about swimming pools, I assume, because I get a lot of emails in regards to swimming teams practicing, and also baseball tournaments. We dealt with the baseball tournaments last weekend. So does that mean, as Supervisor Patty was talking about, does that mean they can use the pool, but they can't use it for training or events, those types of things?
That's a very good question. I would assume it would mean that swimming pools are open, so you can use it as long as you follow the guidance that's given to you. So I think a lot of the swim teams actually have much more strict guidance that they're following. If you read the camps, RV parks, and outdoor recreation guidance on pools, it says things about try to bring your own towel, try to separate people in the pool. I don't know the exact language, but if you follow that guidance, that means the pool can open. So I believe that they're okay, and I believe that if they follow their own swim team protocols, for which I have seen a lot coming from USA Swim and Pacific Swim, and they've created pages worth of guidelines on how they're going to reinstitute practice. But I think as long as they're within the guidelines that are given by the state, I would imagine they're okay.
Okay. And then, as Supervisor Patty mentioned, baseball's not, well, most of the time it's not a contact sport. You're separated, obviously, by distances, whether your position or at bat or whatever. So, again, and as Supervisor Elliott talks about, these things are, in my opinion, much less dangerous or risky than bars and casinos and a whole bunch of other things. So anyway, I hope, I take your comment. If I email back these swim team coaches, that I would say, follow your protocol for your team, which I would agree with you. I'm sure it's much more strict than for recreational pools. Okay.
If and when we open the campground, RV and outdoor recreation.
Okay. And then the last thing is, I know you talked briefly about schools opening. I will tell you this, the school districts I'm familiar with in my district, they're talking about 2 days, maybe 3 days a week or something like that. That's going to play havoc with parents and working and all these other things. I understand, looking at these things from a medical standpoint, but it's going to make it almost impossible for parents and families to survive with some of these restrictions that again, I just see what's happened in over the past few weeks, and the question of all these strict guidelines seems to be unnecessary. So anyway, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park.
Yeah, you're welcome.
One last one.
One last comment. Thank you. So So Dr. Park, did the fact that we had those two buckets there, does that mean that there will be two separate opening dates, or could you feasibly open it all at once?
My plan is to do some staging to it. I'm not sure exactly how it will stage.
Well, I have a recommended timeline.
I'm happy to hear it.
Okay, I'd say take the top bucket and do that Friday morning, and take the bottom bucket and do that Friday afternoon. People would be perfectly fine with that. Anyway, I know you got a tough job, but I just urge that we do it as quickly as possible.
I understand.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our HR director to come up because I want to get through just sort of a quick update on this before we launch into the CARES Act discussion, because I think we're going to want to get some guidance on that. I asked Ms. Hopkins to update us because the county as an organization, as an employer, has been reopening. We are reopened. And I wanted to for us to get an update on how that's going with our employees.
So, thank you, Chair Miller, for the opportunity to speak before the board this afternoon, Ms. Nino and County Council Miles. So I just have a quick update about keeping both the public and the employees safe. So as Chair Miller mentioned a minute ago, departments started reopening their facilities on May 18th, and that came with a variety of opportunities for us to work with our employee population and our public to keep them safe. So here in our facility and many other facilities, personal protective equipment is available upon request when you go through security or through the entrances. So if a member of the public would like a mask, for example, or to use hand sanitizer, you've seen those throughout the building. We are providing that both to employees and the public. Barrier protections have been installed in almost all departments. So if you walk into HR, for example, if you haven't been there in a while, we have barrier protections up in the lobby. I know the Human Services Agency and many other agencies have reported getting those installed very quickly, and we appreciate General Services stepping in and very quickly providing these to our departments. Social distancing decals have replaced tape in many cases. So where we originally started with tape X's or please stand back, we have the permanent social distancing decals. And then in some lobbies, we still may have tape, and departments also are using those within their own non-customer areas to make sure that we are keeping our employees social distancing. Maybe in our break rooms, our copy rooms, in our hallways, those types of things. We have talked to departments and have noticed that as departments reopen, employees are really excited to see each other again, and sometimes they're getting a little too close to one another. So based upon that, you have seen some human resources countywide campaigns go out. ISD's partnered with us to send something out. We try to send something out at least once a week, reminding employees to wash their hands, to socially distance, use hand sanitizer, wipe down their frequently touched surfaces, those types of things. Just a reminder to the board, we still are encouraging only 2 persons per elevator trip, and departments are monitoring lobby and customer traffic. What I mean by that is if a department's using a particular area in the building, so you might have noticed yesterday, Human Resources was doing a recruitment exam, so we're trying to get recruitments and positions filled where appropriate again. HR had somebody in the lobby, HR had somebody on the 4th floor. We were directing traffic, making sure that we used elevators appropriately. Other departments are doing the same. We are still reminding individuals to stay home if they are ill or experiencing symptoms. We had informed the board previously, and it remains in place, that department heads have been provided flexibility in customer and employee screening. So whether that's taking temperatures, just handing out masks, again, encouraging employees to stay home sick, whatever that might be, has been an individual department or a facility decision. Some facilities have gotten together and made those decisions together. That continues. If you go on the employee COVID website, where we have department guidelines for managers, what we did was we took the CDC guidelines for each one of those components and put them there for department heads and their executive team so that they could use that in guiding their decision making for their particular facility. Many departments have still continued to use alternative work schedules, staggered shifts, and telework options continue. I know that there has been some interest from the board in understanding telework. We are drilling down and looking at some of the data to maybe offer telework as an ongoing solution. There are 4 other department heads assisting, but I would highlight just briefly this afternoon, because I know it's been a long day, our Human Services Director, Chris Woods, has reported good success with our children's services social workers and our eligibility workers, where they are able to do monitoring about court reports, child welfare visits, and C4, the system that they use for eligibility, to see that that productivity is maintained. ISD has also been able to do the same. So as we work with those department heads and bring recommendations back to our CAO and the board, we will be developing those types of monitoring and productivity standards to look at telework as a longer-term solution. Just as a reminder, the department heads and human resources have continued to provide ongoing employee communication through the employee website, through our employee email address that I've talked to you about before. We have twice a week, Monday and Wednesday, conference calls with department heads and assistant department heads to talk about whatever concerns they may have. And Human Resources has recently added weekly communication through training or teleconferencing with our department HR and payroll staff, or what's called an EPAD processing team, to make sure that whatever we're implementing can be drilled down across all county departments. We talk about safety measures in that as well. We want to make sure that we're keeping our employees and public safe. Updating the board, as I've not been before you recently with some COVID-19 information. The county has received 290 unemployment claims, and we are working with departments to understand all of those unemployment claims. Some of those individuals have been returned to work. Most of this has been part-time or some misunderstanding about how unemployment works. Under workers' compensation, we're at 99 potential exposures that have been reported to Human Resources. 33 claims are, we have 33 actual worker compensation claims related to COVID. 7 have been denied as they are non-COVID, and 26 are currently under the review process. So we'll bring that information back to the board as it's updated. For next steps related to COVID in our workforce, we are continuing to develop countywide protocol for employees and employees whose family members test positive for COVID, and we'll bring that back to the board, I believe, next week. We will return to the board and report on the HR 6201 use, especially now that the school year is over, so we'll be able to provide that data to you about employees that needed to use emergency paid sick leave, but also, as Supervisor Wynn was just mentioning, the employees that needed to stay home to support their children during this time with distance learning. Risk management is on the verge of disseminating countywide training as required by OSHA, and we put some specific San Joaquin guidelines in there. We want to make sure we're very tailored to how we are supporting our workforce while meeting OSHA's guidelines at the same time. And then we are going to work on surveying departments to understand how employees feel about safety and how department heads are viewing telework, safety, and other options related to COVID. So we will start working on that this week. That is all I have for you related to COVID this afternoon. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I'm really pleased to hear that we're including our employees in this process. This has been difficult for everyone, and I think this is a perfect opportunity to, now that people are coming back, touch bases and get their input, because they're an integral part of the team. We talk about it all the time, how much we value our employees. So I think one of the best ways we can demonstrate that is by being inclusive. As we develop these protocols and these processes, let's make sure that we include our employees so that they're heard and we take advantage of their experiences. So thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Wynn?
Real quick, have we thought about offering on a voluntary basis a test for our employees?
Offering a COVID test?
Yes.
Employees who have reached out to Human Resources and asked specifically about COVID testing have been referred back to the resources in the community that are available to all residents.
Well, the reason I ask that question is because, you know, one of the things that's been talked about in the past in regards to reopening was that, you know, employees would be tested, for example, restaurants, places like that where there's more susceptibility. And I guess, you know, from a standpoint of leadership, it would seem to me that the county would want to take advantage of certainly the testing sites that we have, or possibly even, I don't know if they can bring it to this building, but I think a lot of employees would be interested to take a test because there are asymptomatic individuals. And I think if our employees had the opportunity, I think a lot of them would take advantage. And we could say, as a county building and county employees that, that we've tested, or our employees have volunteered to be tested, and we know exactly those who've tested positive or not. And I think that kind of sent a message to other businesses, other government agencies, and I think that would certainly help in our testing protocol. But I just think it would be kind of a step forward in regards to how businesses can work with their employees to find out those, because there may be a lot of them in this building, they're asymptomatic, and I certainly would appreciate knowing those who are, and I'm sure they would appreciate knowing, especially considering their families. So just a question.
Well, thank you for your feedback. We'll look into that and report back.
Certainly have the capacity. We're not coming close to the daily testing that we have the capacity to conduct. So it would be a good thing on a lot of different levels. We need to know and to keep that number as a percentage small of those being tested. Any other questions from Ms. Hopkins? Great. Thank you so much for the update. We'll look forward to hearing back.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we're going to talk a little bit about the infamous CARES Act funding, and I wanted to get some specifics out here. We've got a lot of folks in the room who have varying levels of expertise, and I'm going to ask Mr. Becker perhaps to kick us off, and you and Mr. Wilverding can give us some guidelines. We hear over and over and over that the county we're falling down on the job. We're not getting this money out fast enough. We're not getting it out where it needs to go. And I think all of us up here are a bit frustrated. So we're hoping you can enlighten us and the public.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. With me this afternoon is Jay Wilverding, our Auditor Controller. So I'm here this afternoon to provide the board an update on the county's recently launched Small Business Assistance Grant Program and to discuss additional grant programs the board could consider implementing to further assist the community as it deals with the effects of COVID-19. And as the chair just mentioned, to answer what I assume will be numerous questions about the CARES Act funding. So on May 12th of this year, the board approved the allocation of approximately $133 million in CARES Act funding for the specific purpose of addressing COVID-19 related expenses realized by the community and the county. The county moved quickly to fulfill the board's direction and established a small business assistance grant program. And on June 1st, 2020, the grant program was open to the public. In compliance with the direction from the U.S. Department of the Treasury, the Small Business Assistance Grant Program was developed and implemented to reimburse businesses for operating expenses that met the Department of Treasury guidelines. Round one of the Small Business Assistance Grant Program is focused on small businesses with at least one full-time employee other than the business owner, and no more than 50 full-time employees. This criteria, along with other factors, were used to establish eligibility and to determine the potential size of each individual grant. The maximum grant sizes have been tied to the number of full-time employees, and the total grant amount cannot exceed the amount of unfunded payroll, rent, and personal protective equipment costs realized by the small business that are specifically related to COVID-19. So the statistics that you see here in this table are as of Friday, June 5th. And at that time, the county had received 307 small business grant requests. The businesses have requested funding totaling over $7.1 million. This chart shows the number of applications received and the total funding requested by supervisorial district. Program started out with a rush of applications. The county received approximately 100 applications per day for the first 2 days and then slowed. Since Friday of last week, for example, we've received approximately 50 new grant applications. So compared to our first few days where we had 100 a day, from Friday till this morning, we've had 50. So the volume has slowed, but the interest is still there. So what I'd like to do is take a moment to discuss the county process for reviewing and approving the grant applications. There has been a fair amount of misinformation I've heard regarding the program, so I'd like to be sure that the public knows exactly how this process for review and approval is modeled. First, the applications are reviewed for completeness by the county administrator's office. I want to be crystal clear on this matter. Staff is performing the review at this time, and a third party will perform the review in the future. At no time in the review, or is this review being conducted by any member of the board or by the CAO herself. The process has been developed so that the board and CAO will be aware of the businesses awarded a grant after the grant has been provided to the business, not before. As I noted a moment ago, staff is intending for the grant application review to be completed by an independent third party in the near future. Unfortunately, the nonprofit we were working with for the last 2 weeks has elected to not participate because they had requested a level of indemnification for their staff that Mr. Miles and I had discussed that just was not reasonable. To keep the process moving forward, the CAO team is reviewing the applications until such time as a third-party partner can be identified. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, we have at least 2 that have reached out to me today who have said that they are very interested in fulfilling that role for the county. We believe the third-party review is an important aspect of the grant process for a number of reasons that include the stringent audit process that the county must traverse because it is utilizing CARES Act funding. Madam Chair, at this point, I'd like to turn the discussion over to our Auditor Controller, Mr. Wilverding, to provide the board a brief overview of the audit process that will be conducted on the county's use of CARES Act funding and any other relevant facts that he would like to share.
Thank you, Jerry, and good afternoon again, Chair and members of the board. Jay Wilverding, County Auditor, and I do believe, I'm hoping, I've been trying to coordinate our external auditors are hopefully holding online, and they'll be available to comment in addition. As far as the county auditor's role in this, we are the compliance function before the compliance function, which will ultimately be our external auditors. And I've been working with Mr. Becker, our CAO, throughout this process to kind of try to keep this thing, help keep this thing within the bounds. And this has been a bit of a moving target, very ambiguous Treasury guidelines, et cetera, et cetera. And so while it might appear we're being conservative, it's only because we're being conservative, because as I mentioned earlier, anything that we mess up on will potentially come out of net county cost and the county will have to pay for. So what we'll be looking for is seeing that the parameters that are being put out there are followed before we'll actually disperse any funds in any direction, regardless of where this goes. Now, the ultimate authority on this, and we had a meeting back in May 20th with our external and a subject matter expert who is actually dealing with other counties throughout the nation, not just in California, with this very issue, and they kind of weighed in on it. I'll give you a synopsis, and if they're on the line, I'll call out to them to, kind of fill in some of the gaps in my summary. But these are tremendous dollars nationwide that were distributed for this CARES Act. And of course, the risk that goes along with the dollars is potential fraud and also mismanagement of how the dollars are spent, for which the recipient will be on the hook. There needs to be some sort of a grant management agent that will provide guidelines and make sure that the disbursements are adherent to the guidelines. And Mr. Becker was just mentioning, ideally, and you've all heard me say this, I've talked to several of you before, a third party is the way to go. It's clean hands, it's arm's length, and it's a subject matter expert and folks who do this as a routine. I certainly do not. Our auditors are great, but as they reminded us, you don't want them to be our backstop because then it'll be a little too late. Our CAO, while they're highly skilled and qualified, not necessarily in their wheelhouse either. And unless we were going to put it in some other grant-related department, like HSA, E2D2, or something like that, we're getting further away from probably the skills we would want to have put on that. So, at any rate, that's why we're going after the third party. This deserves a punctuation point. The expenses out of this are going to be subject to the single audit requirements. 2 CFR Part 200 for the accounting nerds out there will know what that means. But essentially they come out and they audit based on materiality, a level of the grant activity that we have going on every year. This is going to be right at the top of the list. Okay, it will definitely be looked at. They'll be looking at policies and procedures, controls, and things like that that are over the expenditures, just to see that there's a control environment, which will drive how deeply they'll want to dive in their audit. And since they're working with other large clients, they're going to have the skills and the expertise to be able to go in and tell us whether or not we've done our job properly. So as they had said, we don't want to wait for them to do that. When they had expressed some of their concerns, they wanted to see how centralized our reporting is going to be and what's the capacity of the team, whether or not we're going to have subrecipient monitoring, because as we hand this money out to these subrecipients, we're still going to be on the hook to be able to validate that that money was spent in compliance with what the guidelines are. Let me give you an example we're probably familiar with. So the county may work through HSA, and HSA, matter of fact, I'm working on a few little projects right now with that, where they will contract with somebody beneath them, and then our auditors will come out during this CFA audit, the single audit, and they'll audit HSA to make sure that when they grant funded this, or they took this grant funding to the subrecipient actually spent the money in the right fashion. And so we'll be open to the same process with this money as we are for things that we already do. And as I said, those expenses will need to be consistent with those guidelines. A couple things that they had mentioned, recommended, is the Treasury guidelines are a bit ambiguous and pretty generic, that we narrow those down and make them specific. And I think you'll see, I believe the board has already looked at the criteria that we're using. We tried to skinny that down and make it specific. I know Mr. Becker worked quite diligently at that. Also, they recommended making an intended use plan and said that that would stand up to audit, so that when our grantees are coming to us, they're giving us a certain set of conditions that they want met in order to spend that money. So we'll be able to hang our hat on what we're doing. They also mentioned if we provided this to a nonprofit, the nonprofit may now need to be subject to a single audit. So this isn't free money with no strings. This is something that a nonprofit would have to seriously consider whether they want to take on. One other consideration, if there's indirect costs that are going to be provided to be covered by this money, they may also be subject to a cost allocation plan audit, because again, the entities will want to know, well, how did you come up with those indirect costs? You just didn't pull them out of a hat. So there's also that position. And that may be prohibitive to some of the subrecipients. It's our job, I believe, to make sure they're fully aware of that before they reach out to us. As Mr. Becker mentioned, we're definitely looking at third party. I was kind of hoping we had one locked up by this time, but I'm glad to hear we had some good news today. As of yesterday, I wasn't so sure. So those were my comments on it. I just want to make sure we go into whatever we do eyes wide open and knowing this thing is definitely going to be looked at. And if our auditors are on the line, Mr. Showalter, Mr. David Showalter, if you want to chime in, I'd certainly love to hear any additional things you have to say.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jay. This is David Showalter with iDaily. And you can hear me okay on the phone?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, Jay, the way you explained it was a very good summary of our discussion from a few weeks ago. And, you know, as the county's external auditors, we have the responsibility of conducting the single audit for the county. And obviously from the perspective of this new funding stream that has just been awarded to the county, and essentially this is kind of an unusual situation where the feds provide you all the money up front, where in normal cases it's a reimbursement process. You have to incur those expenses prior to seeking reimbursement from the federal government. So essentially the county is operating in kind of that role that the federal government would be operating in, where now it's up to the county to essentially discharge your responsibilities and making sure that the grant is being utilized in accordance with those federal guidelines and the Treasury guidelines. And the guidelines are pretty clear in most cases that there needs to be an expenditure that's incurred prior to the reimbursement, or that those grants that you're providing are going to go toward an expenditure that's already taken place in response to the COVID-19. So that was really what we wanted to communicate to the county very clearly, that there needs to be a set guidelines in place that are written, because ultimately you're going to have an individual who's going to make decisions on whether or not the grant is going to be approved, and that decision needs to be based on very specific and clear guidelines. And then ultimately, when we come in and conduct the single audit or the audit of the federal program, we're going to be auditing against those guidelines. So we don't want to have a situation where we're auditing an expenditure and there isn't adequate supporting documentation to support, one, the approval of that expenditure, and that expenditure was based on allowable expenses that were already incurred, and that they were eligible expenses, and not any of those expenses that are outlined as an ineligible cost. So as part of our audit requirements, we have to look at internal controls over compliance with respect to the single audit. And there are a lot of different compliance requirements with respect to allowable cost activities, making sure that the county is holding on to those funds properly, and that if there's any interest being earned on those funds, that's being put back into the program or being submitted back to the federal government. And then, as Jay alluded to, the subrecipient monitoring component is going to be a pretty significant component for the county. This is a situation where the county grants funds to another not-for-profit or maybe even a local government, and now the county is on the hook for monitoring that local government or that not-for-profit and making sure that they spend those funds in accordance with the program. So this is done all along the county. The county has lots of different programs where they do provide subrecipient monitoring, and this would be no different. And the requirements on this particular grant would require similar subrecipient monitoring requirements. And I want to add also that if you are granting funds to a for-profit enterprise, that the 2 CFR 200 or the uniform guidance or the federal guidance, if you want to call it that, also extends a responsibility back on the county to do some sort of monitoring over that for-profit entity. Now, in most cases, a for-profit entity is not required to have a single audit. However, the county is going to be required to do some sort of monitoring over that for-profit entity. So as there is a potential program that is being proposed to provide micro grants to small businesses, the county is going to have to step up their resources and or step up their activity in order to monitor the use of those funds by those local businesses. So something to consider. Our concern as your external auditor is that we want to make sure that you guys are stepping forward into this in the right way, and that you have internal controls in place to monitor your program according to the federal guidelines. Because what we don't want to have happen is when we do the audit, which we will be doing an audit of these funds for this 2020 fiscal year, we're trying to avoid a situation where we would have potential findings coming up. So we're really trying to be proactive in helping the county along this process. I know it's new, and there are not a lot of guidelines out there. One thing that we are certain that the federal government has identified that this program will require a single audit, and they have identified a unique CFDA number for it. So it means it will have a placeholder on your schedule of expenditures of federal awards for the 2020 audit. And for this 2020 year, more than likely it will be something that we will definitely be looking at from an audit perspective. And so as part of that conversation that we had a few weeks ago, I also had one of our subject matter experts, Kurt Schickler, on the phone. And Kurt's actually been working with other counties and other states, helping them develop some of their guidelines. And I'm not sure, Kurt, if you have anything that you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, members of the board, thank you so much for having me. Kurt Schlicker for the record. The only thing I think I would add on to what has already been said and through discussions with other entities is this concept of subrecipient monitoring and risk assessment from a total management of kind of the grant program and what that burden downward is going to be. The specific requirements in subrecipient monitoring in a normal situation is to perform risk assessment that sort of determines how deep your monitoring is going to be, how often it's going to be, kind of drives on-site visits. And as you can imagine, in this type of scenario with that illustration on the screen, 307 requests, the idea that there would be 307 site visits, within the next year is probably an administrative burden or unrealistic. And other states and other counties are facing a very similar situation and concept. And so it really behooves the entities involved to develop strong procedures on the front end so that they can mitigate the back end work that has to be done. So if appropriate due diligence is done up front and appropriate documents are obtained and just followed from the beginning, you can mitigate potential risks, whether fraud or error on the back end, reduce your monitoring on the back end, hopefully reduce question costs, because do keep in mind, again, just to emphasize that whether it's unallowable costs at a for-profit business or a nonprofit business or another unit of government, if there are unallowed or question costs that are discovered, and again, it might not even be the county's fault, it could be done due to error or fraud at those other levels, the county is ultimately the responsible party with the U.S. Department of Treasury. And so what would happen is the Treasury would ask for that money back from the county first, and then they would tell the county that it's up to them how they want to recoup any of those lost dollars from, the entities at fault. And, whether the county is successful in that recoupment, who knows at that point. And so I just want to strongly emphasize that the better your controls, the better your due diligence done up front, the fewer problems and the less liability the county will have on the back end. And I know that, the public is anxious for the support. It's a heavy need right now, and the county is not alone in that plight. But again, it's really a protection for the county on the back end to avoid millions of dollars in losses.
So I have a question. If the grants are supposed to be for reimbursement for expenses already incurred by the businesses, I'm assuming they have to provide some sort of documentation that they have paid for these things. What kind of after-the-fact monitoring would there need to be? If they've already paid for the stuff, aren't they simply being reimbursed? It's not like they're going to take this money and spend it on something else, right?
So, Madam Chair, and I would certainly defer to Mr. Wilverding and our external auditors, but what I would say to the board is The reason we developed this model for the small business was because it was reimbursement. There are a number of counties and entities out there that are providing funding to small businesses and then coming back later to audit what they actually did with the funding. We're taking as Mr. Wilverding mentioned, a more conservative approach. Show us your actual expenditures on those things that the Department of Treasury has said are eligible expenses to be reimbursed, and then we're reimbursing them for money they've already spent. So we believe that, or the CAO's office, I want to be clear, the CAO's office believes that that will, as Mr. Wilverding and the external auditors mentioned, reduce our risk, because we're really, as many federal grants are constructed, we're behaving the same way. The money's being spent, they're asking to be reimbursed for the money they've already spent. Okay, and Mr. Wilverding, you have a comment on that? I mean, to me, that's, in my mind, that's what I'm envisioning, is that we're essentially, the government, federal government put it up front. We're basically modeling this program on the federal government, how they typically would do this. And what Mr. Becker said is absolutely accurate. One of the things that I might add, and I believe I mentioned this with our CAO just recently, is doing it this way. There seems to be this level of urgency, at least from some of the phone calls and discussions that I've had about, we want the money now, we want the money now. Well, there's a long way between now and December 30th, and to do this way, there's a lot of expense that can be incurred between today and the 30th of December. So, one of the things that we're trying to proceed cautiously with is, if we're doing recapture of expenses and we're going retrospectively rather than prospectively, to me, it's a more conservative process. It doesn't require a rush. We're not going to throw $1 million at somebody and say, here, give us all your expenditures that support that. We're going to be doing it very similar to, as what Jerry had said, we do with other things, and even the way we run our internal AP. We don't send money to our vendors before they've sent us the stuff and we have detailed information. So we're trying to put that kind of a control environment. As far as what kind of subrecipient monitoring we would need to do, I'm not exactly sure. We may want to make sure that, one of the things that our externals had mentioned is there's a risk of fraud. Well, just because something looks appropriate on the surface doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly the way it happened. So we might want to go out into some of those subrecipients and make sure that the information that they gave us was legitimate, well controlled, that the payments don't have the opportunity to be diverted, that it isn't one person out of a garage with a printer and some invoices or something like that. Okay, and so I'm assuming then that since this is going to be for incurred expenses, this is round one. Yes. We have the ability to continuously allocate to this program, and could build in something that says someone could submit every 60 days for a period that they have not already received if there's funding? Madam Chair, based upon the feedback that we've received from the board, we have assumed that the board would want to continue to get this money out to those folks, those businesses in need. So we're really establishing this as our foundation for building additional programs based upon what direction the board gives us going forward. Great. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions. Do we have a running total? Because I know we have an allocation of $130 million. Do we know, is there a point in time we're going to be reporting where that balance is, and when would it be appropriate to do that?
So through the chair, Supervisor, as we start to move forward, it is our intent to have regular reporting to the board for transparency to the public about how the money's been spent, which businesses have received, which programs have been paid for, things of that nature. So that is part of our model for this process.
When could we expect our first report?
Well, Supervisor Patty, one of the first one relative to county expenses, because I know that that's been a real concern about how much the county has been reimbursed. you will have that hopefully by the first week in August. So whatever that first board meeting, because we will have closed our June 30 of 2020 books by the end of July or the third week of July, and we will get that soon after.
Okay, 3 or 4 weeks from now, then we'll get a report.
That is our goal.
Okay, and then as a question, Mr. Becker, I know that I was contacted by a group, in fact, Supervisor Villapuduana, it's in his district, we're with the Sikhs for Humanity, and they spent, I think it's $40,000, $50,000 to prepare meals for people that are affected by COVID and, lost jobs, and they're having, food challenges. Now, they're not a business, but I believe I spoke to you and inquired, and there could be a pathway for them to be reimbursed so they could continue providing food services. Do we know, is that being considered? Because I know we're talking small businesses. So have we opened up outside the spectrum of just small businesses?
Through the chair, Supervisor, at this point, the grant program is only for small businesses with one employee other than the owner and less than 50 employees, or 50 or less. So we certainly could look at that, should that be the direction of the board, but the model that we have available to the public right now is focused on businesses with between 1 and 50 employees.
So not nonprofits?
Nonprofits can indeed still qualify, but there, as Mr. Wilverding has mentioned, we are planning to really have a significant chat with the nonprofits because of the fact that, based upon the feedback from our external auditors, they are almost assured to be subject to audit through this. So we want to make sure they understand what's going to be expected of them through this process.
So then, through the chair, follow-up question for you. So are we reaching out to those groups that are nonprofits that have put in a request for reimbursement and then get them through that process? Or do you need a separate action from the board to authorize perhaps engaging with the nonprofits that are serving the community?
So through the chair, it would be helpful to get direction from the board on that matter. We have established the small business program so that there are some nonprofits that can fit within that model, but we want to make sure to communicate with them. Candidly, with such a large volume of applicants in such a short period of time, we're still going through the process. I wanted to take a moment to share, hopefully some small businesses are listening today. Only about 20 to 25% of our applicants are actually providing all the information they need to provide to have a completed form. So much of what Ms. Nino's staff has been focused on in the CAO's office has been getting right back to those businesses and entities to let them know, oh, you forgot to provide this, or to answer the questions that they've provided to us. So in the CAO's office, we have 2 staff assigned. That's been their only, well, other than, of course, the budget material, that has really been their focus for the last week. And we're still probably only about 30 or 40% through the applications we've received so far.
So let me get a little clarity. You had put up a number of the numbers of applications from each supervisorial district.
Yes.
And then you had a total of roughly half the amount of funds that have been allocated in this process. Is half of that money accountable to the 30% of those applications that you've processed?
Through the chair, great question. So if I can provide some clarity, I apologize, I should have added this a little bit earlier. So first, no, that $7.1 million is the total amount that was requested by the grant applicants. The other thing that I should have added, that I will add now, is many of our grant applicants are very encouraged by the actions of the board in establishing this program. And in their enthusiasm, they have requested more funding than we had intended to allocate based upon their number of full-time employees. So I will share with the board that some businesses have a fairly small number of full-time employees, but they had very large outstanding expenses for other COVID-related items that they're asking to have reimbursed. So I think we had one small business alone that asked for $250,000. So In the number that we've provided, that's everything that's been requested. The actual number when we work through this will be smaller than the 7.1 million. But we wanted to show what folks have asked for. We have not yet gotten to a place where we've gone one by one to say, okay, you qualify for X, because the mechanism and the model that we've established creates a maximum dollar amount based upon the number of full-time employees. But as Mr. Wilverding mentioned, we're only reimbursing for the actual expenses. So even if they had 50 employees, and in the model we've established, they qualify for up to 100,000. If they only submit qualifying reimbursements of 5,000, they will only get $5,000.
Understood. A follow-up question for you. Is payroll's part of that reimbursement?
There is, through the chair, Supervisor, there are some factors of payroll that are qualifying under the Department of Treasury guidelines. But it's not, we've had a variety of questions that have come in. Folks have said, look, I'm an essential service. I was still open. I had employees. Can I get reimbursed for payroll? And our answer is no, but some still applied. So what we're doing is, as Mr. Wilverding mentioned, we're being very careful to go through to evaluate what they've provided to make a determination as to whether or not what they're asking for is a qualifying expense for reimbursement. So there's a fair amount of criteria that's there that we have on our website that folks can go out and look at.
So I may have misinterpreted what you'd said. At first you said, yes, payroll may be qualifying, and then you had said, no, it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's payroll, certain factors of payroll and payroll-related expenses are qualifying under the Department of Treasury guidelines. But not all payroll expenses are necessarily qualifying. So we have to take them on a case-by-case basis to determine what is or is not qualifying.
So then the follow-up to that, and my last question at this point, is what if somebody's already received federal reimbursement on their payroll, which could be in the not only tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're submitting and they'd love to get another 50,000 or 100,000, and that may not be that they're getting paid twice on the same employees?
Through the chair, Supervisor, again, an excellent question. So what we're doing is we're asking those businesses whether or not they've received what's called the PPP grants. And in many cases, they're receiving those grants, but they didn't cover all factors that they're facing. So what we're letting those businesses know is you can still apply, but you can only apply for the piece that wasn't covered by the PPP. So said differently, they can't ask to get federal money to cover the same expense twice.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty, if I can just kind of add on to what Mr. Becker was saying and follow up on something I said earlier when I was over at the podium about the payroll costs. And this is kind of some of the nuanced parts of the payroll, and I stand correct me if I step out of the bounds here, is let's just pick a gym, for example, because gyms supposedly, from what I heard, aren't open or opening or whatever. So let's say they all had to shut down. Nobody got to stay open. That was not an option. But let's say a gym said, well, when I open, I know that I'm going to need to have everything scrubbed down. I'm going to need to move my machinery so that it's 6 feet apart. I'm going to need to put special equipment in so that I do X, Y, and Z so that we don't pass this along. And the people that they would normally have working on, just hanging out and checking people in and doing whatever they do, maybe cleaning the restrooms and all that as normal maintenance, have been diverted now. And they're all moving this equipment around and putting all this new COVID-related stuff in, even though they're the same people and they're working full-time and the facility was shut down. I would, from my perspective, support that would qualify. So that's one of the things that the CAO's office is having to pick through.
Right.
Yeah.
County Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the board, I wanted to provide some clarification on the question of where the county is and why the county wasn't able to get to an agreement with the third-party vendor that the county had been working with up until late last week. And then add on to that based on the conversation that has occurred here today and the information that's come from our external auditor. So in the negotiations, the vendor that we were negotiating with had asked or was demanding to put additional indemnification language in the agreement that essentially made the county that vendor's insurer for any claim that arose. The county was going to have to indemnify that vendor. So if the Fed said, vendor, you did something wrong, intentionally, unintentionally, the county was going to be on the hook for that. And so, and based on that, and that is not a principle that we as from the county council's office ever support in any of our vendor agreements where the county becomes the insurer for some vendor. We expect vendors to be responsible for their actions. So that's where we were on Friday, and that's where we were unable to get to an agreement. But what I'm hearing this afternoon from our external auditor is that adds a little bit to that, and that what they're saying is that the feds are going to look to the county to be on the hook no matter what, and that then it's going to be the responsibility of the county to either to figure out how the county gets either that money back from the end recipient because the claim was not allowed or was inappropriately allowed, or the alternative is having some ability to go back to our third-party vendor. So those would be the two buckets. And essentially, what you may want to consider is if the feds are going to look to the county anyhow, and there is we're having a difficult time finding another appropriate vendor who can take on this duty. If we're left with the ability to recover from the end recipient, then that may be a factor that we want to go back to this third-party vendor and have some further negotiations. Maybe we can tweak this language a little bit and come up with something more acceptable, but that they still feel comfortable with.
Well, I know from my standpoint, I would want to do that because the way it is now, it's 100% on us. Plus, it's on the CAO's office. She's got to dedicate 2 of her staff people to doing this. This is not their area really of expertise, and 100% of the liability is falling back on us. So I think if there is an opportunity to tweak that language, the sooner we can get a third-party vendor in here, exactly as we've all said up here many times, arm's length. The board's not doing it. There's not going to be any talk about how one of us has gone into the CAO's office and, twisted arms to put in a good word for somebody that we know. The more we can separate this and put clean protocols into place that are very defensible right from the get-go, I think the sooner we can do that, the better. That's my position on it. Yes. Okay.
Madam Chair, quick follow-up. Yes. Mr. Becker, through the chair, you had mentioned that you might want to hear direction from the board as it relates to nonprofits.
Through the chair, yes, Supervisor Patty, that would be very helpful.
All right. So, and I don't know if there's parameters to operate. There's some huge nonprofits doing a lot of work that's could be astronomical. But for my opinion is that I think we could or should include nonprofits if it's at admissible expense and COVID-related and following guidelines and parameters. I, for one, think it would be beneficial because they're out there taking care of many people that are adversely affected and not working and having some food insecurities, I guess you could call it.
Excellent. If I could ask the clerk of the board to bring the presentation back up. That that's a perfect segue through the chair, Supervisor Patty, on I was asked to be prepared to talk about some other potential programs. So I've heard loud and clear the board's interest in including nonprofits, some other potential grant opportunities for the board to consider, and I would want to share that these recommendations are coming out of what staff has heard during this first week as it relates to firms that would be interested in the program but didn't qualify. So first up here on the list is businesses with over 50 employees. We have a number of employers here in the county. They are still, by federal guidelines, still considered small, but they are above our 50 employee limit. The board could consider increasing that size that we would allow to qualify for a business assistance grant. Private hospitals and other key community healthcare providers. In many cases, they also ran into the size limit, but there were many that were optometrist's office, others that are larger businesses that have been directly impacted. They're almost exclusively within our county, and they were very interested in the board's consideration if there were future grants. Agricultural businesses impacted by supply chain interruptions and business closures. Clearly, ag is such a huge part of our community and our business model, and that's an area that is identified in the Treasury guidelines that the board could consider. Another recommendation that has come up a few times from members of the board is the idea of establishing a program by which the county buys personal protective equipment, PPE, and then it is distributed to the community, businesses, to slow the spread of COVID-19. And given some of the conversation your board heard from Dr. Park here just a little bit ago, that does seem like, again, something that clearly PPE is identified in the Treasury guidelines. There is research we would have to do because they talk about reimbursement. They don't talk about the government entity buys it and then gives it to business. But it is clear in the Treasury guidelines that we can do it for those things that, whether they're the skilled nursing facilities, other medical, public health related items, or those, I'm doing this from memory, so I apologize in advance, I'll probably get it wrong, but those protecting vulnerable classes of individuals. So those are things I think that the board could consider giving direction to staff as ideas for the next step of CARES Act funding distribution and benefit to the community.
I like all of them. I mean, I think if the need is there in our communities, then because it's not like it's going to happen tomorrow, it'll take a little bit of time to stand up these various programs. My feeling is we should move forward as soon as possible and get this money out into our communities. Brother Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. My thought is I think all of those are valid opportunities here to participate in the program, but I would personally think that we should have businesses get first priority, so as opposed to nonprofits. I mean, I'm not saying that nonprofits don't do great work, they do, but they're not businesses per se, and so I think we should. What's the name of the program here?
Small Business Assistance.
Yeah, so I think we should give business the top priority here on receiving this small business assistance.
Okay.
Maybe we can phase this in and we move next to larger businesses, or we move next to our healthcare partners. I mean, from my standpoint, I think the healthcare partners, they are businesses, and they're just have been hammered throughout this whole thing. Not that businesses, all our businesses haven't, but maybe we phase it in. We stand up one at a time so that we don't overwhelm our third party.
So, Madam Chair, board members, just something to think about. The current small business time period goes through June 30th
That's correct.
of 2020. So that's relative to the 15 million?
That's correct.
And the 15. So the 15 million. So potentially, depending on, I believe there was 4 bullets there. Say, for instance, it does end up that instead of 15, the value of 15 million, it ends up being 12. Then I would say the timing of standing up that next one, we would potentially try to either, especially if we're not seeing that the expenses in other areas, because today we're asking you to approve an expense of roughly $73,000 from the CARES Act for public health for additional lab-related equipment. If we see that there's flexibility within the bigger pot of funds to add some additional money for that new program area. And if the board wants to at that time to take the excess, you know what I mean, so that there's a continuously level of transparency of how much has been allocated, how much has been spent, and what is ended, or if there's a continuation.
I'm fine. From my standpoint, I would like to see us stand up the programs in a
kind of a more
methodical way, but as soon as possible. I would like to see these dollars get out into the public to all the businesses. I don't have any problem with standing up the nonprofits at the same time. I mean, in all honesty, the work they're doing, it's been phenomenal. And they do employ people. They don't just operate on a volunteer basis, but they leverage their employees through huge numbers of volunteers. So I think if we have the capacity to stand these up and continually roll over the dollars and reallocate to them, I would like to put the money to work as soon as we can in our communities.
I would agree, Madam Chair. I had a question in regards to nonprofits, because I would agree, because what I found, and I think some of the other supervisors have volunteered also, is in food. I'm going to houses that these are very nice neighborhoods, but they've lost their job because of COVID, or they've been shut down. So I think nonprofits, and I guess my question is, 2 of the nonprofits that I work for are food giveaways, and one usually has a central location, but they can't do that because of the COVID, so they have volunteers that distribute. On the other hand, there's one that still hands out at their central location, and I would assume, unless there's some kind of PPE or training or those type of things, that they wouldn't necessarily be eligible for the operating costs, so to speak, because of the specific methods by which one distributes locally and one distributes it throughout. In fact, it's not just San Joaquin, it's into as far south as Merced County. So anyway, but I would say that nonprofits should be eligible just like other businesses. When you talk about the increasing the size of the number of employees, I don't have a problem with that, but I mean, if you go up to 500 or 250 or whatever, I mean, that's going to take a big chunk of change. I would hope, and as you talk about the different businesses that don't need the $100,000 for employees, but I wouldn't mind expanding the number of employees, but still capping the amount eligible to allow more businesses to participate, because I don't care if you're 50 employees or 250 employees, $100,000 is a lot of money. Especially when we're talking about a limited amount of resources available. So, again, I think there ought to be some type of limitation, so to speak, because even if you're a large business with a large number of employees, I again think that $100,000 is certainly a benefit to their operation. So, but I would agree with Supervisor Miller, is that I think we ought to open the doors and allow as much as possible. I hope, as County Council says, I hope we can get this going, because it was great in the beginning because people were focusing on you all. Well, now it's turning around. They're starting to come back. And they're all asking the same question. I'm sure all the supervisors getting the question is where is it? What do I do? Et cetera. So I appreciate your efforts, and hopefully we can maximize the program to all those who desperately need some assistance during this time of crisis.
Could we also reach out, and maybe this goes to the CAO's office, could we also reach out to all of our city managers to ask them that if they have priorities, certain businesses, maybe something we haven't thought of, how they could partner in this? How can we help get the word out? And perhaps there's something, a specific need in a community that we're not aware of, to bring that to our attention so that, our goal is to try and meet the needs in our various communities throughout the county. So, I know you're in conversation with them. Perhaps just to let them know we're receptive to hearing about that. I would want to hear from our cities and let them weigh in. It still has to meet the parameters of it.
Another thought, and did that conclude all of your slides?
I had one more slide.
Okay, because I didn't know if we ended up getting our last conversation yesterday afternoon on, and then was there another one?
The next steps.
Okay. So just another thought that I had with Mr. Becker yesterday. We have two departments, and I'm not sure if our outside auditors are still on the line, that comply with the single audit every year. That's our Economic Development Department, Mr. Solis's shop, along with our Human Services Agency, Mr. Wood's shop. So Mr. Becker and I spoke yesterday, and I thought, I know a number of them. Their program areas cover kind of the gamut, economic development and the human and health, food distribution and those things. If this board, I have not spoken to either one of the department heads, and so I apologize if either one of our department heads are listening as I'm saying this. I just thought here we have some experts in this area in dealing with what is accountable relative to program areas and meeting the single audit requirements, but also covering services that we know are critical to our community. And as this board has spoke from the first time that we brought the board letter before you, is given this is one-time money, but how could we establish items within our community with one-time money, but continue beyond December? It may get continued as a result of maybe an ongoing program that we partner with, or a city partners with that nonprofit or that, job training program, those other so that it doesn't end December 30th of 2020. So would the board be amenable if we reached out to those two department heads and possibly said, what program areas right now do you believe that we could stand up that you have currently folks that provide those services that we could bolster that would have a lasting effect even beyond that December timeframe? And that wouldn't necessarily be a cost reimbursement basis. That might be a development, of course, as a result of COVID, possibly as a result of our unemployment rate going up so sharply, so quickly, some additional job training that we might be able to assist by as a result of adopting the CCP program that the board reviewed as part of the consent calendar for construction training. So is that something the board, because I know right now, and Mr. Wilverdeen, correct me, aren't those primarily the only two departments that really encompass the bulk of the millions of dollars in our single audit?
I believe there are a couple more. I'm not certain, and I don't know for sure, so I'm not going to comment on that.
No problem. I believe I've probably covered 50+% of those departments that annually comply with that requirement. But is that something that the board would be interested in us looking at and working with our
Yeah, I do too. Any way we can leverage this would be great. What about our HUD dollars in Community Development Department? Are they subject to single audit, those programs?
Because correct, the neighborhood preservation, I believe, is also in there. Yeah. That might be the third department that.
Yeah, because and they deal with a lot of funding in terms of homelessness as well. Mm-hmm. So I know it's hard. We have to meet these parameters, but if they have that expertise, yeah, I say we work with staff to leverage the dollars.
And that would assist the county administrator's office greatly, so that then we have some, 3 other departments that could assist in getting, especially some existing programs, and to bolster some of those.
4 heads are better than 1, right?
Thank you.
And you guys are just sitting around waiting to do something, so.
No.
Exactly.
So point of clarification here.
Yes.
On this. So I just want to understand what you're proposing. Are you proposing that they help administer this program, or that they be applicants for these funds?
What I'm suggesting is that we put our heads together, that they come with some ideas on how we could allocate some dollars within their existing program areas, or possibly some new program areas.
So
outside of the small business, it would be new money that would be spent out of the bigger CARES Act funding pot. Okay.
I would just have a comment. I'm sure the other, but I've talked to all 3 of the cities in my district, and that's a hot topic, is money, funding for their cities. And it's not just the city mayors or the city managers, it's also their residents. I think before and I have no problem with what you're suggesting, but I think if we start going out and trying to find ways to spend the money, the question is going to come back, what about us? Where do we stand in this? And I've met with them, and I've told them very simply that we're going to, as you've talked about, we're going to wait and see where we are. So I don't have a problem with doing things simultaneously, but I think we can't get too far ahead of ourselves, because that's, and I'm sure the others have probably talked to their mayors in regards to, what about us? So again, I don't want to push them aside, because I don't want to send the wrong message that we're just looking for ways to spend the money, as opposed to trying to satisfy some of their needs or concerns.
That was going to be my last question, was can we touch on real quickly again this question of direct allocations to our cities? And I've been specifically asked, well, maybe we're going to get 75% of FEMA reimbursement. What about the other 25%? Is that something that we can submit for? So I think that's kind of going to what Supervisor Wynn is talking about. Go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, if the board will indulge me, I'd like to read for the board the most recent Treasury guideline that just came out roughly less than 2 weeks ago. It says, should states receiving a payment transfer funds to local government that did not receive payments directly from the Treasury? The answer is yes. This statutory structure established by the Treasury is based on a recognition that it is more administratively feasible to rely on states rather than the federal government to manage the transfer of funds to smaller local governments. Consistent with the needs of all local governments for funding to address the public health emergency, states should transfer funds to local governments with populations of 500,000 or less. So the federal government is saying to the state, which did retain the lion's share of the CARES Act funding that came to California, that the state should be transferring, if I'm reading the direction correctly, the 45% of that money that they received to government entities, local government entities with a population of 500,000 or less. So that, coupled with the fact that they become then subrecipients from the county if we give them funding, and then we are responsible for monitoring their use of the funds, I think creates a fairly cumbersome process, and potentially shifts a fair amount of risk to the county for the actions of other entities. So that is only, my opinion after reading this, but I did want to share that with the board.
Thank you. So it's my understanding the state is going to send the dollars directly to the smaller cities?
So that is my understanding also. But I have been now informed, and as of Friday, and it looks like the county up 99 just recently took action. So I've now heard that both Stanislaus and San Diego County have allocated to their cities. I have not heard, based upon my most recent county administrator call, that any other counties have done that who have received CARES Act dollars. But if our outside auditors are on the line, this was a question I asked them the very first time we sat down. If they're still on the line, Mr. Showalter or Kurt, it would be really helpful because I think it might have been you, Kurt. This is Monica, the county administrator. You were extremely helpful in this discussion when I asked this question the very first time I asked it. What your perspective was as our outside auditors if the county were to distribute funds directly to our local city jurisdictions that are supposed to receive a direct allocation from the state of California.
Yes, thank you so much, and through the chair and to the rest of the supervisors, again, Kurt Schlicker for the record. So this, not to get too detail-oriented, but this is a really tricky situation because every state is treating their allocations to the entities or the local governments that did not receive the funding differently. And that is because at a federal and national level, they're arguing over that 45% requirement, and they're not sure that that's actually law and whether or not Treasury will stand by that guidance or back off of that. And so some states are passing through funds to local jurisdictions. Some are asking counties to do that. And regardless, though, whether the state is doing it or the county is doing it, it still plays back to that double dipping of costs earlier, and it was in the frame of the small business question with PPP. But if a city is receiving funding from the state and they're using up, and they can either use it or they can't use it, but the county wouldn't want to add on top of that if there's no eligible expenditures because, again, you can't pay for the same cost with double federal sources. But I guess I just want to stress that I'm not super familiar with the state of California's disbursement plan and where they're at within that, and you guys can speak better to that than me because I just haven't been involved in those conversations. But you are perfectly allowed to pass through funding. It's acceptable. It can be part of your intended use plan, but again, you wouldn't want to double up on anything the state is doing if the state also has that plan. And so that's, again, you're allowed to, but it's all just really in flux right now. And that guidance from Treasury was very out of left field. It caused a lot of waves at a state level. Multiple states have had very many conversations about it. So I guess I would default until you see it in writing from the state of California what's going to happen with those allocations.
So as of Friday, I asked the question along with another county administrator, what is the anticipated timing of both the direct allocation? So say, for instance, because the question came up from another county about I have a city that's at 90,000 population less than, and they use the city of Stockton as the example. And they're getting, city of Stockton is supposed to get 27 million, and this city that's 90,000 less is part of the overall allocation by population is in getting a proportionally small comparison towards the city of Stockton, because I think the city of Stockton ended up being number 13 of the 13 largest cities. And the comment was made by our lobbyists who represent our county as our County Administrators Association. They said that they had not confirmed that there's been discussions because it's not anticipated that the state budget would get approved by June 15th. If the state budget doesn't get approved by June 15th, potentially those distributions to both the cities less than 300,000 and the cities 300,000 or above would get those direct distributions prior to waiting until the budget does get approved. But there was no definitive date what the exact timing was of those distributions, because there was a few other urban counties on there that did receive allocations. And I believe, and possibly Supervisor Elliott, you might have heard when San Diego mentioned that they did give it to their cities. And at this point, that was the only urban county I had heard that had made any level of distribution to their cities.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Well, let me clarify. Are we saying that the state is going to make direct allocation to the cities?
Right now they're scheduled, and Supervisor Elliott, it literally from Escalon, we included it recently in our Madam Chair's response to Mayor Tubbs, along with CCing all the other mayors from the cities. So there's as small of allocation of $75,880 to the city of Escalon to as large of an allocation of $27,170,185 directly to the city of Stockton. And all of those distributions are supposed to take place from the state of California to those respective cities. There was, I believe I shared with you, and we even included it in our board letter when we brought the CARES Act funding before this board. As county administrators, we have not wanted to distribute, because the state originally wanted to give us the smaller cities funds, and then we would distribute them. All of us in unison literally said, we do not want to be in that role of distribution, because I was already informed, thank goodness to our outside auditors and our auditor controller, that role and responsibility would end up on the county for the single audit requirements. I did not want to put this county in that predicament with funds and doing the ongoing monitoring. So it is a yes, Supervisor Wynn. That is the plan from what we have heard so far, that there is supposed to be a direct distribution, and as small as $75,000 to our smallest city, which is the city of Escalon.
And is that specifically for COVID related expenses?
Correct. It's the state share of CARES Act federal dollars that they received, has the exact same requirements that we've discussed here today. And at the very first meeting that we brought the $133 million for this board's direction. Exact same requirements. It is not for a loss in sales tax revenue. It is not for a loss of other kinds of revenue. It is very much about reimbursement for COVID-related expenses.
But have those cities submitted a request outlining the amounts that they've expended for COVID?
So my understanding, they have submitted parts of it to OES as part of the FEMA reimbursement, but this allocation, these numbers that I have, are based upon amounts that I received as a result of discussions with the state of California. And their distributions are based upon population. And then those 13 largest cities literally received a distribution spread among the 13. I believe it might have been by population. Roughly $225 million was spread among the 13 largest cities, and then the rest of the cities in the state of California spread the other $225 million, which was allocated based upon population.
And the cities are aware of this, correct?
I believe they are, and I believe they have been as long as I have. Okay. And I've been aware of this since prior to the time that I brought this item before the board, which I believe was mid-May.
Yes, May 12th.
So I guess if you could share that information with us as far as the distribution to the cities in the county, that would help.
I sure can, and we recently included in that letter that we distributed to, but I'll resend it. And I've even brought it up to our city managers before.
Okay. All right. Well, again, so I guess the other question is, so if that doesn't fulfill 100% of their expenditures, then they could ask us for the remaining 25% or whatever.
Supervisor Wynn, I would not recommend that at this time.
I understand. I'm just saying.
Okay.
That they're receiving money. That's their main concern, is they're getting some reimbursement for whatever expenses they incurred.
if I had a magic wand and they were able to receive this money prior to the state budget, that the best way, I believe, if I was in their shoes, I would want my allocation from the state and whatever was left, the county to consider giving me reimbursement, because of course FEMA is going to take 18 to 24 months and then consider it, because I don't know if the city of Escalon, and I'm just using them because they're our smaller, would have $75,880 in COVID-related expenses.
I get it.
I don't know.
All right, that's fine.
So just a thought that, you know, if I was in their shoes is the way I would look at it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. This was a good discussion. I think it was important to have it. I think it was important for the public to be able to hear it. I know I'm going to request the link to this specific portion of this conversation so that when people phone in with questions, we can send them the link and they can actually listen to this portion of the board meeting on their own. Okay, we're going to move on to next discussion item is Health and Human Services. And this is from Public Health. To authorize the purchase of laboratory equipment to increase testing capacity related to COVID-19, totaling $73,500, and approve related budget adjustments. 4/5 votes required. Good afternoon, Mr. Dietrich. You've hung in there, and here you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're looking, we've advanced this item from the June 16th agenda to today in order to hopefully get a purchase order and get in queue for some of the manufacturing. We're seeking to expand our internal COVID-19 testing capacity within public health, specifically to support the mandates for skilled nursing facilities. As Dr. Park mentioned, the state has changed their definition of an outbreak in a skilled nursing facility. One resident. There's been an all facility letter to the SNFs mandating that they test all of their residents and staff twice over a consecutive 14-day rolling period until none of the residents test positive. What we're requesting today is basically an extraction device. So we talk about our PCR testing, that being the gold standard. Well, we have to extract DNA from the sample, generally tissue, cells, or blood. But this device allows us to 96 samples to extract them at once, and it's a quality control as well as it's a labor-intensive process. We have some urgency because our existing extraction device failed over the weekend. I'm hoping that it gets repaired tomorrow. But as you see in the board item, we're have about twice as many tests coming to public health than we can. We're able to send a lot of those out to UC San Francisco, Zuckerberg Lab, but there we lacked some of the turnaround time. We will be coming back to the board, I believe, on the next board meeting to request the second component here, which would actually be a second PCR, such that we can ramp up our testing within public health. Like I said, it's better turnaround times, and it would be a use of the CARES Act funding. So with that, sorry, this wasn't much of a presentation, but just more commentary, but I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve.
This one seems like a no-brainer after all of the last ones were so complicated.
Moving along.
Yeah.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Everybody, please cast your votes. That was a slam dunk at 5-0, Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could just take another 30 seconds, I wanted to provide an update to the board. Last time I was here, I talked a little bit about contact tracing and using a smart app, and I promised to come back to the board with an update. In the interim, I have signed a letter of participation, which Citizen, which is the name of the actual vendor, needed, such that they can then take that to Apple and Google and allow the Apple and Google access to their application programming interface and their cloud level data. I'm not committed to anything beyond that. We're not looking to use their data or if anything down the road, we might, with a specific individual's consent, provide positivity to this group. But I'm really just trying to set the stage that if indeed we need to do widespread contact tracing, this would be a valuable tool. So I just want to provide that update of where we're at with them.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to everyone for all the good information today. It was a lot, but it was very important. The last thing we have on here is supervisors' comments, committee reports. Have anything they want to?
I'm good. Good.
Okay. I'm going to report out very quickly. I'm sorry to take more time, but I participated yesterday in a panel discussion put on by the NAACP. It was the second one last week. Our sheriff and our district attorney participated. The Stockton branch is calling for its 10 points of a public safety and law enforcement policies. I committed last night to making sure that if the sheriff and the district attorney, the two portions of law enforcement, which this board has interaction with, to make sure that they had it. The police chief of Stockton, and I know the city of Tracy, were also in receipt of it, and Stockton police chief committed to responding within 30 days to the NAACP in writing on this. So I'm going to make sure that Sheriff Withrow and also Tori Verber-Salazar have this and request that they also consider it from their standpoint and provide a written response. This is basically what they're asking for: an immediate no-neck restraint policy to be established in Stockton, San Joaquin County, a ban on the use of knee holds and choke holds as an unacceptable practice for law enforcement officers, implementation of a citizens review board for both the city of Stockton and the county of San Joaquin, with subpoena power to hold each department accountable and build the public trust, implementation of a diverse youth advisory committee to brief law enforcement on youth issues. Police officers should be vetted for misconduct prior to being considered for hiring, and a policy not to hire law enforcement personnel whose names appear on the brandy list and have been decertified. Allegations of police abuse should be investigated by internal affairs and an outside independent agency. A standard procedure county-wide be developed regarding excessive force. The immediate adoption of a zero-tolerance policy against racism in law enforcement agencies in the city of Stockton, city of Tracy, and county of San Joaquin. A mandated psychological evaluation of police officers should take place for personnel who had more than 2 excessive force violations and or a shooting incident, and a ban on police union campaign donations to prosecutors so that they can hold police accountable. I know many of these, it was reported out, many of the law enforcement agencies already have these policies in place. So I did say that I would share this at the board meeting today so that the board's aware, and I will be passing this along to both Sheriff Withrow and District Attorney Verber-Salazar for them to respond to. If there is nothing else, County Council, do we have closed session?
Yes, we do. The board will meet in closed session on the item listed on the agenda. Hopefully it'll be brief. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Great. Then we will be adjourning to closed session, and after that to Tuesday, June 16th at 9 a.m.